You will always be our shining star. The note left remembering the 8-year-old girl killed in the Wimbledon primary school crash. A woman in her 40s still being held this lunchtime on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving.
The killer of Ellie Edwards is due to be sentenced this afternoon. The 26-year-old beautician was shot outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. Her father, Tim, says his mission now is to end gun violence in the area. We'll be outside Liverpool Crown Court.
A hard lesson for the government. All the teaching unions warn they'll unite in taking strike action next term as ministers refuse to commit to the findings of the independent pay review body. We'll be speaking live to the head of the National Education Union.
Plus, Lewis Hamilton backs peaceful Just Stop Oil protests at Silverstone this weekend. He might just get his wish. Organisers of the British Grand Prix have said they've planned the event expecting disruption. Before that, let's zoom over to Rhiannon for your latest headlines.
Pip, thank you. Good afternoon. It's just gone midday. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. A woman continues to be questioned today over a car crash at a school in London which killed an 8-year-old girl. 16 people needed treatment after a Land Rover crashed into the study prep school in Wimbledon. 12 people were taken to hospital. The Met Police hasn't given an update on the condition of those injured. The woman in her 40s remains in custody. She was arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. Teachers across England are walking out in the latest wave of strike action over pay. Members of the National Education Union are taking part in industrial action and warn there could be more strikes in the autumn term. The government offered a one-off £1,000 payment for this year, as well as a 4.5% pay rise for next. All 4 education unions rejected the offer. The NEU's Deputy General Secretary Niamh Sweeney says the government needs to start negotiating.
Gillian Keegan hasn't negotiated with us since Easter. She said she would leave it to the independent review body. Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, said that the door was always open. Now, they've had the independent review body report for the last month. They haven't published it and they haven't got back round the table to negotiate with us. So let's do that. Let's see what the report said. They said that they would honour that. If it is the 6.5% that we believe that it is.
Radiographers who carry out scans on patients will stage a 48-hour strike later this month over pay. The walkout will take place from 8 a.m. on the 25th of July. The Society of Radiographers says its members at 43 NHS trusts will take part in the strike action. The announcement comes after union members voted to reject the government's pay offer of 5% plus a non-consolidated lump sum. Travellers arriving in Dover for cross-channel ferries face long queues. Delays in processing passengers are being blamed on French border officials carrying out extra checks. The wait time for cars is currently 1.5 hours, and for coaches, it's 2. Passengers were stuck in traffic for more than 10 hours at the start of the Easter holiday period. House prices fell at the fastest annual rate in 12 years last month. Halifax reports the average UK property price was down 2.6% in June compared to the same month last year. That's more than double the drop in May, marking the largest fall since 2011. The mortgage provider says the average house price for June was around £286,000. Energy giant Shell says its gas profits are significantly lower in the second quarter of the year. The oil and gas firm says trading has been impacted by seasonal shifts in the market in the first 3 months. It also expects an adjusted loss of between $600 and $800 million for the quarter. The police are failing the public too often. That's according to a new report. His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services says there are still significant shortcomings in key areas. That's despite progress being made in recording crime. The report says some of the issues include skills shortages and long call delays. Inquests are open shortly into the deaths of 2 university students and a school caretaker killed in an attack in Nottingham. Grace O'Malley Kumar and Barnaby Webber, both 19, along with 65-year-old Ian Coates, died in a knife attack in the early hours of June the 13th. 31-year-old Valdo Kalokani is charged with their murder, as well as attempted murder for an alleged van attack on pedestrians. And an inquest into the deaths of 4 boys who died after falling through ice on a frozen lake is due to end today. Brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler died along with their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart and 10-year-old Jack Johnson. They were pulled from Babs Mill Lake in Kingshurst in December last year, but later died in hospital. An initial inquest was told 3 of the boys were rescued after 22 minutes in the icy water, while the 4th was rescued after half an hour. MPs have criticised the government's handling of the HS2 Euston Station project in London. In a report by the Public Accounts Committee, the government's accused of lacking clarity in its objectives despite 8 years of planning. The project's experienced delays, and HS2 trains are now not expected to run into Euston until 2041. The government says it remains committed to delivering the project. And Twitter is threatening to sue Mark Zuckerberg after claims Meta's new app, Threads, is a copycat of Twitter. Twitter's lawyers allege Meta has unlawfully misappropriated its trade secrets and intellectual property. It also accuses Meta of hiring former Twitter employees with access to confidential information. Meta denies the claims and says that no Threads team members are former Twitter employees. This is GB News. We'll bring you more as it happens. Now, though, it's back over to Mark and Pip.
Rhiannon, thank you and welcome back to the live desk. You will always be our shining star. So reads the simple note left with a growing collection of flowers left outside the Wimbledon Prep School, where an 8-year-old pupil, 8-year-old girl, was killed yesterday.
16 others were hurt, some of them seriously, as the Education Minister today urged everyone to pray for the school and their families.
Well, the study Prep School says it's been profoundly shocked by the accident, and the welfare of their pupils and families remains their top priority.
A woman in her 40s is still being questioned on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving after a Land Rover Defender collided with a school building where an end-of-term party was being held.
Well, our London reporter Lisa Hartle has the latest for us now outside the school.
All morning, people from the local community have been coming here to lay flowers, to light candles in tribute to the little girl, the 8-year-old girl that lost her life here yesterday when a car drove into the school grounds, injuring 16 people. 16 of those were treated at the scene, 10 of them were taken to hospital. It's really obviously rocked the community. There's been many people coming here looking in a distressed state, leaving flowers. And we spoke to one of the ladies just a moment ago called Dora. Her daughter actually attended the school many years ago, and this is what she had to say.
It was very sweet moments, but yesterday it's so, on the last day, it's very shocking. I'm so sorry. It's unbelievable. And my daughter was so upset last night. She couldn't go to sleep. I said, "Mommy, what happened?" I don't know. Everybody's shocked in the community. We all are. We're trying to understand, to make sense, and hopefully, and the investigation, we all, and then from there probably we would come out with ideas how to prevent that it happens again. No? Well, not only here, it can be other places too, yes, other schools.
It was just before 10 a.m. yesterday morning when a car, a Land Rover, drove through the fence onto the school grounds, injuring 16 people. They were treated at the scene. 10 of them were taken to hospital, and an 8-year-old girl lost her life. The police say that she died at the scene. It was the last day of school before they broke up for the summer holidays, and it's believed that the children were enjoying an event on the lawn, celebrating before they broke up from school when the incident happened. A woman in her 40s has been arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. Yesterday around 6 o'clock we saw what we believe to be the car involved in the incident being taken away by police recovery vehicle covered in green tarpaulin, and police have asked people not to speculate as to what happened here, but they've checked CCTV. Their next phase of the investigation will be to contact witnesses, and they're asking anyone with information to contact them on 101.
That's Lisa updating us there at the scene. Let's obviously just bring you some of the pictures of the flowers that have been laid there outside the Wilberforce building there at the school where this incident happened. You can see there the flowers. We're told it includes sunflowers and roses and also some lilies, and of course those messages from well, classmates as well as parents. Obviously, the shock profoundly felt there in this, well, small community, a village community, effectively, in Wimbledon, despite it being part of southwest London.
Yeah, a number of youngsters have been hugging each other at the scene as they put their flowers down. There's plenty, as you would imagine, plenty of handwritten notes. One said, "Sorry, you are so unlucky. I wish you luck in heaven." Another note read, "Dear all staff that work here, I hope you are all okay. I am so, so sorry. Thank you for all that you are doing to help." Many people consoling each other at the scene, because let's not forget, this accident, this crash happened on the last day of the school term, just before 10 o'clock yesterday morning. The pupils at that time would normally be in lessons, but on the last day of term, they were outside having what was thought to be a tea party, looking forward to the start of the summer holidays.
Now, the chair of the governors of the school indicating that none of the children who were hurt are now in a critical condition. So that is some positive news. We'll, of course, update you as we get any more details on the condition from the hospital, but also to update you that the woman in her 40s remains in custody, we're being told, still being questioned on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. But police indicating, of course, they have 24 hours to either release or charge her. We'll update you as we get more on that.
The government doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review body proposals, despite a union boss promising an end to teaching strikes if a salary bump recommendation is offered.
Now, the Education Minister, Robert Halfon, said it was impossible to say what decision would be taken after being pressed for his response to the industrial action being taken at schools today. Let's get more from Westminster and our political reporter, Olivia Utley. And, Olivia, an indication from the unions now that they're going to join forces, effectively, for next term's industrial action if they ballot on that, because, of course, it's the whole question about the independent pay review body coming into view now.
Well, absolutely. The government is in a very, very awkward position now. It offered teachers a pay rise of 4.5% in the years from 2024 onwards and a £1,000 one-off bonus for 2022-23. That was rejected out of hand, and then the decision was handed over, or the request to make a decision was handed over to the independent pay review body. Now, in May, the independent pay review body came back with its recommendation, gave that recommendation to the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan. Gillian Keegan still hasn't yet revealed what that recommendation is, but it's thought that it's 6.5%, 2 whole percentage points higher than the government offered back in the spring. The government is basically trying to bide its time here. Robert Halfon, an Education Minister, was saying he doesn't yet know what that recommendation is, which seems a little bit odd given that his boss, Gillian Keegan, was made aware of it back in the spring. And what it's thought the government is going to do is actually refuse to accept that recommendation. The government is under no obligation to accept recommendations from the independent pay review body. It is just that. It's a recommendation. But in the history of this this government, it has always accepted the recommendations from these independent pay review bodies. So it would be an unprecedented step for the government to take. The government's argument, of course, is that 6.5%, that's higher than any other independent pay review body is recommending for any other public sector worker, would be inflationary. But of course, that argument gets a lot harder to hold on to when you've got the head of a teaching union, very influential teaching union, Mary Boosted, coming forward and saying, well, we would be prepared to end the strikes now if you just accept that recommendation, which we think is 6.5%. It does leave the government in a really, really tricky situation with children out of school all day again today.
And what doesn't help matters, Olivia, is that the National Education Union is saying that the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, she hasn't actually negotiated with them since Easter. She could have sat round the table with them again, surely.
Well, yeah, Gillian Keegan is under quite a lot of fire here, not just because she apparently hasn't had any formal conversation with union leaders for months on end. She is also under fire for seemingly sitting on the recommendations from the pay review body. If she really received them 3 months ago, then why are they not yet in the public domain? That's the question that Mary Boosted has been asking this morning, and I think we can expect to hear something similar from other leaders, union leaders, in the coming days.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point, isn't it? The other unions. I mean, today's, I think, the 7th national strike, 8 days of disruption, though, with the regional walkouts as well, because next term they're talking about this coordinated action, including the National Association of Head Teachers. Now, obviously, if a head teacher's not there, the school physically is not allowed to open.
Yes, for the last few months, teachers have been doing their best, schools have been doing their best to remain at least partially open where possible. So we've had, GCSE pupils and A-level pupils on some of those 7 days have been able to go into school. Obviously, if head teachers do choose to strike in the autumn, and we are expecting a ballot for that, then we would expect to see most schools closing completely. Now, the only thing that makes this a little bit easier for the government is that actually Labour haven't said that they would commit to a 6.5% pay rise for teachers if they were in government. Now, usually, of course, an opposition party would be the very first to say, yes, we would sort this out with more money. But Labour knows that it is really now a government in waiting, and it has to be realistic too. So that makes things a little bit easier for the government, but it will be very, very difficult for them to hold their line if, come the new term, children are out of school for days on end again.
And the Institute of Fiscal Studies, I mean, they say that teachers' salaries in England fell 11% after inflation. That's between 2010 and 2022. So it is this same issue, just like it is with doctors, isn't it?
Well, yes, the argument that the independent pay review body seem to be making for recommending such a big increase, 6.5%, that is higher than we've seen across any other public sector body, is that retention and recruitment in teaching is really, really struggling at the moment. We saw thousands of teachers leaving the profession at the end of last academic year, more than we'd seen for about 10 years. That said, there are some new teachers coming in, so actually the number of teachers on the overall roll is up 2,000. That will be the government's argument, that retention may be getting a bit tricky, but they are still managing to recruit teachers. And if a job is wanted, then is there any need for a sort of inflation-busting, inflationary pay rise? But as I say, sticking to that line is going to get harder and harder.
Yeah, I mean, the government is making the point that its 4.3% offer would mean starting salaries at around £30,000, and that indeed the Department of Education putting in an extra £2.3 billion over the next 2 years. Because obviously one of the concerns for the head teachers is whatever pay award is made, they don't want that to have to come from existing budgets and actually cut back elsewhere in the sort of funding of things.
Well, exactly, and this is something which I think we're going to hear a lot more of in the coming weeks. Mary Boosted said this morning that she would be willing to accept a 6.5% pay rise for teachers in her union, but made the point that it would have to be in new funding. It could not be coming out of existing funding for schools. And what we've seen previously is when the government does relent on some of these public sector pay rises, we saw it with nurses, the government, Steve Barclay, the health secretary, agreed to a pay rise for nurses, but said it would have to be costed out of the NHS's current budget. So we could see more of a disagreement going forwards. We're not even yet at this stage, but even if we get to a stage where the government is beginning to show a little chink in the armour, then we're still not yet there if the government is expecting for it to come out of schools' budgets.
Olivia, thank you very much indeed for updating us on that situation, and we'll be speaking hopefully to the National Education Union fairly shortly. Thank you.
You are with the live desk on GB News. Do stay with us. We will bring you the latest from Liverpool Crown Court, where 23-year-old Connor Chapman is due to be sentenced for the murder of Ellie Edwards outside a Merseyside pub on Christmas Eve. See you shortly.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. Rain or showers for some of us today, but dry and bright for many, and it is going to feel warmer. We've got low pressure to the west of the UK, drawing up this hotter air from the near continent, and temperatures really significantly higher in places compared with July so far. But we have got some rain to talk about first of all. Scotland and Northern Ireland seeing those outbreaks of rain. Turn more to showers by the afternoon, and those showers will be heavy in places, particularly Western Scotland and Northern Ireland. But also the odd rumble of thunder. And for England and Wales, sunnier skies with rising temperatures, mid to high 20s widely, perhaps even 30 Celsius towards the southeast. Any cloud and showers in the north, though, clears away during the evening. And then clear spells for many for a time, with this southerly breeze drawing up warm air, so a muggy night to come. However, towards the southwest, we've got an area of cloud and some showers moving into Cornwall and Devon by the end of the night. 18 or 19 Celsius in the south, 15, 16 in the north, so a muggy night for sleeping, but plenty of sunshine for many as we begin the weekend, particularly towards the east. Towards the west, we've got these areas of cloud moving through, and during the morning, the chance of some showers for Wales, southwest England, moving into the Midlands, northern England, and the possibility of thundery rain, some intense downpours. However, ahead of that, we keep the heat. 32 Celsius are possible at high temperature in the southeast, fresher further west.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
That's a bold suggestion there. I wonder, this was, of course, Boris Johnson's seat. He resigned his seat in Parliament last month after it looked like he was going to be triggered towards a recall petition, perhaps a by-election. I mean, might he have held it if that actual recall petition had taken place?
Well, I don't know. Trying to predict what goes on in Boris's head is a futile pursuit. He may very well have done. He may very well have kept it if he'd stayed on. But what I'm quite convinced of is Steve Tuckwell, who is our candidate, will be an absolutely marvellous successor for. He's local, for one thing.
Interesting. Okay. Very, very interesting.
You're listening to GB News Radio.
And welcome back to the Live Desk. Now, you'll remember in December last year, 4 young boys lost their lives when they fell through the ice on a frozen lake in Solihull.
Today, an inquest has heard the boys went onto the lake after feeding ducks and skimming stones. We have just heard in the last few moments that the coroner has concluded that they drowned in a terrible accident. Well, our West Midlands reporter, Jack Carson, can bring us the latest on this tragedy.
A tragedy that shook a community. On the 11th of December last year, brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler and their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart were playing on a frozen lake in Solihull when they fell through the ice and got stuck. 10-year-old Jack Johnson, who had seen the 3 struggling in the water, heroically jumped in to help. Emergency services were first called to the scene when members of the public and police officers initially went into the water to try and get the youngsters out. One police officer, so desperate to help the boys, was seen punching through the ice. The children were rescued by specialist water rescue trained firefighters, where they were given immediate life support and rushed to hospital in a critical condition. The next day, West Midlands Police and West Midlands Fire Service revealed the news the community had been dreading.
We are deeply saddened by the death of 3 boys who were rescued by our firefighters yesterday here at the lake in Solihull. The boys' deaths are a tragedy beyond words, and the thoughts and heartfelt sympathies of everyone here at West Midlands Fire Service are with their families, friends and the wider communities at this distressing time. Frozen lakes, ponds, canals and reservoirs can look picturesque, but they can be lethal, and there are no greater warnings of this than yesterday's tragic events.
2 days later, 6-year-old Samuel had died in hospital, and all 4 children involved had now sadly passed away. As the news was confirmed, Kingshurst mourned the Babs Mill boys with flowers, teddy bears and tributes.
I'm not surprised to see this. I'm saddened to see it because, you know, I wish it never ever happened and we'd still got the kids with us, but, you know, it doesn't matter. I don't know the children, but they're Kingshurst children. That's what makes the difference. You can feel the sadness in the air. As soon as you walk anywhere in Kingshurst, people are just
sad,
in bits.
Everyone that's got kids can really relate to what we feel broken as a community, and it's just a feeling that we all want to help and just show that we care, really.
Senior Coroner for Birmingham and Solihull, Louise Hunt, described the circumstances as a devastating tragedy and allowed all 4 to be buried without a post-mortem to preserve the dignity and respect of each little boy. Jack Carson, GB News.
Well, the coroner recording that the boys drowned in a terrible accident, that happening at Solihull Coroner's Court in the last few minutes. Jack Carson, of course, had followed the story for us. Well, in the past few minutes, police have been holding a news conference outside the court.
I'm the local policing superintendent for the Borough of Solihull. I've got a short statement I'd like to read to you this afternoon, and then I'm going to hand you over to my colleagues from the ambulance service and from the fire service. Today we remember Jack, Thomas, Finley and Samuel, 4 young boys who so tragically lost their lives last December. The boys fell through the ice on Babs Mill Lake in Solihull on the afternoon of Sunday the 11th of December. Our deepest sympathies remain with the families and friends of those involved in this tragedy. We cannot comprehend the enormity of the pain they must feel, and our hearts go out to them. We stand together with the local communities in Solihull and those across the West Midlands and further afield who we know were deeply affected by this terrible tragedy. I would also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all of those who tried to save the boys, members of the public, colleagues from the emergency services, and the doctors and nurses from the Children's Hospital and Heartlands Hospital. My own local officers were the first to arrive on the scene within minutes of the initial call and tried so desperately to rescue the boys that afternoon, with many wading into sub-zero water up to their necks to form a human chain. They had no specialist equipment but bravely smashed their way through the ice with their batons and fists in a bid to find the boys. Sadly, it wasn't long before they had to make a difficult decision to leave the freezing water. But their efforts didn't end there. They continued to help family members and worried members of the public. I'm incredibly proud of those officers who showed such bravery and put their own safety to one side to try and save the lives of Jack, Tom, Finn and Sam. I would like to now hand you over to Assistant Chief Ambulance Officer James Williams from the West Midlands Ambulance Service.
Thank you, Superintendent Harris. Good afternoon. As you've heard, there was an incredible effort to save Jack, Thomas, Finn and Sam. From members of the public to police officers that were first on the scene, firefighters, many ambulance service staff and our colleagues from the Midlands Air Ambulance, the Air Ambulance Service and the West Midlands Care Team. Everybody that responded on that afternoon had one clear focus, and that was how they were to save those boys. It is a tragedy that all those efforts were made in vain. I would like to pay tribute to all of the ambulance and hospital staff who responded on that day and wished the best outcome. Those are our 999 call handlers, our dispatch control room staff, everybody that responded to the incident, and of course our colleagues from Heartlands and Birmingham Children's Hospital. I know that many of our staff were deeply affected by this incident and all wish for a better outcome. We continue to support our staff on a daily basis as they carry on coming to work to save lives. On behalf of everybody in the ambulance service, again, wish to express our deepest condolences to the families of Jack, Sam, Finn and Thomas. I'd now like to hand you over to Area Commander Alex Chapman from West Midlands Fire Service. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon. As we said in the days following the deaths of Tom, Sam, Jack and Finn, this was a tragedy beyond words. It was every parent, carer and family's worst nightmare. Our hearts go out to everyone still trying to come to terms with the events that took place on that day. I'd like to acknowledge the courageous efforts of everybody at the West Midlands Fire Service who were involved in the response. From our team in fire control to our firefighters and our emergency service colleagues who did everything they possibly could for the boys. I'm immensely proud of the bravery and determination shown on that day. We wish the outcome could have been different. Within days of the boys' deaths, we and colleagues across the country were dismayed to see people still risking their lives on frozen water. If the boys' loss was not warning enough of the dangers of open water, it's difficult to know what is. That dark, freezing day in December seems worlds away. We're now only a few weeks away from the summer months. Even in the summer, as tempting as it may be, open water can kill. Please know the dangers. Tell your children. If you see someone difficult in the water, know what to do. We can't let something like this happen again. The boys remain in our thoughts and prayers, as do their families, everyone who knew and loved them, and the wider communities. We hope they continue to find the strength to live with their terrible loss. Thank you.
Well, an indication here from this news conference about how deeply those emergency services were affected by this incident. And you heard there from Alex Chapman saying, tell your children what to do. We can't let something like this happen again. And James Williams from the ambulance service indicating how deeply his staff had been affected by the 4 boys' death. And, of course, the efforts that all those emergency workers made to try and get to the boys in the icy lake.
Yeah, in the last few minutes, the coroner has concluded that the 4 boys drowned in what was a terrible accident. They'd gone on to a frozen lake near Solihull, where they'd gone to feed ducks and skim stones. They then fell into the water. And we were just hearing in that press conference how rescuers, how police officers used their batons and their bare fists to smash their way through the ice. Well, West Midlands reporter Jack Carson has been at the coroner's court sitting through this inquest. Jack, that press conference just then, incredibly moving and came with a very sombre warning.
It did. Of course, there were lots of reports at the time, wasn't there? Lots of warnings at the time after this tragic incident. But as you can imagine, in that inquest, emotions were very, very high. Members of the families were there, all in attendance in the inquest. A few also did ask questions when members of the emergency services did get up to read their evidence, to give their, of course, conclusions on their own investigation. Family thank them mainly for their incredible devotion to try and help those boys in the lake. A repeated message to all the emergency services that the families are well aware that these emergency services did everything they could to try and save the boys at the time of the incident. Of course, we did hear in the summing up and the conclusions from the coroner, senior coroner for Birmingham and Solihull Coroner's Court, Louise Hunt, who said that all of these boys' deaths are a devastating tragedy for you all. She said that I hope here today has helped you make her have a better understanding of what has happened, and I understand that I can't make your pain go away. We did hear from the police who detailed quite extensively more of the circumstances and the surroundings of how, of course, those boys came to falling in the lake. Of course, you mentioned there that these two groups, there were 2 groups of people, Jack and 2 groups of people, Jack and 2 others, as well, of course, as siblings, brothers Sam and Finley Butler and their cousin Thomas. There were 2 separate groups of people. They didn't know each other. Jack and his group of friends were the first to go to the lake to skim stones. Finley and Tom had all gone to feed the ducks some stale bread, the court here heard. Jack was the first to go out onto the lake. It's estimated that he travelled as far as 12 metres into the lake. Finn, seeing a boy of similar age, went out to try and make friends with Jack, meet and greet each other. Finn was the first to fall into the ice. It's been heard here today. At that point, his cousin Tom ran onto the ice to try and help him, also falling in. Jack, as we heard at the time, not knowing these boys, tried to help them, and it's unclear that with witnesses not seeing Sam specifically falling, but it's understood that he rushed towards the danger and then ended up falling in the ice as well. We heard how, because of course, those freezing cold temperatures with the boys, that it wasn't long after that they fell into the ice after not being able to get themselves out, that they did unfortunately start to fall in the water. We heard that when emergency rescue crews of those firemen managed to reach the boys at around 14:56 when they were retrieved, 3 of the boys, they were found quite near the bottom of the lake, the court heard, and Finn was the last to be recovered from the lake shortly after 3 o'clock. We heard evidence of the emergency response, of course, that immediate CPR and life treatment on the bank of the lake before they were then all taken to separate hospitals, to the children Jack and Tom to Heartlands Hospital, and Sam and Finn to Birmingham Children's Hospital there, where they received the expert care and all of the care they could do, including sustained life support. In CPR we heard about with European and national guidelines that the procedure is to continue CPR for hours. So these boys were still receiving that important life-saving care up to 2-3 hours afterwards. Now, Sam, of course, was the last of the children to have been confirmed to have passed away. He died on the 14th of December. They had been able to sustain and warm him up as the court heard, but unfortunately, because of that time in the water and the effects of drowning, i.e. lack of oxygen and blood to the brain, that he sadly then was later confirmed brain dead. So a tragedy and tragic circumstances, and we heard in that press conference, of course, from the fire service about the real dangers of water.
And Jack, of course, you were there at the time at Bowes Mill reporting for us, witnessing a lot of this unfolding. I mean, it's interesting, at the inquest heard there could have been other deaths as well in terms of the police who got into the water, one policeman up to his neck, and the paramedics had to shout at him to get out to actually save him as well. And they were on the scene, I think, within 11 minutes.
Yeah, so the court heard today that after that call had come in at around 14:30 for the initial call from 999 from witnesses that were there at the lake to the police, that the police arrived within 9 minutes. 14:43 is the time that was heard in court that the police arrived on scene. As soon as they did, we heard that there was an immediate judge of risk assessment there at the side of the lake, but the police officers stripped down their armour and their body kits and formed a human chain going into the lake. As you mentioned, the furthest officer into the lake was up to their chin by the time they reached a ledge in the lake. That is the reason why those police could not go any further to try and get to where the police concluded that the impact zone was. There was a ledge, which is why just shortly, very minutes later, when the fire service arrived, they were the ones that at 14:56 were able to rescue the three of the 4 boys. We heard from the fire service here today that it was within 90 seconds of the fire engines arriving on scene that they entered that water to try and save them. So you can imagine the families very, very happy and thankful to the fire service after hearing that evidence, that it was clear that they did everything they could as the coroner here, Louise Hunt, concluded, in a timely and appropriate manner.
Jack, thank you very much indeed for updating us there outside the Coroner's Court in Solihull. And of course, that warning from Alex Chapman of the fire service, we can't let something like this happen again.
Do stay with us here on GB News, where we will be joined by Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union as industrial action continues to disrupt right across the country. See you very shortly. You're watching GB News. The 23-year-old killer found guilty of the murder of beautician Ellie Edwards, who was shot dead outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve, will be sentenced at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, the jury at Liverpool Crown Court convicted Connor Chapman, who'd fired 12 bullets from a Scorpion submachine gun outside the Lighthouse Inn in Wallasey just 10 minutes before Christmas Day last year. Well, let's get more now from the court and speak to our North West of England reporter, Sophie Reaper. And, Sophie, we heard about the emotional impact it's had on the family, particularly her father. Today, of course, it is the judge who will hand down the sentence. Have we got any indication what sort of parameters he's looking at?
Well, he did mention throughout the trial that he was potentially looking at imposing a whole life order. Of course, now that we have that verdict, that does look increasingly more likely, but it's impossible to say ahead of a sentencing. Of course, yesterday, that jury of 7 women and 5 men returned with their verdict, finding Connor Chapman guilty on all charges, including the murder of 26-year-old beautician Ellie Edwards. Now, many of our viewers will, of course, remember this tragic case. It made the headlines on Christmas Day of last year after we woke up to the news that a gunman had opened fire with a submachine gun on the Lighthouse Inn pub in Wallasey just minutes before Christmas Day actually came around. Now, we saw CCTV footage as part of this trial of the gunman firing those shots on the pub itself, and the judge told the jury it was their responsibility to determine whether or not that gunman was in fact Connor Chapman, the defendant in this trial. Yesterday they returned finding him on a unanimous verdict that it was indeed Connor Chapman, that gunman. So today we'll see him sentenced alongside his co-defendant Thomas Waring. He was found guilty by the jury yesterday of possession of a prohibited firearm and as well of assisting an offender. So as you say there, we're expecting the sentencing here at Liverpool Crown Court today at around 2 p.m. So we'll be bringing you all the latest on that as we get it.
And Sophie, Ellie Edwards' father, Tim, he is now on a mission to stop gun violence on Merseyside, isn't he? Because Ellie's killing related to this violence between 2 rival gangs on either side of the M53.
Absolutely. Of course, gun crime is a well-known issue in Merseyside. Just in August of last year, we saw the tragic killing of Olivia Pratt-Corbell. Earlier this year, Thomas Cashman went to prison, found guilty of her murder after shooting her through their front door. Now, just months after that incident, we saw Ellie Edwards shot and killed outside a pub. There's been many well-publicised shooting incidents in the Merseyside region just in the last 12 months alone. So this is a real issue that the region is facing. We know Merseyside police are really trying to crack down on this issue that's become so prevalent on the streets of Merseyside. You mentioned there Ellie Edwards' dad. He responded to the verdicts yesterday. He called Connor Chapman a coward. He said he'll never utter his name again, and he says he hopes that Connor Chapman and his co-defendant Thomas Waring never see another Christmas ever again.
Sophie Reaper outside Liverpool Crown Court. We will speak to you again very shortly after that sentencing takes place.
Yeah, 2 o'clock, that's expected. I have that for you here on GB News. Now, the government has doubled down, as the unions say, on its refusal to commit to accepting the Teachers' Pay independent review body proposals, despite the union actually promising to end the strikes if the salary recommendation was offered.
Education Minister Robert Halfon said it was impossible to say what decision would be taken as he was pressed for a response to industrial action, which has caused so much disruption to schools today. Teachers are on strike again, but all the unions are warning now that they could join forces for mass walkouts next term unless the government starts to negotiate on a pay deal.
Let's speak now to Kevin Courtney, Joint General Secretary at the National Education Union. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Kevin, because I know you're trying to get around all the various picket lines and so on in force today. Let's just talk about the issue first of this independent pay review body, because it does seem to be concentrating a lot of minds with the other unions as well as to what you do next term, with a suggestion there's been an offer of 6.5% from the independent pay body.
Yeah, that's what we believe, is that the school teacher review body is so concerned by the evidence we've presented about teacher recruitment and retention difficulties, and so concerned about the level of, the strike action, that we believe they've recommended a 6.5% pay rise. The government first of all offered us 3.5, then they went to 4.5. The STLB has recommended 6.5, and despite the government saying it was going to go to the independent review body, despite Rishi Sunak saying they've always accepted the independent review bodies, there are strong rumours that Rishi Sunak intends to ignore this report and cap the pay rise, not go with the STLB. That will really enrage our members if that's true.
And would 6.5% be enough to actually end your particular action?
I think that our members would probably, very probably, take 6.5 with this caveat that it would have to be funded well enough in our schools. That would be the question. The 6.5 and the funding. Our members constantly tell us it's not just the pay, it's also the funding of the pay rise. So it would be both of those elements. But there is a solution possible on that basis, and the government should be sitting down, should be publishing the STLB report so we can all see whether it says 6.5 or not. They should be publishing that, and then they should sit down and talk with us about it, and there is a way of bringing this dispute to a close. Or alternatively, we are reballoting. You have to do that every 6 months. And 3 other unions that organise teachers and head teachers in our schools are also balloting. And so there could be coordinated industrial action across all those unions in the autumn term. And that action would close almost every school in the country whenever there was a strike day. Nobody wants to do that. We want to find a solution that starts to solve the problem of teacher recruitment and retention, which is leading to real impacts on children every day when they don't have a qualified teacher, when they've got a temporary teacher, a succession of temporary teachers. So it's impacting on children every day. We want to find a solution that starts to put that right.
But what would you say to thousands of parents, Kevin, who might be so severely affected by this joint industrial action in the autumn? There's already been, 7 or 8 strikes already this year. It's going to cause absolute chaos and pandemonium, isn't it, for families?
Well, you're right. There have been 8 days of strike action, and on each one I have sincerely apologised to parents for the disruption of their children's education and for the disruption of their home lives. We don't want to take action in the autumn. We want the government to find a solution. But the point that we make to parents, and actually we're getting a strong hearing from parents, is that their children's education is being disrupted every day by the teacher shortages and by the lack of funding, by the fact that special needs support assistants are leaving jobs in schools to go and work in supermarkets, not supporting children with special needs, the fact that chemistry classes don't have chemistry teachers. All of that is disruption every day. And parents are actually very supportive of those demands. They want the government to invest in their generation, in this generation of children. They want to invest in their kids' schools and the people who work in them.
Kevin Courtney, Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union, thank you very much indeed for joining us and updating us on the situation. Thank you for your time.
UK house prices fell at the fastest annual pace since June 2011 last month. Year on year, the average price of a home sold in June fell by 2.6%.
Well, those figures come from the Halifax, and Britain suffering some of the worst house price falls compared to other major European economies as well. Well, joining us to run through the figures is our business editor, Liam Halligan, with On the Money. So, house prices down, mortgage rates up. No surprise, maybe.
No surprise, and we should take these numbers seriously. Often we have house price figures from the estate agencies, the likes of Rightmove, Zoopla, property websites. They tend to be house price figures based on asking prices, and a lot of sellers aren't getting their asking prices these days. The likes of Halifax, the likes of the Nationwide, and indeed the ONS, when the official figures come out, these numbers are based on deals actually completed. Obviously, the mortgage companies they can look through and they can see what's actually happening in terms of deals completed. So if we have a quick look at the numbers, as you say, Pip, house prices were down 2.6% in June compared to June 2022. That is the biggest fall since 2011. It's also the 3rd successive month where we've had a drop in that annual number. The typical UK home now costs £285,932. and the average 2-year fix, as you say, Mark, it's rising fast. The average 2-year fixed rate mortgage is now 6.54%. It was just 2% or less just a matter of months ago. That's what's happening on financial markets now in terms of money markets. Just today, I mean, we've barely mentioned it, the 2-year gilt yield, the price the government must pay to borrow money for 2 years, it's just hit a 15-year high. It's now way higher than it was during Liz Truss's mini-budget.
Yeah, and we've heard noises off as well. JP Morgan, one of the big banks, saying it can see rates going up to 7%. I guess there's the sentiment thing that people are thinking, I'm not going to, go and buy a house at the moment when my mortgage rate could be higher and the house I buy could actually be worth less.
Pretty much the only people selling houses now are people that desperately need to sell, and that's why cash buyers are coming in and getting bargains, because they can exploit the fact that they don't need to borrow. If you're an ordinary family trying to buy a family home with a mortgage, things are really, really tough. And
but
because
interestingly, sorry, Liam, just explain this to me. Why in June, then, that the volume of mortgage applications actually held up OK, particularly for first-time buyers?
Because people still, their lives need to go on, right? And also, remember, at the beginning of June, interest rates were 2 full percentage points on financial markets lower than where they are now.
They've changed so quickly.
There's been... Most people just look at what the Bank of England's doing, and of course the Bank of England has been incrementally putting up interest rates. They've been up 13 times, in sort of the last 18 months or so. But it's not really the Bank of England that set interest rates. It sets the base rate. The people who set the interest rates are the financial markets. If they have to decide, based on the outlook for inflation, growth, government borrowing, all the rest of it, what they're prepared to lend you money, at what rate they're prepared to lend you money. And that rate is going up because the sense is that we have not got our arms around inflation. There's still a big problem. And if there's going to be inflation, if I'm going to lend you 100 quid, you're going to pay me back in 2 years. If I think there's going to be lots of inflation, I'm going to charge you a much higher rate of interest.
You can lend us 100 quid anytime you want. There we are. Liam, thank you for taking us through the figures. Stay with us here on the live desk. We'll be back to Wimbledon as the flowers are laid outside the school and the simple note left outside the school fence there, you will be our shining star always. The 8-year-old, of course, who died in that accident yesterday. All the latest coming up for you. Stay with us. You will always be our shining star. The simple note left remembering the 8-year-old girl killed in the Wimbledon primary school crash. A woman in her 40s still being held this lunchtime on suspicion of death by dangerous driving.
The killer of Ellie Edwards is due to be sentenced in the next hour. The 26-year-old beautician was shot outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. Her father, Tim, says his mission now is to end gun violence in the area. We're outside Liverpool Crown Court.
And a hard lesson for the government. All the teaching unions warning they'll unite in taking strike action next term as ministers refuse to commit to the findings of the independent pay review body.
And Lewis Hamilton backs peaceful Just Stop Oil protests at Silverstone this weekend. He might just get his wish. Organisers of the British Grand Prix have said they've planned the event expecting disruption. Before all that, let's whiz over to Rhiannon for your latest headlines.
Thank you, Pip. Good afternoon. It's 1 minute past 1. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. As we've been hearing, a coroner has concluded the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake near Solihull was a terrible accident. Brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler died along with their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart and 10-year-old Jack Johnson. The court heard the children went to Babs Mill Lake in Kingshurst in December last year to skim stones and feed the ducks. Police formed a human chain to punch through the ice and pull the children out of the lake, but all 4 later died. Superintendent Richard Harris says his officers did everything they could to save them.
My own local officers were the first to arrive on the scene within minutes of the initial call and tried so desperately to rescue the boys that afternoon, with many wading into sub-zero water up to their necks to form a human chain. They had no specialist equipment but bravely smashed their way through the ice with their batons and fists in a bid to find the boys.
The government has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review proposals.
Education is a right, that is why we have to fight.
Members of the National Education Union are taking part in industrial action for a second day and warn there could be more strikes in the autumn term. The government offered a one-off £1,000 payment for this year, as well as a 4.5% pay rise for next. All 4 education unions rejected the offer. The NEU's Deputy General Secretary Niamh Sweeney says the government needs to start negotiating.
Gillian Keegan hasn't negotiated with us since Easter. She said she would leave it to the independent review body. Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, said that the door was always open. Now, they've had the independent review body report for the last month. They haven't published it and they haven't got back round the table to negotiate with us. So let's do that. Let's see what the report said. They said that they would honour that. If it is the 6.5% that we believe that it is.
Radiographers who carry out scans on patients will stage a 48-hour strike later this month over pay. The walkout will take place from 8 a.m. on the 25th of July. The Society of Radiographers says its members at 43 NHS trusts will take part in the strike action. The announcement comes after union members voted to reject the government's pay offer of 5% plus a non-consolidated lump sum. House prices fell at the fastest annual rate in 12 years last month. Halifax reports the average UK property price was down 2.6% in June compared with the same month last year. That's more than double the drop in May, marking the largest fall since 2011. The mortgage provider says the average house price for June was around £286,000. Energy giant Shell says its gas profits are significantly lower in the second quarter of this year. The oil and gas firm says trading's been impacted by seasonal shifts in the market in the first 3 months. It also expects an adjusted loss of between $600 and $800 million for the quarter. The police are failing the public too often. That's according to a new report. His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services says there are still significant shortcomings in key areas. That's despite progress being made in recording crime. The report says some of the issues include skills shortages and long call delays. Travellers arriving in Dover for cross-channel ferries face long queues today. Delays in processing passengers are being blamed on French border officials carrying out extra checks. The wait time for cars is currently 1.5 hours, and for coaches it's 2. Passengers were stuck in traffic for over 10 hours at the start of the Easter holiday period. And MPs have criticised the government's handling of the HS2 Euston Station project in London. In a report by the Public Accounts Committee, the government's accused of lacking clarity in its objectives despite 8 years' worth of planning. The project's experienced delays, and HS2 trains are now not expected to run into Euston until 2041. The government says it remains committed to delivering the project. This is GB News. I'll bring you more as it happens now, though. It's back over to Mark and Pip.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. You will always be our shining star. So reads the simple note that's been left with a growing collection of flowers outside the Wimbledon Prep School where an 8-year-old pupil was killed yesterday.
16 others were hurt, some of them seriously, as the Education Minister today urged everyone to pray for the school and the families.
Well, the Study Prep School says it's been profoundly shocked by the accident, and the welfare of their pupils and families remains their top priority.
A woman in her 40s is still being questioned this lunchtime on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving after a Land Rover Defender collided with a school building where an end-of-term party was being held.
Our London reporter Lisa Hartle has the latest from outside the school.
All morning, people from the local community have been coming here to lay flowers, to light candles in tribute to the little girl, the 8-year-old girl that lost her life here yesterday when a car drove into the school grounds, injuring 16 people. 16 of those were treated at the scene, 10 of them were taken to hospital. It's really obviously rocked the community. There's been many people coming here looking in a distressed state, leaving flowers. And we spoke to one of the ladies just a moment ago called Dora. Her daughter actually attended the school many years ago, and this is what she had to say.
It was very sweet moments, but yesterday we saw on the last day. It's very shocking. I'm so sorry. It's unbelievable. And my daughter was so upset last night. She couldn't go to sleep. I said, "Mommy, what happened?" I don't know. Everybody's shocked in the community. We all are. We're trying to understand, to make sense, and hopefully, and the investigation, we all, and then from there, probably we would come out with ideas how to prevent that it happens again, no? Well, not only here, it can be other places too, yes, other schools.
It was just before 10 a.m. yesterday morning when a car, a Land Rover, drove through the fence onto the school grounds, injuring 16 people. They were treated at the scene. 10 of them were taken to hospital, and an 8-year-old girl lost her life. The police say that she died at the scene. It was the last day of school before they broke up for the summer holidays, and it's believed that the children were enjoying an event on the lawn, celebrating before they broke up from school when the incident happened. A woman in her 40s has been arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. Yesterday, around 6 o'clock, we saw what we believe to be the car involved in the incident being taken away by a police recovery vehicle covered in green tarpaulin. And police have asked people not to speculate as to what happened here, but they've checked CCTV. Their next phase of the investigation will be to contact witnesses, and they're asking anyone with information to contact them on 101.
So that investigation continues, as does the number of tributes, of course, being left outside the school by other parents and other children. But just to remind you that this woman who's in her 40s remains in custody, according to police, having been arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. And just to remind you that the police have 24 hours to either release or charge her, but certainly the Education Minister earlier today urging people to pray for the school and the families. We'll have the latest, of course, as we get it.
It is 1 year today, can you believe, since Boris Johnson announced that he would stand down as Prime Minister, but he is still causing problems for the government, as the Cabinet Office will have to hand over his unredacted WhatsApp messages, notebooks and diaries by Monday afternoon after it lost a High Court challenge against the chairwoman of the UK COVID-19 inquiry.
Yes, you may remember that the Cabinet Office brought legal action over Baroness Hallett's order to release all the documents, arguing it should not have to hand over material that was unambiguously irrelevant. But in the judgment yesterday, the judges dismissed that, finding that the order for material would produce some irrelevant documents, not invalidating that it could not be lawfully exercised. i.e., it's up to Baroness Hallett to decide what is actually important. Well, let's get more with former Private Secretary at 10 Downing Street, Caroline Slocott, who can join us once more. And I suspect, obviously, the Baroness is now going to have a mountain of paperwork that she's going to have to wade through, all these sort of various messages from one person to another.
Well, that is the downside of the ruling, but it's obviously a risk that she's been prepared to take. And I think that it's actually quite surprising that the government took this case, because when you look at the statute, it's very clear cut. You know, she has the right to decide what's relevant and what's not. And I'm sure she'll have a team of people beside her who can quite swiftly make the decisions, just as the government was seeking to do, about what is relevant and what is not.
Yeah, and is it not just the messages themselves, but the way that they've been delivered or outlined that might give the Baroness an indication about the sort of the temperature, if you like, of what was going on inside the government at that time?
Yeah, I think she's got a very legitimate interest in the WhatsApp messages, which is only one of the things which she's looking at. Because her remit included how decisions were taken and how they were recorded. And clearly WhatsApp has become, rightly or wrongly, a very significant way for ministers to communicate. So she needs to be able to see what's being decided there. And what we saw with the WhatsApp messages that we've already seen, I don't know if you remember, but Matt Hancock's were splashed across the front page of the Daily Telegraph, is that some of those things can be very revealing, those sort of, off-the-cuff remarks, like his one where he said that the Eat Out to Help Out scheme was an Eat Out to Help the Virus Get About scheme.
Is there anything you sympathise, though? Do you sympathise at all with the government, with its position, saying that, well, this could set a precedent and these sorts of messages, should be able to remain private? WhatsApp messages should retain some privacy?
I mean, I've got real sympathy with the fact that when you're undertaking government, you do need to be able to have frank discussions with each other. And there will be conflicts and things which perhaps you don't want to get out into the public domain. But what the government decided to do when it set up this inquiry was to release that information. And the issue is not whether to give WhatsApps, because they were always going to do that. It's who decides what is relevant or not. And, in the sort of undercover of the, the background to this, Baroness Hallett discovered that they were trying to keep things from her, which she thought was relevant. And I think it's really sort of critical to the trust of this process. After all, COVID is the most significant thing to happen to most of us in our lifetimes, and we've got to get it right for next time. We need to have trust in that inquiry. And the other thing which is going on in the background here is a lack of a public trust in the accountability of governments. And here was Rishi Sunak was trying to step back from his predecessor, Boris Johnson, and say that he cared about accountability. Actually, when he gets the first test of accountability, he starts taking the inquiry to court. It's not a good look.
And indeed, talking about accountability, I'm looking at what the official response was when they failed in this legal challenge. The officials saying, "We welcome the judgment. It provides important clarity for this and future inquiries," but also an admittance that they knew that this was going to be the outcome. And one wonders, number one, how much public money has been spent on this legal challenge and why it went ahead when they probably knew it was going to fail?
I think, anyone who looks at the terms of the statute can see that it was going to fail. And the sort of compromise, in inverted commas, that's been arrived at, which is that, Baroness Hallett won't publish everything, was always going to be the case. So why did it take it? I don't know. It's a bit of a mystery. I think perhaps because it's got something to hide, and I think that's how it looks. But yes, I think it has wasted time. It's also eaten away at the political capital of government, Rishi Sunak in particular, because actually this was always going to be the outcome. So why not just get on with it? And there's a lot of people out there who are, who suffered greatly in COVID in different ways, losing loved ones and lots of other things as well, who want to see, this progressing swiftly. Yeah. So yes, it's been a damaging episode for the government, and I just don't think that any of the grounds that they put forward were really very convincing.
Caroline, just briefly, it is the first anniversary of Boris Johnson resigning. Did you think a year on that the ghost of Boris Johnson would still be lingering over Downing Street?
Yes. First of all, because the damage done is very considerable. There's been a loss of trust in government. And secondly, because of the man that he is. He's so, whatever you think of him, he's so charismatic. And I think he's sort of, playing around a bit politically on the COVID inquiry, saying that he would give the stuff, over to the inquiry, whereas actually his record is not to be very straightforward or straight with the public. But yes, I think it is a deep shadow. And it's, if you just look at the polls, the ones which sort of delve more thoughtfully into public opinion, really they want their politicians to be honest. They want them to be straight. And that's the real legacy of Boris Johnson. And I'm not sure that Rishi Sunak is living up to that challenge.
Caroline, former Private Secretary at Number 10 Downing Street, thank you for joining us to exorcise the ghost of Boris Johnson. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
In December last year, you might well remember how 4 young boys tragically lost their lives when they fell through ice on a frozen lake in Solihull.
Well, an inquest has now heard that the boys tragically died trying to save each other after skimming stones and trying to feed the ducks on the lake. Our West Midlands reporter Jack Carson was there reporting on this tragic story.
A tragedy that shook a community. On the 11th of December last year, brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler and their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart were playing on a frozen lake in Solihull when they fell through the ice and got stuck. 10-year-old Jack Johnson, who had seen the 3 struggling in the water, heroically jumped in to help. Emergency services were first called to the scene when members of the public and police officers initially went into the water to try and get the youngsters out. One police officer, so desperate to help the boys, was seen punching through the ice. The children were rescued by specialist water rescue trained firefighters, where they were given immediate life support and rushed to hospital in a critical condition. The next day, West Midlands Police and West Midlands Fire Service revealed the news the community had been dreading.
We are deeply saddened by the death of 3 boys who were rescued by our firefighters yesterday here at the lake in Solihull. The boys' deaths are a tragedy beyond words, and the thoughts and heartfelt sympathies of everyone here at West Midlands Fire Service are with their families, friends and the wider communities at this distressing time. Frozen lakes, ponds, canals and reservoirs can look picturesque, but they can be lethal. And there are no greater warnings of this than yesterday's tragic events.
2 days later, 6-year-old Samuel had died in hospital, and all 4 children involved had now sadly passed away. As the news was confirmed, Kingshurst mourned the Babs Mill boys with flowers, teddy bears and tributes.
I'm not surprised to see this. I'm saddened to see it because, I wish it never ever happened and we'd still got the kids with us, but, it doesn't matter. I don't know the children, but they're Kingshurst children. That's what makes the difference. You can feel the sadness in the air. As soon as you walk anywhere in Kingshurst, people are just
sad,
in bits.
Everyone that's got kids can really relate to what we feel broken as a community, and there's just a feeling that we all want to help and just show that we care, really.
Senior Coroner for Birmingham and Solihull, Louise Hunt, described the circumstances as a devastating tragedy and allowed all 4 to be buried without a post-mortem to preserve the dignity and respect of each little boy. Jack Carson, GB News.
Well, a little earlier, emergency services held a press conference following the inquest where senior coroner Louise Hunt ruled that all 4 boys died as a result of an awful, tragic accident.
Yes, she said she was satisfied emergency services did their utmost and indeed should be commended for their actions. Well, at the news conference, Police Superintendent Richard Harris said his officers had done everything they could to save the boys.
My own local officers were the first to arrive on the scene within minutes of the initial call and tried so desperately to rescue the boys that afternoon, with many wading into sub-zero water up to their necks to form a human chain. They had no specialist equipment but bravely smashed their way through the ice with their batons and fists in a bid to find the boys. Sadly, it wasn't long before they had to make a difficult decision to leave the freezing water.
Terrible as well, actually, that that press conference, rescuers were also saying how dismayed they are to see that even after this tragedy, people were still risking their lives afterwards. And they gave a very strong warning that open water can kill and we all should know the dangers.
Yeah, Alex Chapman from the fire service saying, tell your children we can't let something like this ever happen again. Well, coming up here on the live desk, we'll be live to Liverpool Crown Court, where Connor Chapman is going to be sentenced at 2 o'clock for the murder of Ellie Edwards outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. Rain or showers for some of us today, but dry and bright for many, and it is going to feel warmer. We've got low pressure to the west of the UK, drawing up this hotter air from the near continent, and temperatures really significantly higher in places compared with July so far. But we have got some rain to talk about first of all. Scotland and Northern Ireland seeing those outbreaks of rain turn more to showers by the afternoon, and those showers will be heavy in places, particularly Western Scotland and Northern Ireland. But also the odd rumble of thunder. And for England and Wales, sunnier skies with rising temperatures, mid to high 20s widely, perhaps even 30 Celsius towards the southeast. Any cloud and showers in the north, though, clears away during the evening. And then clear spells for many for a time, with this southerly breeze drawing up warm air, so a muggy night to come. However, towards the southwest, we've got an area of cloud and some showers moving into Cornwall and Devon by the end of the night. 18 or 19 Celsius in the south, 15, 16 in the north, so a muggy night for sleeping, but plenty of sunshine for many as we begin the weekend, particularly towards the east. Towards the west, we've got these areas of cloud moving through, and during the morning, the chance of some showers for Wales, southwest England, moving into the Midlands, northern England, and the possibility of thundery rain, some intense downpours. However, ahead of that, we keep the heat. 32 Celsius are possible at high temperature in the southeast, fresher further west.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, it's updating on what we're expecting at Liverpool Crown Court in the next half hour. The 23-year-old man found guilty of the murder of beautician Ellie Edwards, shot dead outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve, due to be sentenced.
A jury at Liverpool Crown Court convicted Connor Chapman, who fired 12 bullets from a Scorpion submachine gun outside the Lighthouse Inn in Wallasey just 10 minutes before Christmas Day last year. Well, we can cross now to Liverpool Crown Court and speak with GB News' North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper. Sophie, I suspect the courtroom will be packed for this sentencing, which will be delivered by Mr Justice Goose, and he has intimated that he will consider imposing a whole life order.
Well, I imagine the courtroom will be absolutely full to the brim, as you say there. You can see a small group just behind me here. That's Ellie Edwards' family and friends. You can see just in the blue shirt her father there, Tim, who has been such an advocate since the death of his daughter for the end of gun crime. It's become such an issue in Merseyside. He obviously yesterday, following the guilty verdict of Connor Chapman, called him a coward as he was taken away, saying he'd never utter his name and that he hopes that Connor Chapman and his co-defendant Thomas Waring will never see the light of another Christmas again. Now, of course, yesterday that verdict did come back to the jury of 7 women and 5 men. After just around 3.5 hours of deliberations, they returned with their unanimous guilty verdict, finding Connor Chapman guilty across all charges, including Ellie Edwards' murder. I'm sure, as I mentioned before, our viewers will remember this tragedy from December last year on Christmas Eve, when we now know Connor Chapman opened fire with a submachine gun on the Lighthouse Inn in Wallasey, putting Wallasey on the map, but for all the wrong reasons. We now know he was aiming for 2 of the people who were also injured in the attack. That was because of a rivalry between 2 estates on the Wirral. There were several other people caught up in the attack, including, of course, Ellie Edwards. She was killed in that attack on Christmas Eve. That news broke on Christmas Day, which really did shock the nation. And then we found out yesterday, after a 3.5-week trial, that Connor Chapman has indeed been found guilty for Ellie Edwards' murder.
And of course, the fact that Tim, now her father, has started this campaign to try and tackle gun crime across Merseyside, because one of the features, of course, is, as you say, this is Wallasey or the Wirral, and an indication that perhaps that's across the water from Liverpool itself.
Well, the geography of the Merseyside region is, of course, very complex. There are several regions which really do suffer with gun crime being a real rife issue on the streets. Of course, we remember Olivia Pratt-Corbell being shot and killed in Dovecot. There was also a shooting of Sam Rimmer, Ashley Dale. They were in various areas of Liverpool, and now we, of course, know the verdict on the killer of Ellie Edwards, who, as you say, was killed in Wallasey. So this is an issue that isn't just in one region that can be pinpointed down. It's spanning across the entirety of Merseyside, and Merseyside police have said that they're absolutely cracking down on this issue. They're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that every single gun is removed from the streets of Merseyside.
Yeah, and there's a lot of discussion now about how to do that, suggestions that we need more police on the streets, there need to be more stop and searches, Sophie.
Of course, but I mean, the real crux of the issue is, where does the money come from? And that's, that's where it really stems from. How do the police afford, budget-wise, to be able to put more officers on the street? I think the real question, though, that's been, circulated around Merseyside is, where are these guns coming from? This is the issue that police are having to tackle on a regular basis, that the access to guns, it's just become so much easier in recent years, and that's where the issue really lies.
Sophie, for the moment, thank you for that. Back to you, of course, as we get that sentencing beginning at 2 o'clock. Also coming up, UK house prices falling at their fastest rate in 12 years. What does it mean for first-time buyers and mortgage holders? But let's get an update now on the latest headlines with Rhiannon.
Mark, thank you. Good afternoon. It's 1:31. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. A coroner has concluded the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake near Solihull was a terrible accident. Brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler died, along with their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart and 10-year-old Jack Johnson. The court heard the children went to Babs Mill Lake in Kingshurst in December last year to skim stones and feed the ducks. Police formed a human chain to punch through the ice and pull the children out of the lake, but all 4 later died. Superintendent Richard Harris says his officers did everything they could to save them.
My own local officers were the first to arrive on the scene within minutes of the initial call and tried so desperately to rescue the boys that afternoon, with many wading into sub-zero water up to their necks to form a human chain. They had no specialist equipment but bravely smashed their way through the ice with their batons and fists in a bid to find the boys.
A woman continues to be questioned over a car crash at a school in London which killed an 8-year-old girl. 16 people needed treatment after a Land Rover crashed into the study prep school in Wimbledon yesterday. 12 people were taken to hospital. The Met Police hasn't given an update on the condition of those injured. The woman in her 40s remains in custody. She was arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. And the government has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review proposals. Members of the National Education Union are taking part in a second day of industrial action this week. They've warned of further strikes in the autumn term. All 4 education unions rejected the government's offer of a one-off payment and a 4.5% pay rise for next year. And you can get more on all of those stories by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy you $1.2763 and €1.1723 euros. The price of gold is £1,502.63 per ounce, and the FTSE 100's at 7,254 points.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for physical investment.
And welcome back to the live desk. Now, coroners concluded that the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a freezing lake near Solihull last December was a terrible accident. Louise Hunt going on to say that the emergency services had done all that they could and should be commended for their actions.
Yeah, the inquest heard that police officers used their batons and bare fists to try and break through the ice. They arrived within minutes and desperately were trying to help, even making a human chain to try and reach the boys.
Well, we've got Jack Carson joining us now from Birmingham Coroner's Court, having not just sat through the inquest, of course. Jack, you were reporting from the lake itself on this awful occasion back in December, and you can remember those conditions, of course. I think just 5 degrees in the air temperature, much colder in the water itself.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, it was a very, very cold period of weather, wasn't it? When back in December, when of course this tragic incident happened. I remember myself on some of the mornings there reporting, of course, on the incident. It was -7 degrees on the day in question. Of course, the court heard here at the inquest that it was 5 degrees of temperature, and of course the water much colder. When of course some of those rescue efforts came about, we did hear in full with evidence from the now concluded police investigation from the West Midlands Police the circumstances around how all 4 boys ended up to come and fall into the lake. We heard that Jack was with friends as part of a separate group to Tom, Sam and Finley. Of course, Sam and Finley were brothers. Thomas Stewart was their 11-year-old cousin. They were in separate groups. Jack and his friends had gone to skim stones on the lake, on the ice, and Tom, Sam and Finley had gone to feed the ducks some bread. They saw each other and like many kids do when they know they're similar ages, they wanted to go and say hello, try and make friends. We heard portraits read out from the senior coroner Louise Hunt today from each of the family, and we all heard from each of them how all of them loved making friends, loved one of them loved playing with Pokemon cards. Sam Butler in particular loved fire engines, and we heard how the family used to call him their very own fireman Sam. And so we heard that Jack Johnson was the first to go onto the lake. Finn, wanting to go and say hello, went over to him to see on the lake. We heard it was around 12 metres into the water from the edge, from the bank, that it was then when Finn was the first to fall in. Seeing that incident, Thomas Stewart ran on to try to help, also then fell in. Jack Johnson, we heard, of course, at the time, didn't we, that he was somebody that didn't know the boys. He tried to help them, also fell in, and then he heard in court there were no witnesses to Sam Butler falling into the lake. The police concluded that it would have been in that mad rush when the incident happened that he rushed towards the impact point of the ice and also fell in as well. We heard of the emergency response here and how quickly and, as the coroner put it, timely and appropriate it was. Police were called around 14:33 to the incident from multiple witnesses. They arrived on scene at 14:43. Of course, when they got there, these police officers, without any protective equipment for water of those kind of cold temperatures, we heard how they took off their jackets and their belt and their kind of belts with all their equipment on, and formed a human chain going into the ice, breaking it with their fists, breaking it with their batons. The furthest officer into the lake at that point, while the initial rescue efforts were gone away, had the water all the way up to their chin. But because we heard in the court, because of a ledge in the lake, it meant that those police couldn't go any further, because of course that police officer would end up going under the water themselves. It was then when the fire service turned up just minutes later. We heard from Alex Chapman, of course, in that press conference afterwards, as well as I was speaking to him just a few moments ago after, of course, this inquest is concluded. He was saying it took like 90 seconds from the fire engines arriving on site to their initial entrance into the water from the bank. There are multiple levels of water training and safety training that these fire service crews have. All different types of training were there at the scene. scene with all different types of equipment. And of course, we heard in the inquest today that around 14:56 was when Tom, Jack and Sam were retrieved from the water. It wasn't until just after 3 o'clock that Finley was the last to be rescued. Sam and Finley went and were taken to Birmingham Children's Hospital. Tom and Jack were taken to Birmingham Heartlands, where we heard about repeated efforts of CPR over multiple hours. That, the court heard from the doctors involved, is the procedure, both nationally and internationally, that when you are in water of colder temperatures, that these rescue efforts mean that life support and life-sustaining treatment like CPR is continued for multiple hours after. That was one of the questions that the granddad of Jack Johnson did question the doctors of why it was that the CPR was undergoing for so many hours, and that was of course then cleared up in answer by the doctors. But from the family, of course, a very, very emotional time today. We did take a break as well halfway through the morning for the family to be able to collect themselves together after hearing, of course, some pretty graphic evidence and the conclusions from some of the reports from the emergency services. But one thing they were thankful to every single emergency service, when the coroner asked if there was anything to say at the end, they said how thankful they were for the response of the emergency services, and that they are happy and they're content that nothing more could have been done to save their boys.
And indeed the commendation too from the coroner, hearing of those heroic efforts to try and save the boys. Jack, thank you very much indeed for updating us there from outside Solihull Coroner's Court. Thank you.
UK house prices are falling at their fastest rate in 12 years, with a reported annual fall of 2.6%. That's equivalent to around £7,500. It's come from new data from the high street lender Halifax.
And of course, mortgages, well, they are not following suit. Rates continuing to rise. Fears, perhaps, that it could head up towards 7%, some suggesting. Well, let's get the latest now with our economics and business editor, Liam Halligan, with On the Money.
Hi, Liam. Tell us how persistent this is going to be then. Are we going to see the same next month with fall?
It certainly looks that way, Pip. You know, one person's house price fall is another person's increased chances of actually managing to buy a home. So many youngsters finding it so difficult to get on the housing ladder. So this is a double-edged sword. Let's just have another quick look at the numbers. So house prices did fall 2.6% in June compared to June 2022. That is the biggest fall since 2011, and it's the third successive monthly fall to your question, Pips. There's certainly a downward momentum. The typical UK home now costs £285,932, and the average two-year fixed-rate mortgage is soaring. It's now 6.54%, and almost weekly, the mortgage lenders are giving rates to brokers that they can sell to punters, and then they're having to withdraw those rates because on the money markets, there's a growing sense we're not getting our arms around inflation. The government's having to pay more to borrow. The government just borrowed £4 billion at the highest rate since 1998.
Yeah.
So we are now getting a sense that financial markets are turning the screw, pushing up borrowing costs, which will continue to push house prices down.
So you say it's good news for buyers, but those buyers won't necessarily be able to get a mortgage.
It's great news for cash buyers. It's certainly good news for cash buyers. But you're right, as prices come down, if they're coming down because people can't borrow because interest rates are high, it makes it harder, of course, to buy those houses if you can't borrow the money. It's kind of a doom loop.
And looking at the equity markets, they've certainly taken fright these last couple of days about the bigger situation. The Fed, the American Central Bank, indicating it might have to start pushing rates up again. So I guess anyone who's trying to remortgage or even looking to try and buy a house is trying to think, where's this going to go? When do we actually jump and take the plunge?
We're now seeing some pretty chunky falls on equity or stock markets, stocks and shares. So you talk about, US stocks and shares, the biggest stock market in the world. They're now getting frightened because the Federal Reserve, which didn't raise interest rates last month, may now have to increase interest rates some more, even though US inflation is down at 4%. It's much, much lower. It's 8.7% here. So there is a growing sense, and I absolutely don't want to be, unduly pessimistic here, but just reporting the facts, Mark. Financial markets are now starting to signal this inflation is not over. We need to look at this. and borrowing costs are going to go up quite a bit more than we thought just a month ago.
What do you think of this estimate? I think JP Morgan came out with this figure of 7%. I mean, do you think they're going to get towards that?
Look, the reality is, for some people, if you've got a very high loan to value, if you've got maybe freelance income rather than a sort of solid 9-to-5 job with a big company, as it were, you're already paying 6.5 or 7%.
Yeah, 6.54.
If you're coming off the back of the average is about 6.5%. So some people are paying 7% and more, and then you've got people on some kind of specialised mortgages if they've got a bad credit history, and they're often locked into even higher rates. So there is a problem here. I do think that inflation, actually, trying to be a bit more upbeat, I do think inflation will fall quite quickly in the coming months.
Will it be halved by the end of the year, like the Prime Minister?
Well, it needs to be halved from just over 10%, because that was in January when he said it. Yeah. So it needs to be, it needs to definitely start with a 5 for him to claim. I think he could get there, but there's no point inflation being, 5% forever. That's still really, really high. And of course, if borrowing costs are high, a lot of people are going to find it really difficult to service their mortgages.
Yeah. Now let's look at the history. I mean, we're not talking about a housing crash by any means, but of course a lot of people will remember the days of negative equity or bad loans where the property is actually worth less than the money that you've taken out.
I think we could get to that point, and again, it gives me no pleasure to say it, for some people, not so much negative equity that they just can't afford to service the loan, right? They just haven't got the income to service the loan, so they're going to have to, sell the house in a hurry. What we call in finance circles, they'd have to become a distressed seller. Yeah. And once you're a distressed seller, then buyers are going to sort of know that. They're going to suss it out, and they're going to start offering you, much lower prices, and you might be forced to take them. This is a really worrying time. And it strikes me that we need to really understand that these interest rate movements and things I go on about in the newsroom, like the 2-year gilt yield, these actually completely dominate people's lives and thus dominate politics. They're far more important than procedural stuff about who's getting censured by Harriet Harman's committee or the next by-election.
Just explain, what does the 2-year gilt yield mean for, Naomi living in Halifax?
So the two-year gilt yield is the price that the government must pay to borrow money over 2 years, right? And I just said the government just borrowed £4 billion of 2-year money. You've got to pay it back in 2 years. And it had to pay more than it's paid any time since 1998. So the highest borrowing cost for this government this century, right? Now, the government is, by definition, the most credible borrower in the economy because it can, tax us and it can create money. So the government borrowing cost is always the lowest borrowing cost in the economy by definition. So if the government borrowing cost is going up, and, fancy pants economists can call that the 2-year gilt yield, but it is accurate because it's a gilt because it's government debt, not corporate debt. It's 2 years because it's not 5 years or 10 years. It's 2 years. If that cost is going up, Pip, then borrowing costs for everyone, for everything else, if they're on variable rates or if their fix is coming to an end, will go up. Whether you're borrowing from the payday lender, on the doorstep in the twilight economy, whether you're borrowing from a reputable mortgage company, whether you're getting finance to buy a car or a washing machine or something, all those yields will go up. All those borrowing costs will go up. So if the government 2-year gilt yield has gone up by 2 whole percentage points, as it has over the last 6 weeks, that's the biggest story in town.
Yeah. And obviously, we're waiting to see what happens in terms of the Bank of England, in terms of its next monetary policy.
Sure, so they've got another meeting in August, and we'll have to see what they do. I personally think that they should hold rates now, because they've already gone up 13 times. Let that take effect.
And see how it works through the system, indeed. Liam, thanks for taking us through all the depressing news once more. Anyway, let's talk about teachers. They're out on strike today. The government says the unions has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting the independent pay review body proposals. But the union itself promising to end the strikes if the salary increase recommendation is actually accepted.
Education Minister Robert Halfon said it was impossible to say what decision would be taken after being pressed for a response to industrial action at schools today. Earlier, we spoke with Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union about this.
School teacher review body is so concerned by the evidence we've presented about teacher recruitment and retention difficulties, and so concerned about the level of, the strike action, that we believe they've recommended a 6.5% pay rise. The government first of all offered us 3.5, then they went to 4.5. The STLB has recommended 6.5, and despite the government saying it was going to go to the independent review body, despite Rishi Sunak saying they've always accepted the independent review bodies, there are strong rumours that Rishi Sunak intends to ignore this report and cap the pay rise, not go with the STLB. That will really enrage our members if that's true.
And would 6.5% be enough to actually end your particular action?
I think that our members would probably, very probably, take 6.5 with this caveat that it would have to be funded well enough in our schools. That would be the question. The 6.5 and the funding. Our members constantly tell us it's not just the pay, it's also the funding of the pay rise. So it would be both of those elements. The government should be sitting down, should be publishing the STLB report so we can all see whether it says 6.5 or not. They should be publishing that, and then they should sit down and talk with us about it, and there is a way of bringing this dispute to a close. Or alternatively, we are reballoting. You have to do that every 6 months. And 3 other unions that organise teachers and head teachers in our schools are also balloting. And so there could be coordinated industrial action across all those unions in the autumn term. And that action would close almost every school in the country whenever there was a strike day. Nobody wants to do that. We want to find a solution that starts to solve the problem of teacher recruitment and retention, which is leading to real impacts on children every day when they don't have a qualified teacher, when they've got a temporary teacher, a succession of temporary teachers. So it's impacting on children every day. We want to find a solution that starts to put that right.
But what would you say to thousands of parents, Kevin, who might be so severely affected by this joint industrial action in the autumn? There's already been, 7 or 8 strikes already this year. It's going to cause absolute chaos and pandemonium, isn't it, for families?
Well, you're right. There have been 8 days of strike action, and on each one I have sincerely apologised to parents for the disruption of their children's education and for the disruption of their home lives. We don't want to take action in the autumn. We want the government to find a solution. But the point that we make to parents, and actually we're getting a strong hearing from parents, is that their children's education is being disrupted every day by the teacher shortages and by the lack of funding, by the fact that special needs support assistants are leaving jobs in schools to go and work in supermarkets, not supporting children with special needs, the fact that chemistry classes don't have chemistry teachers. All of that is disruption every day. And parents are actually very supportive of those demands. They want the government to invest in their generation, in this generation of children. They want to invest in their kids' schools and the people who work in them.
Kevin Courtney, the National Education Union. Coming up, stay with us, live to Liverpool Crown Court for the sentencing of Connor Chapman for the murder of Ellie Edwards.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. Rain or showers for some of us today, but dry and bright for many, and it is going to feel warmer. We've got low pressure to the west of the UK, drawing up this hotter air from the near continent, and temperatures really significantly higher in places compared with July so far. But we have got some rain to talk about first of all. Scotland and Northern Ireland seeing those outbreaks of rain turn more to showers by the afternoon, and those showers will be heavy in places, particularly Western Scotland and Northern Ireland. But also the odd rumble of thunder. And for England and Wales, sunnier skies with rising temperatures, mid to high 20s widely, perhaps even 30 Celsius towards the southeast. Any cloud and showers in the north, though, clears away during the evening. And then clear spells for many for a time, with this southerly breeze drawing up warm air, so a muggy night to come. However, towards the southwest, we've got an area of cloud and some showers moving into Cornwall and Devon by the end of the night. 18 or 19 Celsius in the south, 15, 16 in the north, so a muggy night for sleeping, but plenty of sunshine for many as we begin the weekend, particularly towards the east. Towards the west, we've got these areas of cloud moving through, and during the morning, the chance of some showers for Wales, southwest England, moving into the Midlands, northern England, and the possibility of thundery rain, some intense downpours. However, ahead of that, we keep the heat. 32 Celsius are possible at high temperature in the southeast, fresher further west.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
The killer of Ellie Edwards will be sentenced in the next half hour. The 26-year-old beautician was shot outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. We'll bring you that sentencing live.
You will always be our shining star. The tribute for the 8-year-old girl killed at the Wimbledon primary school crash. Police continuing to question a woman in her 40s, arrested on suspicion of death by dangerous driving.
A terrible accident. That's the conclusion of the coroner following an inquest into the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake in Solihull near Birmingham. The inquest also heard police formed a human chain and punched through the ice to pull the children out.
Also coming up, we'll have the thoughts of a teaching union leader with a warning that all those unions could walk out of our schools next term over a pay award they say has already been recommended by the independent pay review body. First, all the latest headlines coming up with Rhiannon.
Mark, thank you. Good afternoon. It's 1 minute past 2. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. A coroner has concluded the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake near Solihull was a terrible accident. Brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler died, along with their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart and 10-year-old Jack Johnson. The court heard the children went to Babs Mill Lake in Kingshurst in December last year to skim stones and feed the ducks. Police formed a human chain to punch through the ice and pull the children out of the lake, but all later died. Superintendent Richard Harris says his officers did everything they could to save them.
My own local officers were the first to arrive on the scene within minutes of the initial call and tried so desperately to rescue the boys that afternoon, with many wading into sub-zero water up to their necks to form a human chain. They had no specialist equipment but bravely smashed their way through the ice with their batons and fists in a bid to find the boys.
A woman continues to be questioned over a car crash at a school in London which killed an 8-year-old girl. 16 people needed treatment after a Land Rover crashed into the study prep school in Wimbledon yesterday. 12 people were taken to hospital. The Met Police hasn't given an update on the condition of those injured. The woman in her 40s remains in custody. She was arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. The government has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review proposals.
Education is a right. That is why we have to fight.
Members of the National Education Union are taking part in a second day of industrial action this week. They warn there could be more strikes in the autumn term. All 4 education unions rejected the government's offer of a one-off payment and a 4.5% pay rise next year. A science teacher on the picket line told us he'd like a pay rise in line with inflation.
We feel that our pay has been cut significantly as a result of stagnating wages for education and rising inflation. And we feel that this government hasn't been willing to do enough to support education. And we know that so many new teachers are leaving the profession so early. It's unsustainable. The wages are not meeting the work that they're being asked to put in. And it's driving people out of the system, and that's really bad for students.
Radiographers who carry out scans on patients will stage a 48-hour strike later this month over pay. The walkout will take place from 8 a.m. on the 25th of July. The Society of Radiographers says its members at 43 NHS trusts will take part in the strike action. The announcement comes after union members voted to reject the government's pay offer of 5% plus a non-consolidated lump sum. Scottish ministers are calling on the UK government to decriminalise all drugs for personal supply. Well, Downing Street says Rishi Sunak has no plans to alter his tough stance on drugs. The move would allow people found in possession of drugs to be treated and supported rather than criminalised and excluded. The Scottish government says it would mean without a criminal record, people in recovery would have a better chance of employment. Energy giant Shell says its gas profits are significantly lower in the second quarter of the year. The oil and gas firm says trading has been impacted by seasonal shifts in the market in the first 3 months of 2023. It also expects an adjusted loss of between $600 and $800 million for the quarter. MPs have criticised the government's handling of the HS2 Euston Station project in London. In a report by the Public Accounts Committee, the government's accused of lacking clarity in its objectives despite 8 years' worth of planning. The project has experienced delays and HS2 trains are now not expected to run into Euston until 2041. The government says it remains committed to delivering the project. And archaeological excavations for a new hotel in Dublin's city centre have uncovered burial sites dating back over 1,000 years. Around 100 skeletal remains from the Middle Ages were discovered in the area where St Mary's Abbey once stood. 2 of the remains are believed to date back to the early 11th century. The findings will be carefully analysed, and the hotel plans to incorporate the historic structures into its design. This is GB News. We'll bring you more as it happens now, though. It's back over to Mark and Pip.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. You will always be our shining star. So reads the simple note that's been left with a growing collection of flowers outside the Wimbledon Prep School where an 8-year-old girl pupil was killed yesterday.
16 others were hurt, some of them seriously, as the Education Minister earlier urged everyone to pray for the school and the families.
Well, the Study Prep School says it's been profoundly shocked by the accident and the welfare of their pupils and families remains their top priority.
A woman in her 40s is still being held on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving after a Land Rover Defender collided with a school building where an end-of-term party was being held.
Well, our London reporter Lisa Hartle has the latest for us for outside the school.
All morning, people from the local community have been coming here to lay flowers, to light candles in tribute to the little girl, the 8-year-old girl that lost her life here yesterday when a car drove into the school grounds, injuring 16 people. 16 of those were treated at the scene, 10 of them were taken to hospital. It's really obviously rocked the community. There's been many people coming here looking in a distressed state, leaving flowers. And we spoke to one of the ladies just a moment ago called Dora. Her daughter actually attended the school many years ago, and this is what she had to say.
It was very sweet moments, but yesterday it's so... On the last day, it's very shocking. I'm so sorry. It's unbelievable. And my daughter was so upset last night. She couldn't go to sleep. I said, "Mommy, what happened?" I don't know. Everybody's shocked in the community. We all are. We're trying to understand, to make sense, and hopefully, and the investigation, and then from there probably we would come out with ideas how to prevent that it happens again, no? Well, not only here, it can be other places too, yes, other schools.
It was just before 10 a.m. yesterday morning when a Land Rover, drove through the fence onto the school grounds, injuring 16 people. They were treated at the scene. 10 of them were taken to hospital, and an 8-year-old girl lost her life. The police say that she died at the scene. It was the last day of school before they broke up for the summer holidays, and it's believed that the children were enjoying an event on the lawn, celebrating before they broke up from school when the incident happened. A woman in her 40s has been arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. Yesterday around 6 o'clock, we saw what we believe to be the car involved in the incident being taken away by police recovery vehicle covered in green tarpaulin. And police have asked people not to speculate as to what happened here, but they've checked CCTV. Their next phase of the investigation will be to contact witnesses, and they're asking anyone with information to contact them on 101.
And that 40-year-old woman still being questioned by police. We'll update you, of course, as we get any more from that. Now, the government refusing to commit to accepting the recommendation of the Teachers' Independent Pay Review Body, despite a union saying it would end its strikes if that 6.5% recommendation was accepted.
Education Minister Robert Halfon said it was impossible to say what decision would be taken after being pressed for a response to industrial action at schools today.
Let's get more from Westminster and our political reporter Olivia Utley. And Olivia, just to explain to people, there's a huge gap between the 4.3% I think that the unions say they've been offered officially and the 6.5% that they believe the pay review body has recommended.
Well, yes, absolutely. The government is in a pretty awkward situation. Earlier this year, it offered teachers a one-off payment of £1,000 for the year 22-23, and then a 4.3% pay rise going forwards from 2024 onwards. That was rejected out of hand by all of the teaching unions involved, and the question was referred over to the Independent Pay Body Commission. Now, that's an organisation, an independent organisation, which is instructed by the government to give recommendations on pay. The Independent Pay Commission came back to the government about 2 or 3 months ago with its recommendation. Now, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, hasn't yet published what that recommendation was, but it's been widely reported that that recommendation was at 6.5%, 2 whole percentage points higher than what the government had offered to teachers already. It's also higher than any recommendation that any pay body has suggested for any sort of public pay workers. All of the others are hovering around the sort of 6% mark. Now, it seems at the moment the government is trying to bide its time. It isn't yet ready to say, no, we will not accept that pay recommendation. But the fact that it has refused to publish what that recommendation was suggests it's pretty reluctant to go ahead with this 6.5% pay rise. Now, of course, we've heard from the government time and time again that the problem with public sector workers getting these sort of inflation-busting pay rises, as they're called, is that it ends up being inflationary. We see a higher wage spiral leading to higher prices in the shops. So the government has been holding that line so far, and quite helpfully for them, Labour have actually said that they wouldn't necessarily commit to the 6.5% pay rise either. But of course, it's going to get harder and harder for the government to commit to not raising that, not going any higher than 4.5%, when of course we're seeing schools shuttered and empty, not just now, but threats for the same thing happening in the autumn term.
And Olivia, just explain to us the authority or the standing, if you like, of the independent pay review body, because clearly the other aspect of this is that all the unions say that as a result of this, they may take combined action, if you like, in the autumn term.
Well, exactly. The unions are saying that if they are, well, a couple of union leaders, at least Mary Boosted among them, very influential union leader, has said that if the government agreed to the 6.5% pay rise recommended by the independent pay body review, then she would call off the strikes. But if they don't, they would be prepared to take joint action in the autumn, which would be very damaging indeed. And there is also the prospect in the autumn of head teachers striking, which would mean that whole schools would be forced to close. At the moment, what tends to happen is large parts of the school have to close down, but for example, provision is made for GCSE and A-level pupils. Yeah. If unions took concerted action together next autumn, that could mean whole schools closing down for days on end. Now, you talked about the standing of the Independent Pay Body Commission. Well, of course, they only give recommendations. It is up to ministers to decide whether to heed those recommendations. But historically, this government has always taken on board the recommendations that pay bodies have recommended. So it would be unprecedented if they broke with that tradition now.
Indeed. Well, thank you for updating us with that, and we'll see, of course, what continues in terms of any negotiations, not that they've been taking place, of course, for the moment.
Well, earlier today, we spoke with Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union about this.
School teacher review body is so concerned by the evidence we've presented about teacher recruitment and retention difficulties, and so concerned about the level of, the strike action, that we believe they've recommended a 6.5% pay rise. The government first of all offered us 3.5, then they went to 4.5. The SGLB has recommended 6.5. And despite the government saying it was going to go to the independent review body, despite Rishi Sunak saying they've always accepted the independent review bodies, there are strong rumours that Rishi Sunak intends to ignore this report and cap the pay rise, not go with the SGLB. That will really enrage our members if that's true.
And would 6.5% be enough to actually end your particular action?
I think that our members would very probably take 6.5 with this caveat, that it would have to be funded well enough in our schools. That would be the question, the 6.5 and the funding. Our members constantly tell us it's not just the pay, it's also the funding of the pay rise. So it would be both of those elements. The government should be sitting down, should be publishing the SGLB report so we can all see whether it says 6.5 or not. They should be publishing that, and then they should sit down and talk with us about it, and there is a way of bringing this dispute to a close. Or alternatively, we are reballoting. You have to do that every 6 months. And 3 other unions that organise teachers and head teachers in our schools are also balloting. And so there could be coordinated industrial action across all those unions in the autumn term. And that action would close almost every school in the country whenever there was a strike day. Nobody wants to do that. We want to find a solution that starts to solve the problem of teacher recruitment and retention, which is leading to real impacts on children every day when they don't have a qualified teacher, when then they've got a temporary teacher, a succession of temporary teachers. So it's impacting on children every day. We want to find a solution that starts to put that right.
But what would you say to thousands of parents, Kevin, who might be so severely affected by this joint industrial action in the autumn? There's already been, 7 or 8 strikes already this year. It's going to cause absolute chaos and pandemonium, isn't it, for families?
Well, you're right. There have been 8 days of strike action, and on each one I have sincerely apologised to parents for the disruption of their children's education and for the disruption of their home lives. We don't want to take action in the autumn. We want the government to find a solution. But the point that we make to parents, and actually we're getting a strong hearing from parents, is that their children's education is being disrupted every day by the teacher shortages and by the lack of funding, by the fact that special needs support assistants are leaving jobs in schools to go and work in supermarkets, not supporting children with special needs, the fact that chemistry classes don't have chemistry teachers. All of that is disruption every day. And parents are actually very supportive of those demands. They want the government to invest in their generation, in this generation of children. They want to invest in their kids' schools and the people who work in them.
That was Kevin Courtney, Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union, talking to us a little earlier. Stay with us here on GB News. In the next few minutes, we will be going live to Liverpool for the sentencing of 23-year-old Connor Chapman for the murder of beautician Ellie Edwards last Christmas Eve.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGivern here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a fine afternoon for many of us, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales, and it's feeling warmer as well. But some thunderstorms are likely to form in places, most especially western parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we're closest to an area of low pressure. It's that low that's going to bring further storms in this weekend. But for now, it is drawing up warmer air from the south. Any thunderstorms do disappear through the evening across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Dry conditions for most. A bit of a breeze overnight, but that breeze, as I say, is bringing up warm air from the south, so it's a muggy night for many of us, with temperatures in some spots staying at 18 or 19 Celsius, mid-teens widely as we start Saturday. And for many, it's a sunny start. Temperatures soon shooting up, but for Northern Ireland, for Wales and the southwest, we've got some cloud and some showers moving through. As those showers interact with the warm or hot air further east, thunderstorms are likely. Not for everyone, but where they do occur, the risk of 50 millimetres in a few hours, thunder, lightning and large hail. Now, ahead of the thunderstorms, East Anglia could reach 30 Celsius, perhaps more, if we get enough sunshine. And fresher conditions arrive from the west through the afternoon, and those fresher conditions prevail across the country on Sunday. But the risk of further showers, especially for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest, and some longer spells of rain in places as well. We start next week with further showers and thunderstorms.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard.
We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
And welcome back to the Live Desk, where a coroner has concluded that the deaths of 4 young boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake near Solihull was a terrible accident. Brothers Samuel Butler and Finlay Butler dying alongside their 11-year-old cousin and another boy, Jack Johnson, on the 11th of December last year.
Absolutely heartbreaking, this story. Police arrived within minutes and desperately tried to save the boys, ignoring safety advice, entering the water and using their bare fists and batons to break through the ice. They even made a human chain to try and reach them.
Well, Jack Carson can join us from Birmingham Coroner's Court. And Jack, as well as going through the inquest, of course, you were reporting from the lake itself, Babs Mill, at the time. Obviously, you encountered those conditions. I think just 5 degrees in terms of the air temperature, the water temperature even lower than that.
Yeah, that's something that was very much picked on and explained by the witnesses and the evidence that was given by the emergency services today at the inquest here at Birmingham Coroner's Court. That you say that air temperature of 5 degrees, but of course that colder water temperature, because we know that the surface of the lake was frozen over. I remember being there and it was -7 degrees at times. It was a real cold spell in the winter, which is why that ice had formed on the lake, and of course it invited not just of course those boys, but people, as we heard from reports across the country of reports of people playing on the ice as well. Of course, the coroner and senior coroner for Birmingham Crown Court, Louise Hunt, did rule of course that all these deaths were accidental, that each of the 4 boys had died because of the effects of drowning. There were some specific instances, of course, particularly with Sam, where she did mention that it was, of course, brain damage, but that was brain damage caused by the effect of drowning. Sam, of course, was the last of the 4 children to be confirmed to have died a few days later. He was at Birmingham Children's Hospital, where he was with his brother Finlay. Now, Louise Hunt did say that all of these boys' deaths are a devastating tragedy, and she said to the families that she hoped today had made they could have a better understanding of what had happened, and that she couldn't make their pain go away. Now, today, of course, as the police gave evidence, particularly, we did hear of the circumstances of how those boys all came to be on the lake. Jack Johnson, of course, 10 years old, he was with a group of friends. They'd gone to the lake to skim some stones on the surface. Sam and his brother Finlay Butler and their cousin Thomas Stewart, they'd gone to the lake to feed some stale bread to the sots. And afterwards, after the inquest, when we heard, of course, from the police, ambulance service and the fire service as well, Area Commander for Alex Chapman from the West Midlands Fire Service gave a warning about the dangers of water, as well as reaction to the result.
The deaths of Jack, Tom, Sam and Finn is an absolute tragedy. I think it's every parent, carer's, family member's worst nightmare. As a parent myself, father to 2 young boys, I can't even imagine the pain that the family, friends and communities are going through following that tragic event on the 11th of December of last year. Whether it's in the winter or it's in the summer, open water can kill. We lose 270 people on average each year to open water. People need to know the dangers.
Well, you heard there, of course, a particular warning at the end of the dangers of open water in winter and in the summer as well. And the families at the end of this inquest thanked all of the emergency services, and they said in court at the hearing that they believe and they're content that the emergency services did everything they could to try and save their boys.
Jack, thanks very much indeed for updating us there from outside the Coroner's Court. Thank you.
Joining us now is Saqib Bhatti, the MP for Meriden, which is the constituency where this tragedy happened. Thanks for talking to us on GB News. Such dreadful, heartbreaking details coming out about this tragedy. How has it impacted on the whole community? We're 7 months on, but still they must be so deeply affected. We hear that emergency services, they are still having treatment for the trauma they endured.
It's an absolutely devastating incident, and actually the community at the time came to an absolute standstill. They all came out in droves to support each other and support the family. But you're absolutely right. This really does stay with you. I was speaking to someone yesterday as the story of the school in Wimbledon came out, and parents who were affected by what happened in Kingsway started talking about the Babs Mill Lake tragedy, because of course these were just, for very, very young children, their whole lives ahead of them, 2 weeks before Christmas. All they were doing was wanting to skim stones and feed the ducks. Such an innocent activity, and it ended in such tragedy. And even talking about it to you, I get goosebumps just thinking about it.
Yeah, and Louise Hunt, the coroner, paying tribute to the emergency services and their attempts. But let's reflect too, the boys themselves tried to save each other, and that was part of the evidence that the inquest heard.
Absolutely. In that moment when everything happened so suddenly, what the details that have emerged is the boys went to help each other out with no thought to their own safety. They were just trying to help each other out. And I think Finley was the first one that fell through the ice. Tragedy ensued. And of course, what we know is when water is that cold, the body effectively goes into shock almost immediately. The clock is on, and the emergency services, as has been, obviously I knew from anecdotal stories at the time, but they turned up within really, really good time. They did everything they could. And the coroner today reported that they effectively formed a human chain and used their batons and their fists to break through the ice, and with no regard to their own personal safety. They're really heroic.
Yeah, within 9 minutes, I think, the response. But also, let's reflect on what Alex Chapman said from the fire service after the inquest, saying, tell your children, don't let something like this happen again. And I guess that's the other thing we ought to take from this, that, we need to be aware now of water safety warnings.
Absolutely. I mean, interestingly, a few days after that, because you'll remember it was really, really cold around that time, and it was really icy. And there were reports of in other parts of the country where people were going onto lakes still, despite this tragedy happening. And I think there was an educational piece. I met with Nick Gibb, the education minister, just a few weeks ago, actually, to talk about this and what we can do around water safety. And actually, water safety is part of the curriculum. But what needs to be emphasised, and the point I made to the minister, was actually we need to talk about what happens in open waters in the summer and in the winter, and how to do safety around that. And there is a consultation happening around the syllabus, which I'll be making contributions to make sure that we can push this up the agenda, because I think the National Water Safety Forum talks about 400 deaths a year. And they are, I don't want to say they're all avoidable, but certainly you can do something to make an impact on that.
Saqib Bhatti, MP for Meriden, thank you very much for bringing us your reaction and joining us on GB News. Thank you.
In the next few moments, we will be going live to Liverpool Crown Court for the sentencing of 23-year-old Connor Chapman, found guilty of the murder of beautician Ellie Edwards on Christmas Eve. That's very shortly. First, though, your headlines with Rhiannon.
Thank you, Pip. Good afternoon. It's 2:32. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. A coroner has concluded the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake near Solihull was a terrible accident. Brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler died, along with their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart and 10-year-old Jack Johnson. The court heard the children went to Babs Mill Lake in Kingshurst in December last year to skim stones and feed the ducks. Police formed a human chain to punch through the ice and pull the children out of the lake, but all 4 later died. A woman continues to be questioned over a car crash at a school in London which killed an 8-year-old girl. 16 people needed treatment after a Land Rover crashed into the study prep school in Wimbledon yesterday. 12 people were taken to hospital. The Met Police hasn't given an update on the condition of those injured. The woman in her 40s remains in custody. She was arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving. The government has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review proposals. Members of the National Education Union are taking part in a second day of industrial action this week. They've warned of further strikes in the autumn term. All 4 education unions rejected the government's offer of a one-off payment and a 4.5% pay rise for next year. More than 300 people have been intercepted in small boats in the English Channel in the early hours of this morning. It's the first crossing in 7 days following poor weather conditions. GB News understands today's crossings pushed off from a 60-mile stretch of the French coastline from Dunkirk to Boulogne. It brings the total number of crossings so far this year to over 11,700. And you can get more on all of those stories by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
And let's update you here on the live desk with a 23-year-old man found guilty of the murder of the beautician Ellie Edwards, shot dead outside that pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve, due to be sentenced imminently.
A jury at Liverpool Crown Court convicted Connor Chapman, who fired 12 bullets from a Scorpion submachine gun outside the Lighthouse Inn in Wallasey just 10 minutes before Christmas Day last year. Well, let's cross to Liverpool Crown Court and speak with GB News' North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper. Sophie, we understand in court at the moment victim impact statements are being read out. Those statements, the court hearing words from Ellie Edwards' brother, her father Tim, and also her mother, who wasn't actually able to come to court today, who says her health has deteriorated. But that sentencing from the judge will be taking place very, very soon.
It will indeed. We are a little bit delayed here, but as you say, those impact statements being read out as we speak, and then we'll move on to Judge Goose giving that sentencing. Of course, we now know Conor Chapman has been found guilty by that jury on all charges, 8 charges in total, including the murder of 26-year-old beautician Ellie Edwards, but also the possession of a submachine gun, the possession of ammunition with intent to endanger life, as well as several other counts. We now know that the reason for the attack was in an attempt to target and kill 2 other men who were injured in the attack but did both survive. That's as a result of rival gang activity between 2 estates on the Wirral. Gun activity in itself has become a rife issue in Merseyside that police say they are trying to crack down on, but there's multiple incidents in the last year that have made national news because it has become so prevalent in the region. But of course, we now know that Conor Chapman, alongside him, his co-defendant Thomas Waring, they'll both be sentenced for their crimes a little bit later on this afternoon here at Liverpool Crown Court.
Now, Tim Edwards, her dad, I think in his statement has told the court, we've been given a life sentence having committed no crime. I mean, Ellie clearly was just an innocent bystander at this pub. But Mr Justice Goose, the judge, already has told the court he is considering a whole life order for this because of her murder and, as you said, 5 others injured when, 12 bullets were sprayed from this submachine gun.
Of course, and you mentioned the whole life sentence that the Edwards family is now facing. We've seen footage from the pub that night, just 10 minutes before Christmas Eve, before Christmas Day, excuse me, that the attack actually happened. But throughout that night, we've seen footage of Ellie just having a good time, just hours before Christmas Day. It is truly so tragic, and that's something that her family are now going to have to deal with for the rest of their lives. You mentioned her mother there has been unable to come to court because of her deteriorating health. This kind of thing really does leave the biggest and most horrendous kind of impact on families. It rips them apart and really does stay with them. You say there that Justice Goose has said he has considered giving the whole life sentence. We will, of course, find out as the sentence comes out whether or not that is the case. But just to say, this is obviously a huge tragedy that's been felt not only here in Merseyside but across the entire UK.
Yeah, and we are hearing, Sophie, that Ellie's relatives, they are sitting in the public gallery. Many of them are in tears. Her father, Tim, sitting there with his head in his hands. And he has been very clear, and I suppose this is a way of helping him through his grief. He's been very clear that he now wants to help tackle gun violence. He has made it his mission.
He has indeed. We heard from Tim yesterday outside the court calling Conor Chapman a coward, saying that they've had to endure this 3.5 weeks because of his cowardice, and that he hopes that Chapman and Thomas Waring never see another Christmas Day. He's now become a huge advocate against gun violence. We see this kind of thing all the time. Of course, the family of Olivia Pratt-Corbell, another case that I'm sure many of our viewers will remember, they are now obviously huge advocates against gun crime, and it's when a family is affected by gun crime, it does often become the case that they then completely go the opposite way and do become advocates against gun crime and the impacts that it can have on the family once they themselves have experienced that.
And just to underline the task facing the police, I think the Assistant Chief Constable was saying the estimate is there are some 120 separate gangs across Merseyside. But of course, in this particular shooting, it went effectively across the water from Liverpool itself to the Wirral, which is, you know, a rather more upmarket area, shall we say, of Merseyside.
Well, of course, Liverpool is a very large city, and Merseyside in itself is a very large region. So you say there the number of gangs, the sheer volume of this issue, it really does seem that Merseyside police have got their work cut out for them. But they say that they are going to do absolutely whatever it takes to stamp down on this issue. There's been huge numbers of arrests over the past few months since we've seen this huge spike in incidents. So, but the task is now in their hands, and they say they're going to do what it takes. So we'll have to just leave it with them and see if they're able to manage that.
Sophie, for the moment, thank you for that. Back to you, of course, at the Crown Court as that sentencing begins. Thank you.
Now we are going to just lighten the mood a little by talking about GB News' new campaign, Don't Kill Cash, which you've probably heard about because we've been talking about it all week.
5 days in, indeed, and the number of signatures over those 5 days now reaching 168,000 following our launch on Monday. Just to remind you, 100,000 plus signatures enables Parliament debate perhaps to be called for to help save the pound in your pocket.
Well, if you want to get involved, you can grab your phone to scan and sign or sign the petition at gbnews.com/cash. Joining us now is GB News' economics and business editor, Liam Halligan, to tell us all about how the campaign's going with On the Money.
So why did we launch this campaign here at GB News? We've had campaigns in the past. We had campaigns to scrap the VAT on fuel bills, which Liz Truss then introduced, and then Jeremy Hunt unintroduced it. Anyway, we launched this campaign because we've had endless emails and letters from GB News viewers and listeners. They don't like the fact that in many places now, bars, restaurants, clubs, you can't use cash, you can only use cards. And of course, there are over 1 million people in this country without bank accounts. There are many, many more without smartphones and apps and so on. And you'll know yourself, Pip, if you want to try and park somewhere in a town, you have to download an app onto your phone. The app might be different from the week before because the parking company's changed. It might be different from the car park around the corner where you usually park.
It's a pain in the you-know-what.
You then got to be on, Wi-Fi, whatever that means for a lot of people, and then you've got to download the app, and it's just a nightmare. And all you want to do is put a couple of quid in a slot in a box on the street, so then you can go and meet your friend for coffee, do your shopping and get on with your day. And of course there are powerful vested interests who want to shift us away from cash.
Well, let's be quite clear about this. This is not government policy to go for a cashless society.
No.
It is a commercial decision by businesses because it actually costs them less for us to use our cards than it does for them to process cash.
If you're a big retailer, you spend a lot of money, a lot of banking charges on cash handling. The guys, Securicor people with the protective headgear and the coches and all the rest of it. It costs a lot of money to handle and move cash around. It costs a lot of money to account for cash. So if you can get away with people just going zzz, using their debit card, that's a technical term, by the way, zzz, then you will. But, the thing is that you've also got the big tech companies, Mark, because they want to monitor all spending. If they monitor all spending, where we spend, what we spend on, how much we spend, at what time of day, they can then sell that information, it's called surveillance capitalism, to other third-party marketing companies who can then track us and then, put in our social media feeds stuff that they think we want to buy.
There's another very important aspect to this, which we touched on in terms of the train ticketing machines and the move that is being suggested by the Rail Delivery Group not to go, indeed, for ticket offices and handing your cash over. But, it's all got to be done with the machine. Visually impaired people with those sorts of problems say, look, we don't know basically where you put the card in, what you press, because of, obviously, that the technology is so limited, but we can feel coins in our pocket or know what's in our wallet.
And that move away from having ticket offices, hundreds and hundreds of ticket offices, the Rail Delivery Group are now saying they're not going to have any staff there at all, which, of course, makes it much more difficult for visually impaired people, as it does make it more difficult when they can't use cash, of course.
But also, there's the issue of budgeting. It's so much easier to budget when you've got cash. We remember the days of our pocket money filling up the piggy bank.
Half a
Kids
crown.
are really missing out.
And if you've got a 20 quid note in your Christmas card, if you're lucky enough,
20 quid,
you wouldn't break
10 shillings.
You wouldn't break into that 20. You'd really think hard. I'm now going to break into that 20 quid, and that means, that's quite a big thing. Whereas, of course, if you're just going with a debit card, then you don't remember these things as well. Look, for me, this is about recognising that the march of technology, which is inevitable, right? We don't want to leave people behind here. And there are an awful lot of old people and indeed young people who haven't got smartphones for economic reasons. There are still 5 million of us in this country who rely on cash daily. OK, a lot of us at the bottom end of the income spectrum, more vulnerable households with huge respect. And we're still using cash in the UK alone for £6 billion, that's 6,000 million transactions a year. We can't just let it just completely disappear as it rapidly now is.
Let's also reflect on a legal aspect to this, and that is that cash is still legal tender. So is there a question as to whether someone can refuse to accept cash when it's handed over?
This is what we want clarified. The law in this area is a bit grey. You know, of course, it says on the front of any banknote, I promise to pay the bearer, yada, yada.
Exactly.
That means this has to be accepted as legal tender anywhere in the country at any time of the night or day. But is it acceptable to not accept cash? Well, we don't know, because the law hasn't caught up with what's actually happening. And that's why we're launching this campaign. This is responsible journalism, in my view. We are trying to say to lawmakers, there's a problem here, because there are people who are getting left behind. They can't participate in society. It's not just the cultural aspects of cash, you know, like the tenner in a birthday card, you know, slipping your grandson a quid or whatever when his mum and dad aren't looking. It's not just those things. It's also the fact that a lot of people in this country, for all the smartphones and all the ritzy-ditzy bank accounts that lots of us have, over 1 million people, about 1.5 million people in this country don't have a bank account, and many more don't have a smartphone.
But the response to the campaign so far has been brilliant. So thank you very much,
and let's keep it going, because we at GB News know we don't just launch these campaigns willy-nilly. We've done a lot of political research. There are senior politicians across the Commons from all parties who back this campaign.
OK, Liam, thank you very much indeed for that. And the figure we had on the
just under 170,000.
170,000 and climbing.
gbnews.com/cash. Get on that website and it's just one click.
Thanks, Liam, thank you very much indeed. Let's return to Liverpool Crown Court now. We're awaiting the sentencing of that 23-year-old man found guilty of murdering Ellie Edwards, of course, shot dead outside that pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve. And Sophie is still there for us. And Sophie, you were indicating earlier when you joined us that the family were waiting to go in. They're making their witness or impact statements. How did they come across to you? Because, of course, they had to go through all the details in terms of the verdict yesterday in court.
I think if I had to use one word to describe them, it would be calm, actually. There was a lot of love between them. There was a lot of hugging and talking and kisses on cheeks and that kind of thing. But other than that, there didn't really seem to be too much heavy emotion. It was a calm atmosphere as they all kind of gathered together in a group. They met up just outside the court and then went in as one collective unit. I think this kind of thing really obviously does take a toll on families when they suffer such a tragic loss under such horrendous circumstances, and then to have to endure 3.5 weeks in court facing Connor Chapman, who they knew potentially could have been their daughter or their sister or their friend's killer, and then ultimately to find out that the jury actually came back in a relatively short amount of time, so they must have been fairly certain with their verdict. They came back after around 3.5 hours with that unanimous guilty verdict. So I think for them, this has been a really trying time. Obviously, this happened back in December. We're now 6-7 months on from that point, so it's been something they've had to live with and wait and wonder with until this point. So I think there must be almost a sense of relief that the person who has killed Ellie is now going to go to prison for whatever amount of time the judge will sentence him for, but that relief must be there to know that he will be behind bars. And Tim, her father, yesterday did comment and say that one plus side almost is that he's going to be behind bars and he can't do this to any other family now. So although they're suffering, he was still able to see the silver lining, if you like, and recognise that now no other families will suffer at the hands of Connor Chapman.
Sophie, Mr Justice Goose has already intimated that he will consider imposing a whole life order. In the last few moments, we've had these victim impact statements read out. I mean, so moving hearing what Ellie's grandmother said. She was in tears in court and being hugged by her relatives. And she said, she was so very, very special to me and my best friend. If I were to die tomorrow, the coroner would write on the death certificate, she died of a broken heart. I mean, how terrible.
you can't even begin to imagine what that family is going through. And of course, I say they must feel a sense of relief, but I don't think that sense of heartbreak that we hear about there will ever fade. And I think we spoke earlier, of course, when I was speaking to you earlier about Tim's advocacy against gun violence. I think what he will now do, and I'm sure the rest of the friends and family will do, is take that pain and that heartbreak and channel it into something positive to try and make sure that no other family in Merseyside or the wider region will have to endure what they now endure and will continue to endure for the rest of their lives.
Thank you very much indeed. Mark Rind KC is actually giving his mitigation to the court at the moment. Mitigation, he's only 23, the defence barrister saying people do not fully develop until the age of 25, then they may not see the full consequence of their actions. Full life terms are usually given to people much older, said the lawyer. We
must also just bring you some breaking news from Wimbledon, that terrible crash that happened yesterday where an 8-year-old girl died. A 40-year-old woman was arrested on suspicion of dangerous driving. A car went into the school building, injuring a number of people. That 8-year-old little girl died at the scene the last day of the school term. We are now hearing from the Met Police that a 40-year-old woman has been bailed pending further inquiries. That is the latest we are getting from the Metropolitan Police on that awful tragedy.
That's it from the live desk. We'll be back on Monday. Stay with us.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GBNews.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a fine afternoon for many of us, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales, and it's feeling warmer as well. But some thunderstorms are likely to form in places, most especially western parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we're closest to an area of low pressure. It's that low that's going to bring further storms in this weekend. But for now, it is drawing up warmer air from the south. Any thunderstorms do disappear through the evening across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Dry conditions for most. A bit of a breeze overnight, but that breeze, as I say, is bringing up warm air from the south, so it's a muggy night for many of us, with temperatures in some spots staying at 18 or 19 Celsius, mid-teens widely as we start Saturday. And for many, it's a sunny start. Temperatures soon shooting up, but for Northern Ireland, for Wales and the southwest, we've got some cloud and some showers moving through. As those showers interact with the warm or hot air further east, thunderstorms are likely. Not for everyone, but where they do occur, the risk of 50 millimetres in a few hours, thunder, lightning and large hail. Now, ahead of the thunderstorms, East Anglia could reach 30 Celsius, perhaps more, if we get enough sunshine. And fresher conditions arrive from the west through the afternoon, and those fresher conditions prevail across the country on Sunday. But the risk of further showers, especially for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest, and some longer spells of rain in places as well. We start next week with further showers and thunderstorms.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GBNews.
Let's cross straight away now to Liverpool Crown Court, and where we're going to get the sentencing of Conor Chapman in the murder of Ellie Edwards.
Kieran Solkeld. But you didn't care who else would be killed. That's why you fired all of the bullets at the group. I'm satisfied that you are a highly dangerous man. In this trial, we have all watched the CCTV and sound recording of that shooting. It's utterly shocking. You carefully planned a revenge attack in gang rivalry. You had no thought at all for anyone else, least of all to innocent people. The risk of all 6 being murdered by you was as substantial as it was obvious, but you didn't care. After the shooting, you drove straight to the home of your friend, Thomas Waring, where you believed you could safely hide the stolen Mercedes car you had used to drive to the shooting. Also the submachine gun which you'd asked Waring to look after, and at least one of the gloves you wore in the shooting, which later produced gunshot residue evidence. You spent the days afterwards removing or destroying evidence that would identify you as the gunman. You washed the clothes you wore Other clothing and shoes were removed from your home before the police searched it, and you destroyed your mobile phone. 6 days later, on New Year's Eve, together with Waring, you returned to where the stolen Mercedes had been hidden. It was near to where he lived in Barnston. Then the both of you drove the Mercedes to a remote place and set fire to it, to destroy any evidence that the car might have to identify you, Chapman, as the murderer. The background to these offences, as we've heard, lies in violent criminal gang rivalry between those connected to the Woodchurch estate and others connected to the Ford estate on the Wirral. You, Chapman, were very actively involved in the Woodchurch gang, whilst you, Waring, were associated with it. The violence included shootings during 2021 and 2022 and created very substantial concern to the people of Merseyside. On the 23rd of December last year, one of your associates was attacked by Jake Duffy and Kieran Solkeld in the street. They were part of the Ford estate gang. And when you learned of that, you decided on revenge, in premeditated and carefully planned murder of Jake Duffy and Kieran Solkeld. You used a stolen Mercedes A-Class car with false registration plates, which you often used for your drug dealing. You disguised yourself with dark clothing, a mask, a hood and gloves. You obtained a submachine gun and a loaded magazine with 12 bullets. When you left your home on the Woodchurch estate to carry out the shooting, you took care to avoid security cameras on neighbouring properties. Once you reached Wallasey village, where you knew Jake Duffy and Kieran Solkeld were to be, you waited almost 3 hours, carrying out reconnaissance as you drove to 6 different positions until you reached the car park, close to the front door of the lighthouse, where you hid inside your stolen car waiting for your moment. And then at 11:52, shortly before midnight, when the lighthouse was full of people, and standing outside at the front was the group of 6, from a hidden position at the side of the building you burst forward to be as close as a few metres to fire the submachine gun. Ellie Edwards was killed instantly. You hit 5 others with the bullets. All of them might easily have been killed also. As you ran back to the car, you fired the last few shots at the group and then drove away at speed to the safety, as you planned it, of Thomas Waring's home. I am satisfied that you asked Waring to look after the gun and that you asked him to help to destroy the stolen Mercedes 6 days later. As the jury have found, you, Waring, knew that Chapman had carried out the shooting and that he had murdered Ellie Edwards when you agreed to help in the disposing of the car. You also knew that the police wanted to arrest Chapman. The murder of Ellie Edwards has caused profound and permanent grief to her family and a great shock to the entire community. She was a very much loved young woman in her prime, killed by you, Chapman, when you were prepared to kill anyone in your determination for gang revenge. This court has heard exceptionally moving statements from Ellie Edwards' family, by her father, her brother, her grandmother, and they will never be able to come to terms with what happened to Ellie. The seriousness of this offence of murder, count 1, is very substantially aggravated by the following evidence. The choice of weapon, which was exceptionally dangerous. The location of the offence, with many people present on Christmas Eve. The background of criminal gang violence. The substantial preparation and premeditation. The removal or destruction of important evidence, including the car, phones and clothing, as well as the washing of clothes. The fact that you were the subject of criminal gang injunctions, and, as you told the jury, you were dealing in Class A drugs. Apart from your age at the time of offending being 22, you're now 23, there is no significant mitigation. Whilst young age can be significant, in the circumstances of your offending, Chapman, it carries little weight. I must sentence you, Connor Chapman, not just for this very serious offence of murder, but also for the 2 offences of attempted murder, counts 2 and 3, 2 offences of wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, counts 4 and 5, an assault occasioning actual bodily harm, count 6, and possessing a firearm together with possessing ammunition, both with intent to endanger life, counts 7 and 8. I must also sentence you for an offence of handling stolen goods, which concerns the stolen Mercedes A-Class. For reasons that will become clear, I will pass concurrent sentences on all of these offences, but the seriousness of all your offending will be reflected in the sentence I impose on count 1, murder. The sentence for murder is imprisonment for life. I have to decide whether that should be a whole life or a minimum term which you'll have to serve. The difference is whether your offending is so exceptionally serious in the context of the gravest of murder offences that you should serve the whole of your life in custody rather than a very long term. Whilst I'm sure that there are some who would readily consider that a whole life term should be imposed, I have concluded that your offending is on the cusp between a whole life and a very long minimum term. And in the circumstances, I cannot conclude that a whole life term, as a sentence of last resort for the very gravest of murders, must be imposed. The starting point in fixing the minimum term, which is the period that you must count 1, I must increase that term, firstly to reflect the factors which increase its seriousness, and secondly to reflect the other offences, including 2 offences of attempted murder. I take into account also, to the limited extent that it provides any mitigation, your age. Accordingly, I increase the minimum term to firstly 36 years and secondly up to 48 years, which reflects your total offending. So that it's understood by you, Connor Chapman, as well as those who are observing. It means that you will have to serve 48 years in custody before you could apply for release. And if you're ever released, and considering your dangerousness, that might never happen, you will be on licence for the rest of your life and subject to recall to prison if you've breached the terms of that licence. I must also impose the sentences to be served at the same time as your sentence on count 1. On counts 2 and 3 being for attempted murder, I'm satisfied that each of those offences require separate sentences of imprisonment for life under Section 285 of the Sentencing Act 2020. Therefore, a Schedule 19 offence, and you are a dangerous offender, given the circumstances of these attempted murder offences and the murder of Ellie Edwards. They fall within Category A2 under the guideline with a starting point of 30 years, which I increase on each to 33 years to reflect the aggravating factors I have identified in count 1. There is little by way of mitigation. I must then fix a minimum term, which I set at 22 years. Accordingly, the sentences for counts 2 and 3 are concurrent sentences of imprisonment for life with a minimum term of 22 years. This means that you will have to serve 3 life sentences concurrently. On counts 4 and 5, Section 18 wounding with intent, they fall within Category A3 of the guideline. Adjusting the starting point to reflect aggravating and mitigating factors, I impose 7 years imprisonment concurrently. On count 6, Section 47 assault, which falls within Category A3, I impose 18 months concurrently. On count 7 and 8, offences of possessing a firearm and of possessing its ammunition, both being Category 1A offences under the guideline, I impose 15 years imprisonment concurrently with each other and all other sentences. Handling stolen goods, I impose 3 years imprisonment concurrently as a Category 2A offence. Connor Chapman, stand up. I sentence you as follows. On count 1 to imprisonment for life with a minimum term to serve in custody of 48 years, less 176 days served on remand. On counts 2 and 3, concurrent sentences of imprisonment for life under Section 285 of the Sentencing Act 2020 with a minimum term of 22 years. On counts 4 and 5, concurrent sentences of 7 years imprisonment. On count 6, a concurrent sentence of 18 months imprisonment. On counts 7 and 8, a concurrent sentence of 15 years. And for the offence of handling stolen goods, a concurrent sentence of 3 years imprisonment. He can go down.
OK, well, that was Mr Justice Goose there at Liverpool Crown Court, serving a minimum of 48 years behind bars for Conor Chapman following the murder of Ellie Edwards. That would mean if he does indeed ever see the light of day again, he will be 71 years old when he gets out. He wasn't just sentenced there, of course, for the murder. There was also the attempted murder, wounding with intent, possessing a firearm and ammunition with intent, handling stolen goods as well. And if we break those down, aside from the minimum 48 years specifically for the murder, there was also 2 other life sentences. This is going to run concurrently, both with 22 years minimum. Those, of course, for the attempted murders. There was also a 7 years for wounding with intent, 18 months as well, 15 years on top of that for the firearms offences, and 3 years for handling stolen goods. I'm going to go now to Liverpool Crown Court and speak with GB News' North West of England reporter, Sophie Reaper. Sophie, thank you very much. A very hefty sentence there, but short of the full life term.
Indeed, Patrick. We just heard that sentencing there here at Liverpool Crown Court. I think there was a real emphasis by Justice Goose placed on the impacts this has had on Ellie Edwards' family. Of course, we heard their impact statements. He told the court that Ellie Edwards was killed instantly. He said, though, that because of the carelessness of Conor Chapman, any of the people injured may also well have been killed in the incident. He said the murder of Ellie Edwards has caused profound and permanent grief for her family. They will never come to terms with what has happened to Ellie. He also said that Conor Chapman was prepared to kill anyone who got in his way in his determination for gang revenge. Of course, throughout this trial, we heard about the reason for this, the motivation behind it was regarding gang rivalry between 2 different estates on the Wirral. Conor Chapman went there to the lighthouse in that night, attempting to kill 2 other men who were injured in the attack, but they were not killed. Ellie Edwards was, of course. The Justice Goose said that Conor Chapman, he asked him to stand. He said, "You didn't care who you killed." He said, I am satisfied you are a highly dangerous man." Now, you said the sentencing that's been given there, Patrick, but just to reiterate, Conor Chapman has been given imprisonment for life, 48 years minimum served in custody before he can apply for release. As you say there, he'll be into his 70s before that does indeed become the case. He did also say that no matter what, Conor Chapman will also be on licence for the rest of his life. He'll never escape from this. Of course, there's several other charges as well that Conor Chapman has been found guilty of, 7 other charges. Those sentences will be served concurrently, which means, of course, the longest sentence, that 48 years for murder, the other sentences he's received, they will be served alongside that 48 years. So he will serve an imprisonment for life for the 2 charges of attempted murder. He will serve 7 years concurrently for wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. He'll serve 18 months on charge 6, assault causing actual bodily harm. He'll serve 15 years for charges 7 and 8, the possession of that submachine gun and ammunition with intent to endanger life. And he'll also serve 3 year for possession of stolen goods. So it's quite the sentencing that Justice Goose has placed on Conor Chapman here today, but with good reason, as he mentioned, the impacts that it's had on Ellie Edwards' family. It's something that they will never get over, and although Conor Chapman may now remain in prison for the rest of his life, Tim, Ellie's father, has said that they are also now serving a life sentence as a result of Conor Chapman's actions.
Sophie, thank you very much. Sophie Reaper, there, our North West reporter outside at Liverpool Crown Court, and with that brings an end to an absolutely horrific incident that, of course, did see that young lady gunned down in a pub, and 48 years, it stopped short of the minimum, of the full life term, I should say, a minimum of 48 years. Just concluded that it was on the cusp between a whole life term and a very long minimum term. I think we can probably all agree that we do hope that that individual never actually does see the light of day again. But I'm also going to bring you another piece of breaking news now. A man who killed a 28-year-old mother and her 2 children in a flat fire in Nottingham has been sentenced to a minimum term of 44 years in prison. 31-year-old Jamie Barrow was found guilty of murdering his neighbour Fatoumata Haidara and her 3-year-old daughters in Clifton last year. The court heard he poured petrol through their letterbox before setting it alight and watching the fire take hold. So that individual has also just been sentenced now to 44 years in prison. We'll have loads more on both of those top stories throughout the course of the day, but we're just going to move on from that now and discuss something political, because it is exactly a year since Boris Johnson announced that he was resigning as Prime Minister, believe it or not. At the time, Labour held a lead of around 8 points in the polls. That is a figure that's worth remembering, because it has now become perceived wisdom that at the time that Boris Johnson decided to step down from his role as Prime Minister, Labour was storming ahead in the polls and that the Tories were tanking. Well, 12 months on, Rishi Sunak is in charge of a Conservative Party that is a massive 19 points behind. And it could be about to get worse for the PM, with 3 by-elections taking place later this month and 2 more possibly on the horizon. In fact, if all of that does indeed come to fruition, the Tories will have gone from an 80-seat majority that Boris Johnson won, potentially down to 38, which is absolutely staggering when you look at it like that, isn't it? So, in light of all of this, I thought I would talk to former Conservative MEP, it's fair to say a big Boris Johnson fan as well. It's David Campbell-Bannerman. I wonder whether or not a lot of those people who thought that it was really all about honesty and integrity and morality in politics realise that they have been had, and that all of this really was a ruse to get Boris Johnson and indeed those that support him away from the Tory party and stop them from campaigning going forward.
Well, it hasn't worked out very well, has it, Patrick? I mean, a complete disaster. We were actually, when Boris went, his resignation.
OK, I think we might have lost David Campbell-Bannerman there. That's all right, though. Look, there's a lot going on here with this story. I'm just going to read you through some of the facts, OK, because we're still, roughly speaking, about a year and so away from a general election. And at the moment, if you look at an amalgamation of the polling data, yes, then the Tories are 19 behind. In some cases, they are 20 behind. They were about 7.7 points behind on the day that Boris Johnson said that he was going to resign. That was after all of the sleaze allegations, all of the controversy, and that drip, drip, drip. And then if we have a look at what's happened since then as well, the Lib Dems have now laid an amendment calling for those named MPs who basically said that the Privileges Committee was indeed a kangaroo court to face a potential ban from Parliament. That could spark by-elections, OK? I'm also having a look now at the House of Lords, who know that Rishi Sunak's only real chance of victory, in my view, is if he can sort illegal immigration out. So he puts forward the illegal migration bill. And then, you know, what are they doing with that? Well, they're dithering, they're delaying, they're knocking it back and forth, they're playing ping-pong with it, aren't they? And they're dragging it out so that it won't be implemented. And if at all, in fact, by the next election. And if it is implemented by the next election, it won't have any impact. And when we look at all of those things in the round, was all of this really about morality and having upstanding, virtuous individuals in Downing Street? Or was this all part of a concerted effort by people in the Labour Party, in the Liberal Democrats, which, by the way, is their right. It is entirely their right to try to get the existing government out of office and try to get themselves in there. So there's no controversy around that whatsoever. But did the Tories just walk into this trap? Did Rishi Sunak and co, when they handed in their letters of resignation or no confidence in Boris Johnson, did they walk into this trap? It was 11 days after Boris Johnson went that Angela Rayner, the deputy leader of the Labour Party, went on national radio and said, well, Boris Johnson was our biggest electoral threat. Yeah, exactly. Go figure. And if we have the likes of Jacob Rees-Mogg, Priti Patel, Nadine Dorries and co, all now potentially going to face by-elections in their areas, if indeed that does come to fruition, it does really look like a purge. My concern is, of course, not with the usual media types trying to pile that on and get Boris Johnson and co out of office. It's not really with the Liberal Democrats or the Labour Party trying to do that. As I've said, that is, of course, their job. I think what should be a massive concern to people is that the Conservative Party appears to have walked into that trap and continue to walk into it. It is all very well and good trying to be able to say that we've got a man in charge now who makes it seem like the adults are in the room. Well, that's fine, but how long is he going to be in the room if he proves to be as deeply unpopular as he is so far? Again, worth reiterating, as this is something that we're going to be talking about throughout the course of the show, 1 year on from Boris Johnson's saying that he's going to resign, when the Tories were around 7.7 points behind in the polls, they find themselves now 20 points behind, going from an 80-seat majority potentially to a 38-seat majority. Was it actually better with Boris? GBviews at gbnews.com. But we do have a GB News exclusive coming your way, and that is the number of people who have crossed the channel today. And by the way, one of those boats managed to get essentially all the way to Dover before being picked up. So there you go, hey? But it's also emerged that a radical plan to cut net migration was actually rejected by Liz Truss. So we're going to have a look at both of those. Mark White, our Home and Security Editor, has got the latest GB News exclusive on the numbers of people who have crossed the channel today. It will shock you, actually. And as well, we delve into what could have been when it comes to net migration. Patrick Chris is on GB News, Britain's news channel. OK, well, look, in just a few moments' time, we will cross live to Liverpool again after Conor Chapman was sentenced to a minimum of 48 years in prison for the murder, amongst a string of other offences, it must be said as well, of Ellie Edwards. We are expecting to get some reaction from the family. But in other news, GB News can exclusively reveal that more than 300 people have been intercepted in small boats in the English Channel today. The first to cross in 7 days. No, there wasn't a break because of this radical policy. No, they're not terrified of being sent to Rwanda. It was the weather. One of the boats intercepted at around 8 a.m. had almost made it to Dover Harbour before a Border Force catamaran was able to intervene. I imagine we should have probably just given them the satisfaction of having made the entire trip themselves. You know, they might have been a bit gutted about getting some help over the finish line. But with an improvement in weather conditions today, UK authorities are braced for the possibility of more not-so-small boats attempting to cross the Channel in the hours ahead. I am joined by our Home and Security Editor, Mark White. Yes, so an astonishing number of people already today.
Yeah, our Kent producer, who's out there every day looking for the boats, saw them coming across today as we had a break in the weather. We've had 7 days of southwesterly winds of around about 20 knots, which have made it pretty much impassable. But I think what stood out for him was not just the fact that they were coming across again, but that one boat almost made it to the Dover coast. We can show you some images of an interception. Those are the wrong pictures. It's the interception pictures. This is a boat that's coming into Dover Harbour with the migrants, 300 today in 6 small boats. You can see them coming off the vessel there. But if we can have a look at the pictures of the vessels being intercepted.
Well, we'll get to those eventually. But look, the point is, I suppose, isn't it, that obviously they very nearly managed to actually make it to the actual harbour itself. And I think yet another example, Mark, I suppose, of what a factor weather is actually playing in all of this as opposed to policy.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this is weather-related. We've spoken to a number of maritime experts who know the English Channel very well. And although Rishi Sunak last month stood up in Dover and said it was the government's plan to end the boats that had stopped them, they say it's actually the weather. Now, you can see this is the image that we're talking about, this boat absolutely packed with people, and that is just off Shakespeare Beach, which is just next to Dover Harbour. On that image, there is a Border Force rigid inflatable boat speeding towards it. There now the catamaran, the Border Force vessel Defender, alongside this boat as well, picking up, we believe, at least 50 people from that rigid inflatable before taking them the very short distance, it has to be said, into Dover Harbour to be processed. But authorities have been absolutely determined, Patrick, not to allow any small boats to land on a beach because they don't want these images flashed all around the country. They want to show that their plan to stop the boats is working. So that's why we've got rigid inflatables from Border Force patrolling the beaches to ensure that none of these boats get across. It is unusual for a boat to make it this far. Normally, they get intercepted. The Border Force rendezvous with French vessels that normally escort these small boats across at about the halfway point between England and France, and at that point they're picked up. So this one somehow managed to evade Border Force and get almost...
But that is interesting. Just talk to me a little bit about that. So they are desperate, you are saying, for images like the ones that we've managed to get hold of there to not make it out into the public. What? So that they can try to claim that it's working, what's going on in the Channel?
Yeah, we've seen not just the fact that Border Force RIBs are up there now patrolling the beaches to help prevent any beach landing, but also just the day-to-day filming that we are able to do. You remember about 6 months ago or so, we could go down into Dover Harbour and be up close, really, to these boats when they came in and the migrants on board the boats were being taken up the gangways to the processing centre. But they moved to a new processing centre, conveniently in another quay that is not accessible to the media, so you can't get in there to get shots of it. So these shots are taken from the cliff tops, the White Cliffs of Dover, because it's the only place that now the press can get shots of these boats coming in. There is no doubt the authorities don't want us to see this. If that was not the case, we would be allowed
exactly.
access to see this.
And there's also no doubt that other media outlets don't want you to see it as well. So, Mark, thank you very, very much. Mark White there, our Home and Security Editor, bringing you that GB News exclusive that there have been at least 300 arrivals today, and indeed one of them basically nearly managed to sail into Dover themselves. Staying on this similar topic, OK, so that's the illegal side of things. Well, it's emerged today that Liz Truss was offered a radical plan that could have slashed net migration, but she rejected it. Now, Truss was only Prime Minister for just 44 days, and in that time, a policy document was published that proposed measures to cut legal migration. I'm just going to run you through some of them, because, again, these are some of the things, by the way, that have been proposed very recently by this so-called New Conservatives group. So, capping entry visas, right, raising the fees, and increasing the salary threshold. But Truss apparently wasn't interested. And this ties into something that I've been trying to bang the drum for a little while now. It's all very well and good talking tough on immigration, but it is actually a policy decision to have immigration at this level. And how do we know that now for a fact? How do we know that for a fact? Well, just given the latest economic nightmare that we're all in, what was our former Chancellor? His plan? Well, we could increase immigration to help drive down wages and try to reduce inflation. So the idea that there was ever really any ambition or any other school of thought that would have suggested that we could have tried to drive down net migration, I think, is for the birds. I'm joined now by immigration lawyer Harjap Singh Bangar. Harjap, thank you very much. Great to have you on. When you look at some of these plans and you look at the fact that they were just roundly rejected, it is becoming increasingly obvious, Harjap, is it not, that actually it's all very well and good blaming lawyers for record levels of net migration and all of this stuff. But actually, this is a policy decision, isn't it? They're doing this deliberately.
It's not the lawyers or the judges that make the law. We just translate the law, interpret the law, and the judges make sure that it's enforced and that the government complies with it. But once again, it is a policy decision by this government who's been in power for 13 years. And it's a policy decision. They obviously don't think that legal migration, i.e. people who come here with visas and proper job offers and to come here to work, is a problem. And in fact, if anything, one of the many reasons for legal migration not to be cut is because that the various industries lobby the government and show that they actually need workers, like the care industry. And that's a fact. The care industry does need workers. It's reliant on foreign workers. The NHS is reliant on foreign workers. A lot of the construction industry, transport industry is reliant on foreign workers, as a hospitality industry. So the government won't really do anything to stop visas for those industries because it would probably hurt British economy. But the overall idea, the government has always been, this government, is to concentrate on illegal migration, which it doesn't seem to be good at stopping as well, instead of legal migration, which we've seen go up.
No, indeed. I mean, so this report said that what they wanted to do was try to create a strong narrative, so a message to try to sell this idea that we need to slash net migration. I would argue that just holding polling data up to people and showing them what the majority of the British public think about whether or not net migration is too high would be good enough in order to be able to sell that. But alas, we have to come up with a strong narrative. And that was going to change it from net migration to we have to control inward migration. OK, fine. So that was not the most creative thing there. It was going to include capping some routes. So it is quite vague on that, but let's just hypothetically say, right, we'll take a cap on the amount of people, say, from India that we're going to take this year, for example. Changing thresholds, so for skills and salaries, restricting the rights of dependents and or reducing the attractiveness of the graduate visa. They were trying to steer away, like you've just said there, from impacting too much on things like the care sector, etc. But it is fascinating that this was indeed rejected roundly, and I just can't help but wonder whether or not there is a slavishness to our economy that means that we are unwilling to have any kind of hit to any sector of that economy, and therefore our only solution is mass migration. And then, to be fair, they blame people like you for it being the problem. And actually, you could say that it's not really just illegal immigration that's the problem, it's the net migration stuff as well.
Well, Patrick, I think what the whole thing is dependent upon is legal migration. Legal migrants come here to do a job, to fill a job. Now, it's all right stopping them, but who's going to do them jobs? So remember, the whole idea was to be we were supposed to train up British people to do the jobs. And we've had 7 years to do that. And that hasn't been the case, clearly. So people haven't managed to fulfil these jobs. The care sector is one sector where British people can clearly fill the vacancies if they wanted to. Hospitality industry as well. And, you know, low-skilled jobs. But it hasn't been done. So until the British people are going to fill these jobs, we can't, the government can't really say to these sectors, well, hold on, we're going to stop you getting migrants. By the way, we've got no British people either to fill these jobs. Oh, the ones that do want to work, they want 35 grand a year or 40 grand a year. Otherwise, they're better off on benefits. So I think they're in the employers are in a catch-22. The government are always bound to big businesses and employers rather than listening to the common man on the street. So it is a catch-22 sort of situation.
Well, look, Harjab, thank you very much. Harjab Singh Bangal, the immigration lawyer. Look, it's a fundamental lack of ambition and political will to grab this thing by the short and curlies and then go out and actually do something about it. They were thinking of implementing a lever, which was an absolute cap or an emergency brake on the amount of migration. As Harjab has said there, that would then have to go hand in hand with paying British workers more and training people more, which I think you could easily sell to a nation. But instead, no, we just go, well, we better not do that. We're on a short time limit. People have got to see some results quite quickly. We don't want our economy to go into recession, so we'll just keep steamrolling our way through mass migration, won't we? In the meantime, all of our public services, of course, crumble, and that is deemed to be A-OK. Well, look, we will hear very shortly from the family of Ellie Edwards after her murderer was sentenced to a minimum of 48 years in prison for that and a string of other offences. I've got loads more coming your way as well, including snowflake students. Could they get their fees back if they are offended by anything they see at university? But now it's your headlines with Rihanna.
Patrick, thank you. Good afternoon. It's 3:34. Your top stories from the GB newsroom. And as we've been hearing, a gunman who killed a beautician outside a pub in Merseyside last year has been sentenced to life, serving a minimum of 48 years in prison for her murder. 23-year-old Connor Chapman opened fire outside Lighthouse pub in Wirral on Christmas Eve, killing 26-year-old Ellie Edwards. Chapman was found guilty after a 3.5-week trial at Liverpool Crown Court. He fired 12 shots from a submachine gun, injuring several others before fleeing the scene. And a man who killed a mother and her daughters by setting fire to their flat in Nottingham has been jailed for life and will serve a minimum term of 44 years. 31-year-old Jamie Barrow has been found guilty of murdering his neighbour Fatoumata Hidara and her 2 young daughters in Clifton last year. The court heard he poured petrol through their letterbox before setting it alight and watching the fire take hold. An 8-year-old girl remains in a life-threatening condition in hospital following yesterday's crash at a school in Wimbledon. Another 8-year-old girl was killed after a Land Rover crashed through a fence and into the study prep school in southwest London. A woman in her 40s also remains in a critical condition. The driver, a 46-year-old woman arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving, has now been bailed pending further inquiries. And a coroner has concluded the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake near Solihull was a terrible accident. Brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler died, along with their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart and 10-year-old Jack Johnson. Police formed a human chain to punch through the ice. We're going to throw to you, I'm sorry for the interruption, to Liverpool Crown Court for a press conference following
jailed
the
for life
sentencing,
for the senseless and tragic murder of Ellie Edwards in Wirral on Christmas Eve last year. Ellie was a young woman with her whole life ahead of her who was simply enjoying a night out in a pub with her family and friends. The cowardly actions of Chapman on that night, firing at his intended targets whilst they were stood outside in a crowd, shows the arrogance and contempt that he had for everybody else. As a result of his reckless actions, Ellie had her life tragically cut short. Her family and friends and everyone who knew her have been left devastated by their loss. Today, Chapman is behind bars where he rightly belongs and where he will now spend a considerable period of his adult life. His co-accused, Thomas Waring, has also been brought to justice. No sentence, however long, can change what Chapman did, but I hope that knowing he has been brought to justice and is off our streets brings some small amount of comfort. I hope that it serves as a deterrent to anybody considering picking up or using a gun. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Ellie's family, who throughout the whole investigation and the trial have remained dignified and composed, despite being forced to relive the horrific events of Christmas Eve. And I hope that they can now start to properly grieve their loss. I would like to thank the Crown Prosecution Service, Adam Clark, and then in particular Nigel Powerskin's counsel and Katie Appleton for the successful prosecution of the case. I would also like to thank all officers and staff from across all strands of Merseyside Police who were involved in this case. From day one, their commitment, dedication and hard work has been key to the investigation and has allowed us to successfully prosecute Chapman and Waring and get the justice for Ellie's family. Thank you.
I'd like to just echo what Paul said, really, that the amount of people involved in this investigation from day one, literally from the minute it happened, has been remarkable, and they did not give up. They were relentless in achieving the goal, which was to get justice for Ellie and catch the killer. Thankfully now he's got 48 years and hopefully he never sees Christmas again. If I'm lucky enough to still be around for a long time, yeah, I would do my best to make sure he never comes out of jail. And I know there's a lot of people who've been affected by this, and that includes the whole family behind me. And it needs to be, things need to change, and we've made a start with that. And I think for 48 years, if you think of picking up a gun now, you should think twice about it. And I'd like to thank, as again, Merseyside Police, the whole family behind me. We've sat here for 4 weeks and had to go through this, something that we'll never forget. But it was all done for Ellie, and we achieved that today. Thank you.
OK, well, that was a statement from Ellie Edwards' father, Tim, and a legal representative as well. What he did was initially start by thanking the police for all of their efforts in trying to snare Ellie's killer, who was today sentenced to a minimum of 48 years in prison. He went on to say, Tim Edwards, Ellie's father, that he will do his best to make sure that he never gets out of prison. He hopes that he doesn't ever see another Christmas again. He then got very emotional, said that things need to change. Just to recap there, that Ellie's murderer, Connor Chapman, was sentenced earlier on to a minimum of 48 years, which would make him 71 years old when he gets out of prison. The judge, of course, stopped short of a full life term. In other news today, and in just a few minutes, I will tell you why everybody's favourite Archbishop, Justin Welby, thinks that universities should be punished if their students are offended. Yes, that's right. So if students are offended by anything that they see at university, well, then maybe those universities should indeed be punished. I'm sorry, but is this not why we have a generation of utter snowflakes? Talking of snowflakes, here's your weather.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GBNews.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGibbon here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a fine afternoon for many of us, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales, and it's feeling warmer as well. But some thunderstorms are likely to form in places, most especially western parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we're closest to an area of low pressure. It's that low that's going to bring further storms in this weekend. But for now, it is drawing up warmer air from the south. Any thunderstorms do disappear through the evening across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Dry conditions for most. A bit of a breeze overnight, but that breeze, as I say, is bringing up warm air from the south, so it's a muggy night for many of us, with temperatures in some spots staying at 18 or 19 Celsius, mid-teens widely as we start Saturday. And for many, it's a sunny start. Temperatures soon shooting up, but for Northern Ireland, for Wales and the southwest, we've got some cloud and some showers moving through. As those showers interact with the warm or hot air further east, thunderstorms are likely. Not for everyone, but where they do occur, the risk of 50 millimetres in a few hours, thunder, lightning and large hail. Now, ahead of the thunderstorms, East Anglia could reach 30 Celsius, perhaps more, if we get enough sunshine. And fresher conditions arrive from the west through the afternoon, and those fresher conditions prevail across the country on Sunday. But the risk of further showers, especially for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest, and some longer spells of rain in places as well. We start next week with further showers and thunderstorms.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GBNews.
Well, after trying to derail the illegal migration bill on Wednesday, Justin Welby is now targeting universities and defending snowflake students. I will be telling you exactly what he wants to do very, very shortly. Patrick Christie's on GB News, Britain's news channel. Well, at 4 o'clock, I will ask whether or not Rishi Sunak can turn the Tories' fortunes around as his party languish almost 20 points now behind Labour in the polls. It is staggering, isn't it, how that kind of conventional wisdom has emerged, that when Boris Johnson decided to call it a day, the Tories were taking an absolute kicking in the opinion polls. They were 7.7 points behind. OK, and now they are around 20, potentially on the cusp as well, depending on how the by-elections go, of course, of finding themselves in a situation where they've gone from a majority of 80 to 38, which is a remarkable decline. I have been asking you throughout the course of this show today whether or not that you think actually things were better with Boris, and what you also think about this story that I'm going to be talking about right now. GB Views, our GB News Get a load of this. So 2 days ago, Justin Welby, everybody's favourite archbishop, was doing his best to scupper the government's flagship illegal migration bill. Not just that, actually proposing something completely different that signed us up to big global ambitions, presumably at great cost, and actually helping people abroad. So nothing really to stop the boat, essentially. Today, he has now turned his attention to universities and said that they should be punished. Well, here it says if their students misbehave. Really, it's if students are offended. The Archbishop of Canterbury is in favour of universities having their funding cut if trans students and people from other minorities are, quotes, abused, insulted and excluded. OK, but is this not a rather slippery slope? For example, if somebody says that they are insulted or abused, that might just be because a speaker has been invited to that school that they disagree with, or that university that they disagree with. Should that university be defunded? Joining me now is the policy manager at the Higher Education Policy Institute. It is Josh Freeman. Josh, great to see you. Thank you very, very much. Is this really happening? Should universities have their funding cut if somebody goes, I'm a bit offended?
Well, thanks very much, first of all, for having me on. And this is a tricky topic. I think the headline is perhaps a little bit misleading. It's true that he's arguing for funding cuts, but the emphasis on what he's saying is that students should be free from abuse, they should be free from harassment. And these seem like relatively sensible things.
But they do, sorry to interrupt straight away, but they are sensible. That's why we have laws for that.
Right, but the laws, and this is where it gets tricky, is that the laws are, where universities are concerned, not very clear. So universities have two obligations now. We have this new freedom of speech bill. On the one hand, they have to protect students from abuse, from harassment, but on the other hand, they have this new legal duty to protect freedom of speech. And where it's difficult is where the line ends between abuse and harassment, and it begins where it's just this sort of contentious, difficult issues, but ones that ultimately need to be discussed. Universities are in this difficult position of having to adjudicate between these. All okay?
Yes,
and
you're still on.
Very difficult.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, no, indeed. I find it staggering, though, that he would want to wade in on this, really, because surely the whole point of a university is that you go and you challenge your thoughts. Also, a big point of university is that you might get very animated about something, and then as you grow up, you get over it and you start to, become a bit less radical. So why would it be OK for somebody there to go, oh, I think that, trans women are women and that they should all be allowed to use my changing room? But it presumably, by this, wouldn't be OK for somebody who is a woman who would have to use that changing room to say, oh, I don't really want that. That could cause offence. And if a university then doesn't clamp down on that, they, under Justin Welby's perfect world, would have their funding cut. I mean, this entrenches one form of woke belief in society, doesn't it?
Well, I think I absolutely agree with you in that no one student should be able to stop important debates going ahead. If universities are the place where you have the intellectual rigor, you have the expertise, you have this opportunity for these difficult conversations, this is the one place in society where you would expect them to happen. And I agree that I don't think it's right that any one student should be able to shut these down. But that said, universities are in this particularly tricky position as a result of the legislation. Now, the Office for Students has an opportunity to clear this up. It's going to be publishing some new guidance and help us adjudicate, as you say, between these views that are difficult but important to discuss and the ones that tip over into harassment. The Office for Students needs to start consulting. It needs to consult universities properly on this in order that they can make that decision.
But we've already seen some quite notable no platforms. I mean, it wasn't so long ago that Jacob Rees-Mogg was no platformed. There's a couple of events. There was a massive hoo-ha over it all as well. Kathleen Stock at Oxford, again, that was another cracking example of somebody who was interrupted non-stop, and there were widespread protests there, weren't there, about whether or not she should have been allowed to actually talk. And I find this quite concerning, because surely we shouldn't be looking for lessons on morality or how we should live our lives or what our kind of, moral code is from a lot of students who quite often, I would imagine, have never had a day's work in their lives, probably smoking quite a lot of cannabis, and dare I say, have blue hair.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the Kathleen Stock case, because I attended that talk and it got a lot of press coverage. But I attended because I wanted to hear, support the fact that she was speaking, even though I didn't necessarily agree with everything that she had to say. And it got a ton of media coverage, and you would think, based on the media coverage, that it was this big disaster and everyone was being shut down and no one could speak. But actually, no, Kathleen Stock came in. There was a very civilized conversation. That she was questioned quite robustly, not as robustly as I would like, actually, because the people who most disagreed with her were outside of the room protesting. But you had that conversation, and also those people who disagreed got their chance to exercise their free speech by protesting outside. So there isn't yet this crisis where speakers can't say everything they want. But there is a problem here, because if students are protesting outside, it becomes very controversial to hold these events. Other students in the future look at this, they think, do I want to risk my friends?
No, exactly. This is it. You've hit the nail on the head. You've hit the nail on the head, and this is a really big societal problem. This is why I keep banging on about it, because what people will see is somebody with a view that they might agree with, OK, albeit maybe expressing it quite bluntly, or they've got a book out and they're on some kind of book tour or something, and that's why they're there. And they'll see all these protests outside, and they'll think, oh, gosh, I don't really want to have, beans poured over me, or to people to think that I'm some kind of turf or a hate figure, so I will keep that view to myself. And then it becomes societal censorship from what actually is a majority view that is opposed by a very loud minority fringe. Thank you very, very much. It was great to have your rigorous intellect on the show. Josh Freeman there, who is, of course, the policy manager at the Higher Education Policy Institute. Just one quick email, because this is a topic that we're going to go back to very, very shortly, which is, of course, about whether or not it is curtains for Rishi. Were things better, really, under Boris? The reason I'm asking is the latest polling data is out, and it's an absolute shocker. Patrick, I believe that Boris was a better Prime Minister than Rishi. Rishi is not being honest with the British public on immigration, but I will be presenting you with a solution that we have unearthed, which could actually mean that Rishi Sunak can still turn things around. So I will be displaying that for you very, very shortly, and having a big discussion about how woke brands have absolutely lost the plot. You will not believe, or maybe you will, the latest Ben and Jerry madness. But of course, on serious news as well, Chapman has been jailed at Liverpool Crown Court for life with a minimum of 48 years for the murder of Ellie Edwards. We will have the latest on that. Patrick Chris is on GB News, Britain's news channel.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGivern here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a fine afternoon for many of us, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales, and it's feeling warmer as well. But some thunderstorms are likely to form in places, most especially western parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we're closest to an area of low pressure. It's that low that's going to bring further storms in this weekend. But for now, it is drawing up warmer air from the south. Any thunderstorms do disappear through the evening across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Dry conditions for most. A bit of a breeze overnight, but that breeze, as I say, is bringing up warm air from the south, so it's a muggy night for many of us, with temperatures in some spots staying at 18 or 19 Celsius, mid-teens widely as we start Saturday. And for many, it's a sunny start. Temperatures soon shooting up, but for Northern Ireland, for Wales and the southwest, we've got some cloud and some showers moving through. As those showers interact with the warm or hot air further east, thunderstorms are likely. Not for everyone, but where they do occur, the risk of 50 millimetres in a few hours, thunder, lightning and large hail. Now, ahead of the thunderstorms, East Anglia could reach 30 Celsius, perhaps more, if we get enough sunshine. And fresher conditions arrive from the west through the afternoon, and those fresher conditions prevail across the country on Sunday. But the risk of further showers, especially for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest, and some longer spells of rain in places as well. We start next week with further showers and thunderstorms.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's 4 p.m, it's Patrick Christie's, it's GB News. Big hour coming your way. Is Rishi Sunak an absolutely massive loser? The opinion polling would suggest he is, and I am asking, was it better with Boris? Again, the data is there, people. Did the Tories commit political suicide? In other news, I'm going to be talking about this as well. Yes, there was a migration plan on the table underneath Liz Truss, and she rejected it. That would have reduced net migration. Also, we've got an exclusive, which is the number of people who have managed to make their way across the channel so far today. 7-7. It is, of course, the anniversary of 7-7. I thought we'd have a little look as to where we are up to with the state of terrorism in Britain today. As it stands, what lessons have been learned, if any? And yes, get a load of this. Ben & Jerry's have had yet another woke shocker. On the 4th of July, they called for America, you know, that country where they've made a load of money based on American capitalism and become a multi-billion-dollar company. Yeah, they want to give the land back to the indigenous people, but I'm having a look at woke companies in general. Could this be Ben & Jerry's Bud Light moment? Patrick Christie's on GB News. GBviews at gbnews.com. I'll just ask this. Is it actually time to replace Rishi Sunak? You look at the polling, 20 points behind. Boris was 7 points behind when he went. Have they got time to replace him? Find somebody else? Who, though? Also, there is a plan out there, apparently, that could mean that Rishi Sunak can claw it back. GBviews at gbnews.com. But now it's your headlines.
Good afternoon, it's 1 minute past 4. I'm Ray Addison in the GB newsroom. A gunman who killed a beautician outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve last year has been sentenced to life and will serve a minimum of 48 years for her murder. 23-year-old Chapman opened fire outside the Lighthouse pub in Wirral, killing 26-year-old Ellie Edwards. In total, he fired 12 shots from a submachine gun, injuring several others before fleeing the scene. Chapman was found guilty after a 3.5-week trial at Liverpool Crown Court. Ellie's father, Tim Edwards, spoke after that sentencing.
Thankfully now he's got 48 years and hopefully he never sees Christmas again. If I'm lucky enough to still be around for a long time, yeah, I will do my best to make sure he never comes out of jail.
A man who killed a mother and her 2 young daughters by setting fire to their flat in Nottingham has been jailed. Our East Midlands reporter Will Hollis is at Nottingham Crown Court. Will, what can you tell us about that reaction to the sentencing?
Well, it was a short time ago that Jamie Barrow of Fairhour Close in Clifton was sentenced to a minimum life term of 44 years. Just to give you an idea of how long that will be, is he'll be 75 before he even has a chance of even leaving prison and asking for a parole. The judge in her sentencing remarks said that she was quite sure that Barrow wanted to kill Mrs. Haidara and her children. She also added that the offence took planning and thought. Now, this, of course, relates to the 3 murders of Fatimata Haidara and her 2 children, Fatima and Neymar. They were the neighbours of Jamie Barrow. Right now, you can just see that a statement is being made by Abu Bakr Drama, the father of the 2 children and wife to Fatimata, and you can see behind him the scale of the impact that this has had on the family. Inside, just a few moments ago earlier today, Mr. Drama said that Jamie Barrow was a coward and that his daughters were 2 little angels. He also described his wife as perfect.
OK, Will Hollis outside Nottingham Crown Court with the latest there for us. Thank you very much. An 8-year-old girl and a 40-year-old woman remain in a life-threatening condition in hospital following yesterday's crash at a school in Wimbledon. Another 8-year-old girl was killed after a Land Rover crashed through a fence and into the study prep school. The driver, a 46-year-old woman arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving, has now been bailed pending further inquiries. A coroner has concluded that the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake near Solihull was a terrible accident. Brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler died, along with their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart and 10-year-old Jack Johnson. The court heard that the children went to Babs Mill Lake in Kingshurst in December last year to skim stones and feed the ducks. Police formed a human chain to punch through the ice and pull the children out of the lake, but all 4 later died. Superintendent Richard Harris says his officers did everything they could to save them.
My own local officers were the first to arrive on the scene within minutes of the initial call and tried so desperately to rescue the boys that afternoon, with many wading into sub-zero water up to their necks to form a human chain. They had no specialist equipment but bravely smashed their way through the ice with their batons and fists in a bid to find the boys.
The government has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review proposals.
Education is a right, that is why we have to fight.
Members of the National Education Union are taking part in a second day of industrial action this week. They warned there could be more strikes in the autumn term. All 4 education unions rejected the government's offer of a one-off payment and a 4.5% pay rise next year. More than 300 people were intercepted in small boats in the English Channel in the early hours of this morning. It's the first crossings in 7 days following poor weather. GBNews understands that the boats pushed off from a 60-mile stretch of the French coastline from Dunkirk to Boulogne. It brings the total number of crossings so far this year to over 11,700. House prices fell at the fastest annual rate in 12 years last month. Halifax reports that the average UK property price was down 2.6% in June. That's compared with the same month last year. That's more than double the drop in May, marking the largest fall since 2011. The mortgage provider says the average house price for June was around £286,000. This is GB News. We'll bring you more as it happens, so let's get straight back to Patrick.
Is anybody else sick and tired of extreme woke virtue signalling adverts these days? Everywhere you look, it just feels like ad execs think that unless their campaign is at least one person in a wheelchair, the ethnic diversity of the United Nations, and somebody who is either kissing somebody of their own gender or displaying the visible scars of some form of transgender surgery, then everybody will assume that they're like the Nazis and must be cancelled. Ben & Jerry's are back at it. Well, they certainly had a worse time on the 4th of July than Hunter Biden, didn't they? But they released a statement saying the United States was founded on stolen indigenous land. This 4th of July, let's commit to returning it. Well, how about you just commit to making ice cream? Maybe lowering the price of that ice cream as well while you're at it. The responses to this were absolute classics. First, you need to apologise to the millions of cows you've milked without consent, says one. Your product is colonialist misogyny in the form of an overpriced dessert. Stop feeding the people cow trauma. I also enjoyed this one. A commitment to give America away sounds a bit much. That is quite a good point, isn't it, actually? Ben & Jerry's has amassed a multi-billion-dollar fortune based primarily around an North American form of capitalism. Ben & Jerry's could really afford to solve a lot of the problems they pretend to care about quite easily if they just paid for it themselves. But they've got form for this stuff. Get this. Until Australia allows gay marriage, Ben & Jerry's won't serve 2 scoops of the same ice cream. It's stunning and brave. One advert cast Trump supporters as lemons. In April of 2019, the company tweeted about the disproportionate number of people of colour arrested for marijuana-related offences. It's not just Ben & Jerry's, though, is it? Of course, Bud Light used a man cosplaying as a woman to sell their beer. They lost huge amounts of money as a result of that. Gillette basically took a flamethrower to men who shave, which, considering what their product is, probably wasn't the best idea. I go on the underground and see the adverts now for fashion brands. I can only assume the price of fabric has gone down because these companies seem keen to use more of it to cater for huge, big, fat people. Madame Tussauds has got one at the moment. It's an absolute classic. It's a lady in a wheelchair ethnic minority, next to the king. He's just trying to cram everything in. They are a pride flag away from the full house there. But WhatsApp's latest TV advert appears to feature a woman hiding her pregnancy from her partner and, from what I can tell, deciding whether or not to abort it. There are too many examples of this stuff to even mention. It is everywhere. Why don't companies save themselves and us a lot of time and just go, before we crack on, we're not racist, some of our best customers are ethnic minorities. We're not sexist, homophobic, transphobic, we are pro-choice, love, 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 love you all. Right, now, here's what this vacuum cleaner actually does to clean your home better than our competitors. Just do the advert, stop virtue signalling. Right, well, that's what I would think, but I want to hear from you, gbviews@gbnews.com. I'm going to be returning to that Ben & Jerry's story a little bit later on. It did make me laugh, but I just thought it's so ridiculous. And then I started noticing things everywhere you look. Every time you turn on your telly, you see the adverts. It all just seems to be virtue signalling, doesn't it? But loads more on that later on in the show. But, yes, absolutely, to our top story. And a year ago today, Boris Johnson announced that he was resigning as Prime Minister. Now, at the time, Labour held a 7.7-point lead. It's easy to say that, isn't it? But 12 months on, Rishi Sunak is in charge of a Conservative Party with a massive 19 to 20 points deficit. And it could be about to get worse for the Prime Minister, with 3 by-elections taking place later this month and 2 more possibly on the horizon. So, I'm joined first and foremost by our political reporter, Olivia Utley. Olivia, thank you very, very much. What are the chances of that Conservative majority going from 80 at the last election to, I think I'm right in saying, 38 in a couple of months' time?
Well, it is looking pretty bad for Rishi Sunak. It's expected that he's going to lose at least a few of the by-elections, and it's now being predicted that he might actually lose all 5 of those upcoming by-elections, which is a really, really tricky situation for him to be in. In 2 of those constituencies, the Tamworth constituency, where Chris Pincher has been suspended from, or is about to be suspended from, and Nadine Dorries' constituency, and in fact Frome, where David Warburton has been suspended from, the Conservatives have majorities of 19, 20,000, in one case 24,000. These are seats that the Conservatives should not be losing. But as you say, they've now been trailing Labour in the polls for so long and by such a long way that it feels quite possible Labour voters are feeling pretty optimistic that they might actually be able to overturn these big majorities. Expect to see thousands of Labour activists piling into these seats. Expect to see Keir Starmer with his sleeves rolled up and his tie off. Funnily enough, the seat which actually the Conservatives are perhaps least worried about is Boris Johnson's Uxbridge constituency. He only has a majority of 7,000, so losing the seat wouldn't look that bad. But also, ULEZ is so incredibly unpopular in this outer London constituency. People hate Sadiq Khan so much that it's thought that actually the Conservative might just about hold on to that one. But that is, you know, scant comfort for Rishi Sunak today.
Absolutely. Look, Olivia, fantastically well put, as ever. Olivia Utley there, GBNews' political reporter. I am joined now by 2 titans of the political game. One of them is the political editor of Express Online, David Maddox, who I will go to first. Mad Dog Maddox to his mate. David, thank you very, very much. Look, when you have the cold light of day shining upon Rishi Sunak's performance and his popularity at the moment, you do have to wonder whether or not the Tories will now just admit that Boris was better.
I think there's still a lot of Tory MPs, and I say Tory MPs, who will go to their graves before they admit that Boris was better, even though quite obviously he was. I mean, you quoted it. Actually, one poll on the day he quit last year had him only at 5 points behind Labour. Our poll last night, Techni UK, had Labour 21 points ahead. I think it was a YouGov poll, had Labour 25 points ahead, so 5 times as much potentially as, we're actually heading to the territory of where Liz Truss was now after the collapsing mini-budget. This is a total disaster, and I think, frankly, most Conservative MPs have given up an awful lot of announced they're resigning, and a lot are looking for other jobs.
But it's almost like some people were saying this at the time. And this idea that it was all about integrity and honesty and being virtuous and, oh, this office, this great office of state, we need someone who's an adult in the room. OK, well, where was the bounce when Liz Truss came to power? I mean, the whole thing lasted 44 days. Rishi Sunak is about as popular as Novichok, from what I can tell. And so, realistically, the Tories would have had much of a better chance if they'd have just stuck with Boris Johnson. Even at the height of all of that drip, drip, drip of media backlash, even at the height of all of those PMQs where Keir Starmer was being quotes-unquote forensic about his Partygate and all of this, the British public were acutely aware of that, and the Conservative Party thought, we better get rid of this guy if we've got any chance of winning the next general election. And the reality is they got rid of him, and now they've got no chance of winning the next general election.
Yeah, and ultimately they've replaced him with somebody else who got fined for Partygate, and you know, doesn't have the magic touch and been able to persuade people or bring people on side. I mean, you know, he plays terribly in the so-called red wall areas, which they took off Labour. And actually, if you look at the way of the council elections, the way people are voting or staying at home rather, their actual southern seats are even more in danger. I mean, there's Somerset and Frome and all those sorts of places could easily fall simply because Conservative voters are fed up to the teeth with this lot, and probably quite rightly so. I mean, the other thing is to remember that they could be facing 7 more by-elections after next week, because if Labour and the Lib Dems get their way, they're going to censure these ones who have the temerity to speak out against the kangaroo court and have, you know, potentially have 7 more.
This is what I wanted to talk to you about, OK? Because a lot of people were saying at the time, look, this Boris Johnson stuff, bit of a witch hunt, frankly. They clearly want him out because he's deeply popular and they don't want him to win again. Well, you know, lo and behold, in the end, the Tories essentially ousted themselves by handing in less than no confidence and saying it's time to go, Boris. So they basically gave in to that. And then what we're now seeing is this whole procedure has to go through no pushback from the current people in number 10 whatsoever. It's allowed to just roll on, and it's all very polite. And that is, again, just a tactic to undermine the Conservative Party. And then now we've got Labour and the Lib Dems coming together to try to essentially cause by-elections in seats for people who criticise that report. And this is all, surely, now just part of a very transparent plan to try to remove anybody who is relatively popular in the Conservative Party and has Conservative values and might actually win our next election. And as far as I can tell, Rishi Sunak, for a bloke who's been publicly educated and, you know, he's supposed to have a brain the size of a planet, just doesn't see this and keeps walking into these traps.
No, and maybe he just doesn't care. Maybe he's just happy to be Prime Minister and see it out. I mean, you know, it was hard to believe that, but you know, a number of MPs have suggested that to me. You know, they're pointing out to the fact that, you know, 2 weeks in a row he won't be doing PMQs. Yeah. You know, there's saying real general leads from the front, and it's been able to seen by the troops, inspires everybody. You know, this one has just gone and hidden in Westminster Abbey, and you know, is clearing off to
worship the NHS.
You know, and you look at those 7 who are under threat. You know, it's people like Jacob Rees-Mogg, Priti Patel, Nadine Dorries. You know, admittedly said she was going to go anyway, but you know, these are big figures on the right. They're popular figures on the right, and you know, there's a clear agenda to get that sort of person out.
Yeah, look, David, thank you very much. Always an absolute pleasure. It's David Maddox there, who is the editor of Express Online. I'm going to try again now with David Campbell-Bannerman, who's a former Conservative MEP who was on very briefly in the last hour. Thank you very much for popping back up. Good to see you again, twice in a day. I must be doing something right. Look, I just want to pick up on a point that David Maddox made there, which I think is interesting. Does Rishi actually care about winning the next election, do you think? Or is he just in it as a stepping stone for something else, probably with a big bank somewhere?
I personally think he's more interested in the global situation and maybe taking over the World Bank or the IMF or going back to America. He's very much a globalist, a corporatist, and I think he looks at it as this way. It's good for his CV to be Prime Minister, but it helps him move on to other things. I would say I don't think he's enjoying being Prime Minister. I mean, Tim Shipman's article exposed that in the Sunday Times. I've seen him on numerous occasions, like Spring Forum, and I think it's getting to him, and he's not very happy at it. I don't know whether he's getting personal pressures as well, because obviously his family is in the frame as well, and that's not very comfortable.
No, indeed. And I just wonder whether or not the Conservatives now would be having a look. Let's say that there are 7 by-election losses in the next couple of months, OK? Make me a prediction. What happens? Do they just limp on? Because if they do, they might as well say, look, we're actually going to do what's in the best interest of the country and we'll call an election, and then the result of that we will honour. Because otherwise we end up with a complete lame duck Prime Minister who may or may not actually want the job. In a time of national crisis, there are so many things at the moment that someone who was good and had proper, a bit of balls, right, would actually be getting a hold of, not going to a church service for the flipping NHS at Westminster Abbey, hiding from PNQs for another couple of weeks, saying he's going to do things and then not actually doing them. I mean, seriously, should he not just call a general election, get this over with?
I wouldn't suggest an election in these.
Well, no, because you're getting battered.
But I think. If Sunak isn't performing, and these polls are disastrous, as David just said, I've never seen. I mean, we're getting into sort of May territory here, Theresa May territory, which is complete disaster. What's happening? Conservative MPs have got their heads firmly stuck in the sand like ostriches. They've got to wake up. I know it's messy. We had a lot of drama last year, which wasn't very pleasant. It's a year on since Boris obviously made his resignation speech. But we've got to see the reality. This is a disaster for the Conservative Party, and I don't want to be out of power for 10 years or more. And that's where we're heading, unless we get, frankly, Sunak stands aside.
The thing is, he's getting away with it. He's getting away with it because he puts a smart suit on, right? And people know that he's been financially successful, and he always looks very clean-cut and quite boyish and possibly a little bit dull behind the scenes, and he gets away with it. But you actually look at the results of this and where the Conservative Party are now. I've just had an email in from Martin that I think sums it up. And by the way, this has got a huge response for that question I'm asking you right now at the bottom of your screens. This is the latest polling data that's dropped today. The Tories 20 points behind, potentially on the cusp of losing 7 by-elections. GBviews at gbnews.com. Martin, I didn't think anyone could be worse than Theresa May. And then we got Rishi. Loads of people getting in touch to say reform, i.e. they are obviously not going to switch to Labour. They're not going to go and vote Lib Dem. A lot of people getting in touch here saying they're going to vote for a completely different political party, which would presumably split the Conservative vote, and then we all know what happens there. David, I am going to have to leave it here, my good man, but I appreciate you coming back on. Thank you very, very much. Great stuff. It's former Conservative MP David Campbell-Bannerman there. Now, I just think that is a fascinating discussion to be able to have, actually, really, at this particular moment in time. Is it too late for the Tories to actually do anything about it? Is it the conventional perceived wisdom that they will just stick with Rishi, even if all of the signs are that, frankly, it's game over? But as the small boats keep crossing the channel, it's emerged that a radical plan to cut net migration was actually rejected by Liz Truss, and we have a GB News exclusive, including footage, which shows how many Channel migrants have arrived in this country today, and also, as well, on top of that, the fact that one of them was rescued essentially just feet off the coast of Dover. Patrick Christie's on GB News, Britain's news channel. Well, on the 18th anniversary of the 7/7 London bombings, in a few minutes, I will ask how vulnerable we are to another similar terror attack. But before that, let's bring you some breaking news. 3 Just Stop Oil activists have been charged with aggravated trespass following 2 incidents at Wimbledon on Wednesday. Deborah Wild, Simon Milner-Edwards and William Ward have all been released on bail to appear at City and Westminster Magistrates Court on Monday, the 7th of August. All of those people are in their 60s. Ah, well, there we go. I look forward to the day where Gary Lineker pays their legal fees. But it has emerged today that Liz Truss was offered a radical plan that could have slashed net migration, but she rejected it. Truss was only Prime Minister for just 44 days, and in that time, a policy document was published that proposed measures to cut legal migration, such as capping entry visas, raising fees, increasing the salary threshold. But Truss supposedly wasn't interested, and I can understand that. She was very much, as we all know, famously, of that go-for-growth economic mindset that did actually go hand in hand with rapid levels of mass migration. Joining me now is the chairman of Migration Watch UK. It's the wonderful Out Mehmet. Out, great to have you on the show. Is this yet another example of net migration in the hundreds of thousands actually being a deliberate policy choice and not a necessity of globalisation?
It is a deliberate policy choice. It's nothing to do with the economy, frankly, apart from the fact that it bears down on inflation, as Lord Hammond, Philip Hammond, reminded us not long ago. The reason why they like, the Treasury in particular, likes high immigration is that it means wages are effectively depressed. And that is what is appealing, and that is what keeps inflation down. I think it really did let the cat out of the bag when Lord Hammond said that this was the real reason. It's absurd, and it doesn't do any justice, frankly, to the needs and the desires of the ordinary people.
Well, what you appear to be saying is something that, I've got to be honest, I was thinking as well, which is that if you take this to its natural conclusion, deliberately keeping migration that high is also a deliberate attempt to keep a lot of us poorer. Out.
Absolutely, and I think that the Bank of England said something to that effect. We've got to get used to being poorer. But the fact is that this has been going on for years and years and years. As I've said before, I think on your programme, Patrick, over 20 years, we had a population increase of 8 million people. And of that, 85%, that's to say nearly 7 million people, were the result of immigration and children of those coming here. That's why we've got to get it down. And the people want it. As I've heard you say, 60% of the people say it's been too high. Now, why won't the government, why won't any government listen to the people?
No, indeed. And just on something the viewers will be able to see some footage there of some of the arrivals today in the channel. So this is the illegal side of things now out. There was an idea floated yesterday which got rather a lot of traction. It certainly pricked my ears up about the idea of creating some kind of islands, or processing centres on the islands, I should say, really, off the coast of Britain to house people, which would be a way of us basically managing to encompass people within British law and therefore not have to go through the arduous court processes of sending people to places like Rwanda. Do you think it has actually become time for something like Channel Migrant Island?
Well, I heard you say that yesterday, and it has a lot of attractions, I have to say. However, what I would also add is, how long will it take, Patrick? And really, if you think that the legal world, the so-called activist lawyers are going to let it happen without actually having something to say about it, I think we may all be mistaken if we thought that. It's just the practicalities of doing it, how long it would happen. But
effectively, all you're doing is, look, when I was an immigration officer, we used to have a police station nearby where people were held while their cases were being considered, or a further examination point, as it was described at one point. Well, all you're doing, if you're having something much on a bigger scale on an island, is just having a further examination point. But what you've then got to do is be decisive and act quickly. And that's never going to happen, unfortunately. But Patrick, can I just say one thing on what the people want?
Okay.
Look, a few weeks ago, in fact, on Nigel Farage's programme, I launched the cutimmigration.co.uk petition page. Thousands of people have already signed up to it. Frankly, the public want immigration cut. 60%, 61% say that is what they want now. We went through a short phase when people were conned into believing that, in fact, it was going to be reduced and everything was under control. Nonsense.
Okay.
Well, sign my petition, please.
All right, well, there you go. Hey, we love a petition here at GB News, as you well know. Alp, great stuff. Thank you very much. That's Alp Mehmet there, who's the chairman of Migration Watch UK. Loads more still to come between now and 5 o'clock. On the 18th anniversary of 7/7, that desperately dark day in British history, the terror attack, I will ask how vulnerable we are right now to another terror attack. But first, it's your headlines with Ray.
Thanks, Patrick. 33 minutes past 4. Here's the latest from the GB newsroom. On our top story, a gunman who killed a beautician outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve has been sentenced to life and will serve a minimum of 48 years for her murder. 26-year-old Ellie Edwards was killed by Connor Chapman outside the Lighthouse pub in the Wirral last year. The 23-year-old fired 12 shots from a submachine gun, injuring several others before fleeing the scene. Chapman was found guilty after a 3.5-week trial at Liverpool Crown Court. A man who killed a mother and her 2 young daughters by setting fire to their flat in Nottingham has been jailed for life and will serve a minimum of 44 years. 31-year-old Jamie Barrow was found guilty of murdering his neighbour, Fatoumata Haidara, and her daughters, Fatima and Naima, in Clifton last year. The court heard that he poured petrol through their letterbox before setting it alight and then watching the fire take hold. An 8-year-old girl and a 40-year-old woman remain in a life-threatening condition in hospital following yesterday's crash at a school in Wimbledon. Another 8-year-old girl was killed after a Land Rover crashed through a fence and into the study prep school. The driver, a 46-year-old woman arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving, has now been bailed pending further inquiries. The government has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review proposals. Members of the National Education Union are taking part in a second day of industrial action this week. They've warned of further strikes in the autumn term. All 4 education unions rejected the government's offer of a one-off payment and a 4.5% pay rise next year. You can get more on all of those stories by visiting our website, gbnews.com. But now, let's get straight back to Patrick.
Well, I will be asking why so many companies go woke when it almost always backfires to them. Surely you will have noticed the state of advertising in this country now, wherever you go. In fact, if you just see any, whether you're, at the train platform or you're walking around the streets or you see it on your telly, and you just think, that is the most virtue-signalling advert. One of those completely unrealistic families that makes it look like the United Nations has come round for dinner or something like that. Then email in with your pictures, gbviews@gbnews.com, because I've seen some absolute corkers recently. I'm going to be talking all about them to test just the theory of it all, really. What do they think it's doing? But first, bizarrely, it's your weather.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGivern here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a fine afternoon for many of us, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales, and it's feeling warmer as well. But some thunderstorms are likely to form in places, most especially western parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we're closest to an area of low pressure. It's that low that's going to bring further storms in this weekend. But for now, it is drawing up warmer air from the south. Any thunderstorms do disappear through the evening across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Dry conditions for most. A bit of a breeze overnight, but that breeze, as I say, is bringing up warm air from the south, so it's a muggy night for many of us, with temperatures in some spots staying at 18 or 19 Celsius, mid-teens widely as we start Saturday. And for many, it's a sunny start. Temperatures soon shooting up, but for Northern Ireland, for Wales and the southwest, we've got some cloud and some showers moving through. As those showers interact with the warm or hot air further east, thunderstorms are likely. Not for everyone, but where they do occur, the risk of 50 millimetres in a few hours, thunder, lightning and large hail. Now, ahead of the thunderstorms, East Anglia could reach 30 Celsius, perhaps more, if we get enough sunshine. And fresher conditions arrive from the west through the afternoon, and those fresher conditions prevail across the country on Sunday. But the risk of further showers, especially for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest, and some longer spells of rain in places as well. We start next week with further showers and thunderstorms.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, on the 18th anniversary of the 7/7 London bombings, just how vulnerable is the UK to another terror attack? I'm Patrick Christie's on GB News. Now, we'll finally talk about that in a second. after the co-founder of Ben & Jerry's ice cream was arrested at a pro-Julian Assange protest. In a few minutes, I will ask why so many big companies flaunt their woke credentials when it's almost always very, very bad for business. But it's the 18th anniversary of the 7/7 terror attacks today, when 52 people were sadly killed by 4 suicide bombers. But what's the situation now? How vulnerable are we to a similar terror attack? Essentially, what's the current state of play? I'm joined now by the former head of the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office, Chris Phillips. Chris, thank you very much. Great to have you on the show. What is the current state of play then? What are the chances of something like 7/7 happening again?
Well, unfortunately, Patrick, if you look at the vulnerability of sites, they obviously are always going to be vulnerable. It's whether or not we've got the people in the country that want to go out and commit these terrorist attacks. And unfortunately, the police are telling us, security services are telling us, that there's plenty of people, thousands of people actually, that have got terrorist sympathies. So unfortunately, the situation hasn't changed a great deal. I think some businesses have taken it upon themselves to do much more, but many haven't, and that's the biggest concern.
And is that problem getting better or worse, Chris, in terms of the amount of people who are currently in this country who wish to do us harm?
Well, it's definitely not got any better. I think what the police and security services have got better at is actually identifying groups of people that might want to do us harm. And of course, we, the police, have interdicted on numerous of occasions, which has prevented attacks. I think the difficulty is, as we've seen in the past in Manchester and other locations, one can always get through, and that's the big worry for society.
No, indeed. And it just staggers me that we don't seem to be maybe taking things quite as seriously as we could be doing. I do note what's going on at the Channel, for example. I do note, of course, a few other areas where I think we are making ourselves just an unbelievably soft touch.
Yeah, a soft touch, but also we've got a very short memory, really, and people that run buildings, events and locations tend to not worry too much about terrorism. Of course, it's in the back of their mind, but they don't see it as one of their top priorities. Now, I actually took over at the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office just before 7/7, and we put in a huge amount of work to try and encourage those that operate crowded places to protect themselves a bit better. And it was going somewhere, and the government a few years later stopped that work. But since Manchester, we've now seen that work re-engaged, and hopefully in the next 12 months, we'll see the Protect duty come out, which will force organisers of events to do much more to protect their people.
How effective are things like the Prevent scheme?
Well, you don't hear of successes. That's the trouble with things like Prevent. Right. There may be hundreds of people that have been turned away. We just don't hear about that. Likewise, you don't hear too much about attacks that have been stopped by policing and security. Of course, failure is when something happens and one gets through. And that's unlikely to continue into the future, I'm afraid.
No, OK. And now, look, I've just got to ask you this as well. We hear a lot, don't we, about the rise of the far right. They always say it's the fastest growing terror group, apparently, extremist group. How does it actually compare to the threat from radical Islamism?
Well, it's tiny by proportion, but of course, again, you only need one. But of course, the far right is driven by the Islamic extremists that have brought the terror threat level to our doors for the last 20 years. So that's been driven by one's driving the other, and an attack of any kind is disaster. And whether it's far right or Islamic extremists, we should worry about all of them. But it's tiny by proportion to the threat that the UK, not only the UK, don't forget, right across the world, face from the extreme Islamic attacks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Can I just ask you, do you remember where you were and what you were doing on 7/7? I mean, I can't believe, actually, that it says 18 years ago. Just a devastating. Yeah. I certainly remember where I was. I was actually on holiday. I was started watching it all come through on the news. It's one of those things that's etched into your memory, isn't it? But I'm sure you were somewhere much more important, were you?
Well, 2 days before I'd taken up the job of head of National Counter-Terrorism Security Office, and I was walking over Waterloo Bridge when my phone, or everyone's phone, stopped working. And of course, the police at that time had turned off the phone network in that area. But I was able to make calls, so I realised something amiss had happened. I was able to get into the office, and then we were working on this inquiry and all the bits around it for the next 6 months. So yes, I know very well all about this attack. I know it could have been much worse as well. And you know, if people make bombs and they let them off in crowded places, you're going to have an awful lot of people are injured or killed. We need to make sure as much as we can and support the police and security services in everything they do to stop it from happening.
Yeah, OK. All right, Chris. I mean, it must have been just fascinating, but in a very, very depressing sense, obviously, to have been right on the inside of that operation. And it's been great to chat to you, to get a bit of an update from you, really, I suppose, as to exactly where you think we are at now. Reasons to be cautious, and I think it's exactly spot on. I do worry that we are very complacent when it comes to it. And it wasn't just 7/7. We had, I think I'm right in saying, 2016, 2017 was when, right across Europe, it seemed to be there was some terror attack every single week pretty much taking place, some much larger than others, and everyone was on high alert. And then you go a few years without something happening, and you just worry whether or not we're kind of sitting ducks again, and also whether or not the public is focusing on the right problem when it comes to who we should be looking out for it. But Chris, thank you. Chris Phillips there, who is the former head of the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office, and a really, really interesting insight into both the day there, 7/7, and of course where we are at now. But let's get back to a subject I spoke about at the top of the hour: woke companies and their extreme virtue signalling. So Ben & Jerry's marked Independence Day in the United States by calling on what they call stolen indigenous land to be returned. That, by the way, they mean is America, I think. And last night, the company's co-owner, Ben Cohen, was arrested as a demo in support of Julian Assange. Now, I'm certainly much more on board with supporting Julian Assange than I am with just banging on about returning indigenous land to people. I'm joined now by political commentator Jacob Reynolds. Jacob, thank you very much. It's great to have you on the show. When we look at the likes of Ben & Jerry's coming out for massive amounts of climate change, I mean, they've milked so many cows, for goodness sake. As somebody said, we are now eating cow trauma when we eat Ben & Jerry's. Do you think they should just stop it?
Well, yeah, they should, but they kind of reflect the way that lots of companies are transforming themselves from organisations that exist to serve consumers and sell products into organisations that think they have an important role to re-educate the public and tell us the correct way to think. And I think you see quite a lot that this, A, it hurts their bottom line, but B, it shows how disconnected they are from the people that actually buy their products. They don't think of their customers as kind of reasonable people that they'd like to buy more products. They think of them as kind of idiots who need to be re-educated.
Does it actually affect their bottom line? Because I saw that Wix copped it a bit recently when they came out and they were just talking absolute nonsense about the vast majority of the population. That's what always gets me, is they're always kind of slagging off the vast majority of people. Gillette, when it came to shaving Bud Light, right? So and we can see that had an impact on them. Has Ben & Jerry's been affected? Because I just wonder, it is a different product. People just do love ice cream.
Yeah, well, Ben & Jerry's has tried to carve itself out a little niche for being the kind of conscious consumer or woke consumer's favourite ice cream, and probably there is a kind of relatively substantial market for people who really like that kind of stuff. But as you know, with, say, Budweiser or the other examples that we've seen recently, in general, it certainly seems that when you come out and tell your main target audience that they're racists or bigots or suffering from toxic masculinity, then they're not going to want to buy your products anymore.
No, indeed, but it does seem to go too far. Every single time I turn on the TV or I walk to get the tube in London, or you drive past a billboard somewhere as well, it just seems to be absolutely rammed down our throats, to the point where clearly advertising executives now think that unless the family in question in this particular advert looks like, you know, like a kind of rainbow family, or like it's a kind of board meeting at the United Nations or something, then that must imply that this lot are a horrible, racist, far-right company. I mean, would it actually be bad for business, do you think, now, for companies to have, say, an all-white nuclear family in their adverts?
Well, I don't think it'd be bad for business, but what you point to is that despite many of these examples seeming kind of ridiculous on the face of it, they point to an important transformation in business and in society, which is that the people who run companies and run society don't think that their job is to provide services, provide products, to just give people what they want, to put it bluntly. They think that their job is to tell us what to think. And that shows that something really important and profound has changed in society, the way that the people who run it, they don't get their authority from delivering the goods, as it were. They get their authority from kind of claiming to occupy the moral high ground and tell us what all to think.
I think one of the most ridiculous ones for me is Carlsberg, OK? So that is a beer that people... Carlsberg used to do great adverts. They used to do fantastic adverts. The Carlsberg ads were brilliant. And then now, when you look at an advert for Carlsberg, you get told that if you buy a pint, they will plant some seagrass. Nobody has ever staggered towards a bar at 3 o'clock in the morning and looked at the deck of pints and gone, I'm going to go for the Carlsberg because they plant seagrass. It's just not related to the topic in question, is it? But who is advising these people?
Well, as you know, I mean, the people who organise the marketing campaigns and run advertising firms, they themselves have kind of slightly gone off the deep end. And we saw with the examples that, as you noted, with Bud Light, that this has a huge backlash, that the people running these campaigns, more and more, are completely disconnected from what their consumers want. And instead, they come up with ever kind of more ridiculous examples to try and get themselves a few column inches, either for being kind of ridiculous in itself, or because they somehow think that, say, saving the seagrass is a really important issue for people drinking pints.
It's just now, call me a cynic. I just assumed that at some point, if you were advertising your product, it might be nice to show what that product is or tell the customer what it is that it does, right? But apparently we don't need that anymore. You can just have a seal swimming around somewhere in the shallows, looking at seagrass, and then at some point at the end, you just go, fancy a pint, and they go, yeah, all right then, like seals at SeaWorld. Jacob, thank you very much. Jacob Reynolds there, political commentator, just reacting to all of this woke nonsense that clearly is getting me very exercised when it comes to advertising these days. Now, exactly a year after Boris Johnson resigned as Prime Minister, the Conservatives are 19 points behind Labour in the polls. But have we found a way that Rishi Sunak can turn things around? Are we about to reveal what he has to do? I'm going to be joined by the one, the only. It is Sir Michael Fabricant. We'll be talking about all of that very, very shortly. This is Patrick Christie's, this is GB News, and we are, of course, Britain's news channel.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hi there, it's Aidan McGivern here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. It's a fine afternoon for many of us, dry and bright, plenty of sunshine for England and Wales, and it's feeling warmer as well. But some thunderstorms are likely to form in places, most especially western parts of Northern Ireland. That's where we're closest to an area of low pressure. It's that low that's going to bring further storms in this weekend. But for now, it is drawing up warmer air from the south. Any thunderstorms do disappear through the evening across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Dry conditions for most. A bit of a breeze overnight, but that breeze, as I say, is bringing up warm air from the south, so it's a muggy night for many of us, with temperatures in some spots staying at 18 or 19 Celsius, mid-teens widely as we start Saturday. And for many, it's a sunny start. Temperatures soon shooting up, but for Northern Ireland, for Wales and the southwest, we've got some cloud and some showers moving through. As those showers interact with the warm or hot air further east, thunderstorms are likely. Not for everyone, but where they do occur, the risk of 50 millimetres in a few hours, thunder, lightning and large hail. Now, ahead of the thunderstorms, East Anglia could reach 30 Celsius, perhaps more, if we get enough sunshine. And fresher conditions arrive from the west through the afternoon, and those fresher conditions prevail across the country on Sunday. But the risk of further showers, especially for Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest, and some longer spells of rain in places as well. We start next week with further showers and thunderstorms.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's 5 p.m, it's Patrick Christie's, it's GB News, and Rishi Sunak is in deep trouble. But do we have a way out for him? He's facing potentially 7 by-elections. Could he indeed lose all of them? Frankly, the polling's in the toilet. Rishi, maybe we should have kept Boris. What do you think? But is there a way out for Rishi Sunak? In other news, we're going to be talking a lot about this as well. Brits' holidays could be ruined because foreign air traffic controllers have decided to take loads of days off. It's almost like they don't really care about us, isn't it? I'm also going to be talking about this story as well. Are minorities, in some cases, too easily offended? Well, the Archbishop of Canterbury certainly thinks so. He wants universities to potentially pay fines or be defunded if somebody gets hurty feelings. And we'll also be getting stuck right into this. Should we have a whopping great big brand new spanking taxpayer-funded royal yacht? Yes, this debate has reared its head again. Some people say this is a great advert for Britain. Other people say, I can't afford rice. Patrick Christie's on GB News. GBviews at gbnews.com. Get those views coming in thick and fast. Lots in the inbox today. Anger towards Rishi Sunak. Do you think he's got a hope in hell's chance of winning the next general election? Should the Tories even just change a leader now if he loses all these by-elections? GBviews at gbnews.com. Headlines now with Ray.
Thanks, Patrick. 1 minute past 5. Here's the latest from the GB newsroom. And our top story this hour, the gunman who killed a beautician outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve has been sentenced to life and will serve a minimum of 48 years for her murder. 26-year-old Ellie Edwards was killed by Connor Chapman outside the Lighthouse pub in the Wirral last year. The 23-year-old fired 12 shots from a submachine gun, injuring several others before fleeing the scene. Chapman was found guilty after a 3.5-week trial at Liverpool Crown Court. Ellie's father, Tim Edwards, spoke after the sentencing.
Thankfully now he's got 48 years and hopefully he never sees Christmas again. If I'm lucky enough to still be around for a long time, yeah, I will do my best to make sure he never comes out of jail.
A man who killed a mother and her 2 young daughters by setting fire to their flat in Nottingham has been jailed for life and will serve a minimum term of 44 years. 31-year-old Jamie Barrow was found guilty of murdering his neighbour, Fatoumata Haidara, and her daughters, Fatima and Naima, in Clifton last year. The court heard that he poured petrol through their letterbox before setting it alight and watching the fire take hold. An 8-year-old girl and a 40-year-old woman remain in a life-threatening condition in hospital following yesterday's crash at a school in Wimbledon. Another 8-year-old girl was killed after a Land Rover crashed through a fence and into the study prep school. The driver, a 46-year-old woman arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving, has now been bailed pending further inquiries. A coroner has concluded that the deaths of 4 boys who drowned after falling into a frozen lake near Solihull was a terrible accident. Brothers 6-year-old Samuel and 8-year-old Finley Butler died, along with their 11-year-old cousin Thomas Stewart and 10-year-old Jack Johnson. The court heard that the children went to Babs Mill Lake in Kingshurst in December last year to skim stones and feed the ducks. Police formed a human chain to punch through the ice and pull the children out of the lake, but all 4 later died. Superintendent Richard Harris says his officers did everything they could to save them.
My own local officers were the first to arrive on the scene within minutes of the initial call and tried so desperately to rescue the boys that afternoon, with many wading into sub-zero water up to their necks to form a human chain. They had no specialist equipment but bravely smashed their way through the ice with their batons and fists in a bid to find the boys.
The government has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review proposals.
Education is a right, that is why we have to fight.
Members of the National Education Union are taking part in a second day of industrial action this week. They warn there could be more strikes in the autumn term. All 4 education unions rejected the government's offer of a one-off payment and a 4.5% pay rise next year. A science teacher on the picket line told us he'd like a rise in line with inflation.
We feel that our pay has been cut significantly as a result of stagnating wages for education and rising inflation, and we feel that this government hasn't been willing to do enough to support education. And we know that so many new teachers are leaving the profession so early. It's unsustainable. The wages are not meeting the work that they're being asked to put in, and it's driving people out of the system, and that's really bad for students.
And finally, more than 300 people were intercepted in small boats in the English Channel in the early hours of this morning. It's the first crossings in 7 days following poor weather. GB News understands that the boats pushed off from a 60-mile stretch of the French coastline from Dunkirk to Boulogne. It brings the total number of crossings so far this year to over 11,700. This is GB News. We'll bring you more as it happens. Now let's get back to Patrick.
Well, it is a year since Boris Johnson said he would resign as Prime Minister. How much more evidence does there have to be before Conservatives realise that they've been absolutely had and that getting rid of Boris Johnson is hurtling them towards electoral oblivion? It is staggering to see how Sunak's Tories have fallen. It has become the perceived wisdom that the Tories were getting slaughtered in the polls when Boris was ousted, but that simply isn't true. They were about 7.7 points behind. Now they're consistently around 20 points behind. Things are now nearly 3 times as bad as they were when Boris Johnson was in power. 11 days after Boris left, Angela Rayner admitted that Boris was Labour's biggest electoral threat. Shock horror. That is why the kangaroo court wanted him out as well, which they got. And that is why there is now a push to oust Boris allies like Jacob Rees-Mogg, Priti Patel and Nadine Dorries. The Lib Dems have now laid an amendment calling for those named MPs to be referred to the Committee of Privileges to consider whether their conduct amounted to contempt of the House and then look to ban them. They could then face, of course, by-elections. The Tories had an 80-seat majority. They now have a majority of 55 with Chris Pincher. If they lose another 2 MPs in Dorries and Pincher, plus a potential 7 because of the Privileges Committee special report, that would take the Tory majority down to 38. It's remarkable, isn't it? The lefty House of Lords know that Sunak's only chance of winning the next election is if he can sort out illegal immigration. So what are they doing? Dithering, delaying, knocking it back and forth like ping pong, dragging it out so it wouldn't be implemented, if it is at all, before the next general election. And indeed, if it is, and it certainly won't have had any impact by then, will it? For anyone who really thinks that all of this talk of morality, integrity in politics, being virtuous, honesty, has ironically got any shred of honesty about it, well, I do have news for you. You have been completely and utterly had, totally turned over. It was never about that. It was always only ever about getting the Tories out of power, about getting rid of their key electoral assets. It is a very British coup. And it should not be surprising that the other parties, the Lords and the media, tried it on. That's what they do. They're well within their rights to do that. I am, however, very surprised that the Conservatives and their public school and Oxbridge-educated boffins walked into it so easily. Email me, gbviews@gbnews.com. So, look, Rishi Sunak seemingly has a mountain to climb if he's going to win the next general election. He still has time to turn it around, though, but how does he actually do it? I can now speak with Conservative MP Michael Fabricant. Sir Michael Fabricant. Sorry, Sir Michael. Apologies. OK. I'm just going to...
You're forgiven.
Oh, there we go. I'm just going to put to you some of
myself, actually.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'd still be celebrating as well. But anyway, I was going to put to you some of Lord Frost's suggestions. OK, so Lord Frost was piping up about how Rishi Sunak can turn this around. He goes in strong. He says sack Jeremy Hunt and appoint Simon Clarke and Jacob Rees-Mogg. What do you think about that?
Oh, I'm not going to comment on sacking people. It's above my pay grade. You tricked me, Patrick. I was going to say, by the way, that you absolutely were spot on in your comment, because nobody wants to see parties fighting, and we were completely mad. And I said this at the time, to get rid of Boris Johnson, and it has not helped one little bit, has it?
No, it absolutely hasn't. And it is, I find it fascinating, this kind of public psychology, that if you look back, it was, it was untenable. There was no way he could have stuck around. I mean, you'd kill for opinion polling like that now.
Exactly, and the Labour Party, as you quite rightly said, were terrified of him. And, you know, Keir Starmer is no Tony Blair. And the idea that people would actually vote for Labour, you know, is only half credible now. It wouldn't have been credible at all if we'd kept Boris.
Look, some of the other suggestions, perhaps slightly less controversial than me asking you whether or not we should sack our current Chancellor, was that ditch the plan to ban new petrol and diesel cars. I mean, this all ties into something that I suspect would probably play quite well on the doors. Your views?
I think we're going to have to, you know. Certainly the 2030 deadline is looking more and more untenable. Look, there's battery development going on, which when it comes in, when the new technology comes in, will maybe make electric cars more suitable for the UK. But you know what? We said when we were talking about this policy, mind you, I have to say, it was actually Boris's policy, because he was a very, very green Prime Minister. But there was always the constant hope that there would be new batteries developed. Well, so far, they're in research and development, but they're not available yet. And people don't want to have range anxiety, and they haven't got the time to sit, you know, trying to find, first of all, a recharger that works, and then sit around for about half an hour at least until something operates and you can drive your car off again.
No,
indeed. What?
But you hit down there on a really interesting point, which is that Boris Johnson arguably didn't necessarily try to enact a lot of the policies that many people assumed that he might do, and certainly when it came to the green stuff, how green he was and wanting to him, where people would have still picked themselves up and gone out and voted for him. Whereas now that we appear to have, you know, the adults in the room, as it were, Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor, don't worry, I won't get to comment on him again, Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor, Rishi Sunak there, you know, these people who've got, you know, very nice smart suits on, they look like they're proper adults, and people don't like them.
I hope you've noticed, by the way, I never wear suits. I've had approval by the Speaker of the House of Commons that I can wear sort of a jacket, not this jacket, because this is a bit sort of too modern for the House of Commons, maybe, but I'm allowed to wear a jacket and matching chinos, so it's a sort of suit. I just thought I would say that, but you're absolutely right. You know, but I do think we have got every chance, you know, to do well at the next general election, because I'm afraid people don't actually get Keir Starmer. I mean, when Keir Starmer was saying, you know, his lovely slogan that we're going to get rid of the class ceiling, who thought that one up? We're going to get rid of the class ceiling with teachers. But then when he was asked, well, all right, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to match their pay demands? He went, no.
Yeah. And this is it. Again, another crucial point here from Sir Michael, which is that if at the next election, right, we end up with a situation where the Labour win a stonking majority, I would argue the most disappointing thing for Conservatives will be that it wasn't really Labour what won it, it was the Tories what lost it. Is this another way, though, that the Conservatives could claw it back? If they went into the next general election, as Lord Frost suggests, with promising a referendum on European human rights law, and whether or not we should get out of the ECHR. If they said, look, if you vote Tory next general election, we promise you a referendum and immediately enact the result of this referendum on the ECHR, could that be something that Rishi could do to just keep people on the hook?
Well, first of all, it nearly always is governments what lose it, and never is oppositions that win it. I mean, even with Tony Blair, that was the case, to be honest with you. Look, on the EHCR thing, yeah, absolutely wrong that they interfere. But you know what? It's not the EHCR, it's the ruddy law that Tony Blair introduced not that long ago, which actually enshrined it certain aspects in law. Sweden isn't subject to all the things that we seem to be subject to, but yet they're into the EHCR. It's because of our domestic laws. And what we should do, not make a promise, we should actually deliver before the next general election a change in the EHCR Act, one that was brought in by Tony Blair and has absolutely nothing to do with the EHCR that we joined way back in the late 1940s, early 1950s.
What do you make of this latest attempt, supposedly by the Lib Dems and the Labour Party, to now really go after people who are... So they've got Boris, that happened, you know, took a long time to actually come to fruition, but they got him, and then they properly got him, essentially, by getting him out of the House of Commons. And then now they're coming for, quite a few people. People who said it was a kangaroo court. Are they coming for you?
They certainly are coming for me. They've named me. They have named me. Can you believe that? I am in the targets of Ed Davey. And you know what? I'm not in the remotest bit frightened. You know, I don't think... it hasn't even got the support of the Labour Party. There's about 5 or 6 of them sitting there mournfully. I think this lady, famous lady, Wendy Chamberlain, who nobody's even heard of, even in her own household, who has actually proposed this amendment. I would be amazed if it gets 5 minutes of support, apart from Ed Davey, who, of course, is known as Archibald by that wonderful sketch writer who's often making fun of me, so I can say that, Quentin Letts.
Oh, there you go. Good stuff. But this does appear to be... I'm going to kind of finish how we started, really, Sir Michael, if that's OK, which is about this idea of there having been a...
Sir Michael, I find being called Sir Michael cringe-making.
Fair enough. All right, I just quite enjoy it, actually. But I would dine out on it. I would dine out on it. If it was me, I would be making everybody say. I'm surprised I don't make people say BA-ons after my name. In fact, we should put that in the titles. But is this a well-laid trap that the Tories have fallen into, which was get rid of Boris, the biggest electoral winning machine that the Conservative Party had? Obviously, Liz Truss didn't work out that well, 44 days, but there was long enough to pull it round. Now they've had Rishi Sunak in. And now they're trying to eat out essentially the core of the Conservative Party, as it were. Why have the Conservatives allowed themselves to walk into this trap?
Because some of my colleagues are incredibly naive and don't learn the lessons of history. And the lesson of history is that nobody likes divided parties. And love him or loathe him, everybody had a view about Boris. Everybody knew who Boris was. And there are very few prime ministers, even Tony Blair, who didn't have that. I think the last prime minister who people either loved or loathed and everyone had a view about was Margaret Thatcher. And, you know, nobody can say that she wasn't a winner. 10 years in government. So look, but we are where we are.
You are where you are.
Unite behind Rishi, and Rishi delivers, we have every chance of winning the next election, because Keir Starmer is no Tony Blair.
What happens? What happens if he loses all of these by-elections? What, seriously? I mean, because you just said there about, you know, the party's got to stay united, and I understand all of that, obviously. But then, do you unite behind someone who clearly is going to not win at a general election? Do you unite behind failure then?
By-elections don't mean anything. Look, many years ago, we lost a by-election before I was the MP. The MP for this area, Lichfield, where I'm speaking to you from now, it was called Mid Staffordshire in those days. We lost the by-election. And you know what? I won it back. I won it back in a year and a half later. So I think most people, maybe not the fools who quickly got rid of Boris, but most people, most MPs, realise that by-elections are not actually a measure of how well you're going to do in government. And as I say, I won it back in 92 and the Conservatives won in 92. If everybody had panicked because of, you know, because of what happened in the by-election, then, which they did actually, but if they really panicked, we wouldn't have won in 92. So I think most MPs realise, who've got any sense, that actually by-elections, and you never know, we might win.
You never know. You never know. Yes. Look, thank you very, very much. Great to have you on the show, as ever. I won't give you your full title on the way out. It's just a plain old Michael Fabrico. Right, brilliant. Thank you. OK, all right. Well, look, loads more on that story on our website. Go to gbnews.com. It's the fastest-growing national news website in the country. All the best analysis, big opinion and the latest breaking news. But as you well know by now, GB News is campaigning to stop the UK becoming a cashless society. In fact, that campaign's proved rather controversial for reasons beyond me, but there we go. The campaign is called Don't Kill Cash. We launched a petition on Monday and already, hey, here we go, have more than 171,000 signatures to this campaign. So there we go. The petition is on our website, gbnews.com/cash. Or if you've got a smartphone, use it to click on the QR code on your screen right now, and that will take you to the petition. So get on that, help GB News with our supposedly controversial campaign, just to tell the authorities, right, you know that thing we already have? We'd like to keep that, OK? That's all it is. Don't kill cash, OK? So maybe take part in that petition. But if you are looking forward to jetting off on your holidays soon, then, yeah, it might not happen, I'm afraid. This includes me, by the way, so I have a vested interest in this story. Foreign air traffic controllers are about to go on strike, causing misery for millions of Brits. Mike Parry is pumped up and ready to kick right off in just a second. Patrick Chris on GB News, Britain's news channel. Well, a year after Boris Johnson resigned as Prime Minister, is it time to bring back one of his biggest plans and build a replacement for the Royal Yacht Britannia? Is it time for a new Royal Yacht, people? OK, I'll be asking that shortly. And if you're looking forward to flying abroad, though, this summer on your summer holidays, I do have potentially some quite bad news for you, because thousands of flights could be delayed or cancelled after air traffic controllers are threatening to go on strike. Industrial action could see up to 12,600 flights per day affected right across Europe. This comes as talks over pay and shift patterns have broken down with a union. I am now joined by broadcaster and journalist Mike Parry, who I understand is quite angry about all of this. What's going on, Mike?
Well, look, once again, we've got a problem with the Europeans. Now, I'm not saying that this is another political plot or anything like that, but this is an organisation called Eurocontrol. And what they do is they look after the skies over Europe around 41 countries, OK? But guess what? They're based in Brussels. And we've never had a great relationship, have we, with organisations which are based in Brussels. Now, of course, geographically, if they go on strike and up to 13,000 flights a day could be lost, who's going to be the one country that loses out more than any others? It's going to be the United Kingdom, because we're an island. So we've got the English Channel. We are removed from the continent. We are going to have more problems trying to get over this terrible situation where you save all year for your holiday comes round, you go to two of the biggest airports in the world, Gatwick or Heathrow, to suddenly find your flight is not taking off. So Patrick, have got a plan. I've got a suggestion.
Good.
If I was the head of the tourist industry in this country, if I was head of the tourist board for Great Britain, for the United Kingdom, for Wales, for Northern Ireland, for Scotland, I would now be launching a huge ad campaign across the country, billboards, newspaper adverts, radio adverts on places like GBNews, TV adverts on GBNews, and say, holiday in Britain. And then this collection of European bureaucrats who control the airways cannot hold you to ransom. How many people in this country can honestly say they've seen as much of the United Kingdom as they'd love to?
Oh, yeah.
I've travelled around the world, like you, Patrick, but I still haven't seen some of the most wonderful parts of the British Isles.
Absolutely. No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And to be fair, the way that global warming is going, it might actually be quite sunny at the moment, which would be lovely, actually, because that used to be the biggest turn-off, didn't it? Oh, the weather. No longer do you have to go abroad for the weather. But I do think it's ridiculous now that people can save up all year, maybe even in some cases they have to save up for a couple of years or a few years, take the kids to Disneyland or something like that, middle of the cost of living crisis, they get to an airport, I'm sorry, Pierre, the air traffic controller who's in Brussels, has decided that he's taking the day off because, like always, they're on strike. It's just sickening.
Yeah. It is absolutely sickening. I mean, look, the scenes we've seen in France over the last 10 days kind of illustrate that, there is a lot more disorder in society on the continent than there is here, OK? We're a very well-run country. Now, we've obviously had our strike problems over the last 12 months. I would say they are politically driven. And they're not even trying to hide the fact that one of the reasons that they're going on strike all the time, and I'm talking about doctors, I'm talking about railway workers, is to put pressure on the incumbent Tory government and try and get rid of them. But this is not that. This is just typical European work practices where they go on strike all the time because they care not for the people they serve. And if you have this huge collective of people who think alike, and I'm talking now about the European socialist blob, they don't care about going on strike. To them, that is the first option, the way it's become first option for militant unions in this country. So again, I'm repeating, I don't think it can be solved by negotiation. I'm saying to anybody now who hasn't put their money down yet for a holiday this year on the continent, in Europe or anywhere else, spend your money back here in the UK and let's make this country a great holiday spot again.
Yes, a good rallying cry, I think that, Mike, definitely. And just to round us off, just to emphasise, this is, again, ordinary Brits being battered by Brussels unions and bureaucrats. This is a row between Eurocontrol and union members in Brussels that will span a continent. Now, for a lot of people who live on the continent of Europe, you, of course, can drive across it. So, and, the weather tends to be quite nice. There'll be lots of places there that you can go. So it's not really necessarily the end of the world for people who are thinking, well, I can't fly from France to Spain or something. They can try to get around that somehow. For a lot of Brits who are desperate to go abroad, we are, of course, an island. There only appears to be one way into that island via the Channel. So you're not going to be taking that route back the other way, are you? So it really is disproportionately affecting Brits, this continent-wide strike.
Well, of course there's. As I said at the start of our conversation here, we're an island, we're off here. You can get very fast trains between most countries in Europe. You can drive on, the very good motorway system they've got in Europe. You can drive from one country to another. But this is hitting us worse than ever. And you know what? Because of the way that Europe have acted ever since we decided to come out of Europe, I can't help thinking at the back of my head somewhere that, there's a feeling that this will inconvenience their roast beef more than it will inconvenience anybody on the continent. I can't help thinking that.
Yeah, no, look, Mike, thank you. I mean, I've already had a chat with my partner, genuinely, about what do we do. Potentially going away anyway at the end of this month just for 5 days, so it's not even a long one. And just saying, look, if we get to the airport, they say no. The first thing I'm doing is I'm going to get on Airbnb, find somewhere like the Lake District, somewhere in Wales, somewhere in Scotland. Get back home, get in the car, go straight there, 5 days there, and just sack it off completely, just stay in Britain. Look, Mike, thank you very, very much. Mike Parry, great stuff, broadcaster and journalist. Right, loads still to come between now and 6 p.m. I will tell you why Justin Welby, everybody's favourite archbishop, thinks that universities should be punished if their woke students are offended. Snowflake students. But now, it's your headlines with Ray.
Thanks, Patrick. 32 minutes past 5. Here's the latest. Our top story, the gunman who killed a beautician outside a pub in Merseyside on Christmas Eve has been sentenced to life and will serve a minimum of 48 years for her murder. 26-year-old Ellie Edwards was killed by Chapman outside the Lighthouse pub in the Wirral last year. The 23-year-old fired 12 shots from a submachine gun, injuring several others before fleeing the scene. Chapman was found guilty after a 3.5-week trial at Liverpool Crown Court. A man who killed a mother and her 2 young daughters by setting fire to their flat in Nottingham has been jailed for life and will serve a minimum term of 44 years. 31-year-old Jamie Barrow was found guilty of murdering his neighbour Fatoumata Haidara and her daughters Fatima and Naima in Clifton last year. The court heard that he poured petrol through their letterbox before setting it alight and watching the fire take hold. An 8-year-old girl and a 40-year-old woman remain in a life-threatening condition in hospital following yesterday's crash at a school in Wimbledon. Another 8-year-old girl was killed after a Land Rover crashed through a fence and into the study prep school. The driver, a 46-year-old woman arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving, has now been bailed pending further inquiries. The government has doubled down on its refusal to commit to accepting teachers' pay review proposals. Members of the National Education Union are taking part in a second day of industrial action this week. They've warned of further strikes in the autumn term. All 4 education unions have rejected the government's offer of a one-off payment and a 4.5% pay rise for next year. You can get more on all of those stories by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News for gold and silver investment.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy you $1.2836 and 1.1705 euros. Price of gold is £1,502 and 43 pence per ounce. And the FTSE 100 closed at 7,256 points. Now back to Patrick.
Direct Bullion sponsors the Finance Report on GB News, investments that matter.
Wow, yes, in just a few moments' time, I will ask you whether it's time for Britannia to once again rule the waves by building a brand spanking new royal yacht. Slightly controversial there, really, because obviously, how much is it going to cost? Are we going to end up paying for it? Are the optics of this wrong? And I'm just going to float this out there. Hey, see what I did there? I'm just going to float this. Do you think you'd have been more inclined to pay for a royal yacht for Her Majesty than His Majesty? Maybe, maybe. But hey, look, you just like your bulletins. We're just giving you a finance report. I couldn't let you get going without seeing your weather.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello again, it's Aidan McGivern here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. A sunny and hot weekend at first for some, before the inevitable thundery breakdown and much fresher conditions arrive from the Atlantic. We've got a couple of areas of low pressure spinning out to the west of the UK. They're helping to draw up this increased heat and humidity before they send some weather fronts in, and we see this thundery breakdown later Saturday and into Sunday. But before that happens, a clear and dry night for many. We will see the cloud thicken across Wales and the southwest, and some showers will push into Devon and Cornwall by dawn. But it's a muggy night wherever you are, 17, 18, 19 Celsius fairly widely. Even in the north of Scotland, mid-teens are possible. But a fine start for Scotland and for much of England first thing Saturday. Sunny skies, temperatures shooting up, but the showers in the southwest will quickly push into central areas, developing into an intense area of thundery rain by the afternoon, with the risk of localised flooding, large hail and frequent lightning, particularly towards the Midlands into northern England and southern Scotland later. But ahead of that rain, could reach the low 30s in East Anglia. Much fresher conditions arrive by the start of Sunday. Any thundery rain clearing for the north of Scotland, but further spells of wet weather likely to brush past southeast England before some heavy showers and thunderstorms develop across Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest into the afternoon. We keep the showers and some thunderstorms into the start of next week, but it also turns cooler.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Right, well, should universities have their funding cut if their students insult people, accidentally, from minority backgrounds? Justin Welby certainly thinks so. I promise you, in just a couple of minutes' time, we'll actually talk about some of this stuff. Patrick Christ on GB News, Britain's news channel. 2 days ago, Justin Welby was doing his best to scupper the government's flagship illegal migration bill. Well, today he's turned his attention to universities, obviously, and said that they should be punished if their students misbehave, but it's not quite as simple as that. The Archbishop of Canterbury is in favour of universities having their funding cut if trans students and people from other minorities are, quote, abused, insulted and excluded. Now, OK, fair enough. Obviously, people shouldn't be actually abused, insulted or excluded. That is why we have laws about this stuff, though, isn't it? So why would universities need to have their funding cut? Joining me now is Tom Harries, who's the Director of Data at the Free Speech Union. Tom, thank you very much. Surely this is open to abuse, because I dare say what offends the ultra-woke Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, would hardly bring a tear to a glass eye.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I think you're spot on that there are many groups in society that need protection. All our vulnerable groups need protection. But what the Archbishop has done is tip the problem on its head. Because what we see at the Free Speech Union is that the group that's really being shut down again and again and again are those academics and those students with gender-critical views. That's to say, those who believe that a man can't become a woman and that a woman can't become a man. And Justin Welby hasn't spoken about that particular group. We are seeing at the Free Speech Union, we are seeing students and academics hounded out of their jobs, out of their research. Their voices are being shut down. And that's just for having these gender critical views. A good example being Kathleen Stock in Oxford at the end of May. So I think he's tipped the problem on its head.
But also, it just, ironically, it's totally open to abuse, isn't it? Because if somebody says they don't get a job at university, or if somebody feels like they've been marked down or whatever, or they don't get into a particular sporting team, or a particular situation does not arise to their absolute satisfaction. In this current day and age that we live in, that might not have been overt racism. That could have been unconscious bias or something along those lines, which of course is essentially impossible to prove, but is believed 99.9% of the time. And so, yet again, a university might find itself with its funding cut because someone felt as though they might have been discriminated against unconsciously.
It's the hurt feelings argument again. It's that sense of everything now, or the number of things that are deemed offensive has grown and grown and grown, and the number of things that can be said and talked about and spoken about freely without having accusations of it's insulting or it's offensive. It's just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and making it absolutely impossible for people at universities to even go forward and do the research. And we do have the laws now, Patrick. We have the Equality Act, and gender critical views are protected under the Equality Act, and we have the new Higher Education Freedom of Speech Act, which the Free Speech Union helped to get onto the statute books. That has now received royal assent. So it's not about cutting funding. It's about applying the law, which is now very strong in protecting free speech and has been very strong in protecting minority groups who may not have the voice.
But it's fascinating, isn't it? Because this is how it all goes. It's this vicious death spiral of society, which is ironically being pushed forward by a bloke who's supposed to be a man of the cloth, because we end up with people being no platform, individuals being no platformed, and then if the university goes, no, we're going to have this person who's just written a best-selling book and is very popular and has quite a mainstream view, to say, well, then we have to de-platform the university and then stop the institution as a whole, which is bonkers.
Well, yeah, and some of these universities have reached rather bonkers stages. I was this week we had a Free Speech Union event with Sharon Davis coming along to speak about her new book about fairness in women's sport, and I helped to welcome people, many of whom were academics, many of whom were working in the universities, and I would say, Patrick, that 50% of the people arriving were concerned about their jobs and their safety as they arrived, because we were filming the event. So this is where we've got to, with very esteemed academics in very esteemed institutions.
Yes. Do you think there's a chance, just quickly and finally, that the Archbishop of Canterbury might end up cancelling himself and his own religion? Because good grief, if people have a real look at that Old Testament, oof.
Well, I do wonder what people in the pews are thinking, and there does, my own anecdotal experience is there does seem to be a growing gap between the people who are coming along on Sundays and their, particularly their bishops and their archbishops. So I wonder where this is going.
Yeah, look, thank you very much, Tom. Absolutely great stuff. That's Tom Harries there, of course, who is the Director of Data at the Free Speech Union. Free Speech Union doing a lot of wonderful work for, surprisingly, free speech. Now, here's a question for you. Is it time for Britannia to once again rule the waves? Yes. It's more than 25 years since the Royal Yacht Britannia was decommissioned. It's now permanently based in Edinburgh, and it has almost 400,000 visitors a year. When he was Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, he's getting a lot of shout-outs today, said that we should have a new national flagship. But that plan has since been ditched. However, Levelling Up Minister Michael Gove says having a new royal yacht is a good idea once we can afford it. Joining us now is royal correspondent Michael Cole. Michael, thank you very much. Should we just crack on and get a new royal yacht?
Good idea by Gove. No waiting around. Get on with it. Build it. It would provide employment, and it would be an excellent advertisement for the very best of British. Let me tell you, Patrick, it was a very, very valuable, very powerful tool of soft power when Britannia was commissioned. By the time you'd walked up the gangplank, and there's the Queen going up there with the Duke of Edinburgh, and you'd been saluted by the Admiral with his telescope under his arm, and you shuffled round the Holystone deck, and you'd climbed the companionway, the staircase, to meet Her Majesty the Queen, you certainly knew who was boss, you know? And this was ocean-going diplomacy of the highest kind, and it did a tremendous job over 44 years. It should never have been decommissioned. It was done by Blair. He wanted to impress his left-wing friends, and more importantly, Gordon Brown wouldn't give him the money, which was strange because Britannia was built and it was a jewel of the John Brown Yard on Clydeside, a brilliant piece of work. And if you ever wondered why the hull shines so much, the rivets do not show because they put the rivets inside the ship so that they don't show on the back, on the outside, and it shone like a mirror. And of course, it was a very valuable tool to diplomacy, and it was, of course, a home from home away. And there you are, you see the Queen, she piped a tear when it was decommissioned at Leith in Edinburgh, which I know quite well. I think she wasn't crying for herself, she was crying for all the fantastic memories that she'd had. The ship was commissioned 2 days before her father died, and it was delivered just before the coronation in 1953, which was pretty good turnaround for a yard up in Glasgow, the John Brown Yard. So let's get on with it. I mean, Boris's idea was for a rather, well, it looked a little bit of a Tupperware job, but something stately is important, and let's do it now.
Well, it is interesting, though, isn't it, to see whether or not anything like this could be done today. So, increasing the amount of royal assets. We've already got Prince William talking about trying to help to end homelessness and potentially using some of his own estate in order to be able to do that. You know, there's this talk about whether or not it's okay for King Charles to have as many assets as he had. I just don't think that in this current society that we live in, really, Michael, they would be able to add anything new to what they've already got, which I think is a bit depressing.
Well, I think the primary role is going to be commercial for conferences overseas, for trade missions and so on. I think, obviously, the royal family would use it from time to time and add kudos to it. But, you know, we're not alone in this. The royal families of Sweden and Norway and Holland and the Netherlands all have royal yachts. And there's been, I think, a succession of 83 royal yachts going back to Charles II. And it's always been a tradition, and it's also always very valuable. You know, if you have a head of state, and most countries do, 200 and something countries have a head of state, then you have to maintain them in a certain style. And I think it was sheer vindictiveness on Blair's part, or stupidity, should I say, to decommission it, because it could have been recommissioned quite easily. I was talking to the former coxswain of Britannia only about 10 days ago, and he said it was a tragedy when they shut it down because it could have been done, and it's all kept incidentally, in perfect working order up there on Leith. And as you said, nearly 500,000 people go and visit it. That's the power of the royal attraction.
Well, it is the power of the royal attraction, and I suppose looking at it like that, I mean, I obviously don't know the exact figures on this, but one would imagine if 400,000 people every single year are going to visit it and therefore visit the local area, it must have paid for itself by now, for goodness sake. I mean, it must have paid for itself by now. It's interesting you said about Blair there, because I really thought that Tony Blair did enjoy yachts. I seem to remember him maybe enjoying the back of Mick Jagger's yacht at one point, but of course very different. Michael, an absolute pleasure, thank you very much. And in fact, I think the award, by the way, can I say, for fact of the day goes for Michael Cole's internal rivets on the Royal Yachts. Michael Cole, their royal correspondent, great stuff. Right, OK, I mean, it's been a busy show. It's been an eclectic mix of the political, the ridiculous, the religious and the boaty. But joining me now is, of course, Michelle Dewberry, who will be taking over. Michelle, you're right.
I don't fit into that ridiculous category.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Good,
no.
That's an interesting segue. I thought, where's it going with this one? I've not seen you. I didn't see you the other day.
No.
So it's nice to see before the end of the week. The reaction online to your Dream Boys thing has been absolutely phenomenal. I've been loving watching that. Also, a great reaction last night to my little rant about the awful online campaign that has been waged against GB News, GB News' viewers, you know, jumping on top of any advertisers that tries to promote their products and services to our viewers. And
it's pathetic,
just,
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, it's actually quite concerning because, you know, in society there are a huge number of different opinions.
Yeah.
Not obviously I'm always right, but beyond that, you know, there's no real right or wrong. There's just different. There's no like this opinion good, that opinion bad. But yeah, that is.
But it's the idea that there's something inherently evil, or I quite enjoy some of the kind of ridiculous conspiracy theories behind it. That we have to stop funding this for the good of the world. Then you look at what they actually want to stop funding, and it's just like someone talking about politics, you know?
Yeah, well, I just decided to speak out about it yesterday because actually the pounds of our viewers are just as good as any other pound of any other person's wallet, and it's absolutely wrong that these companies have been pressured not to advertise their products to our audience. We've got to stand up. We've got to push back. We've got to say enough is enough.
But they're so pathetic and weak, though, because they'll literally get one or two tweets, or there'll be one group that tweets something about them, and immediately they're like, oh, gosh, can you imagine if it was the same for absolutely anything else? You got one or two... I mean, restaurants would shut down from one bad review, wouldn't they?
Well, I highlighted a case yesterday, and it's not, you know, I wouldn't mind. If this was just a one-off case, then fair enough, but this is like an ongoing thing now, which is why I chose to highlight it. One company, it's one person tweeting a 39-second clip saying, look at this, take your adverts off, and they responded, yeah, we will, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, what were you doing?
Well, I'll tell you what, Michelle Dewberry is about as wound up as I've ever seen her, so this is going to be fantastic. Jeeves and Co up next. I'll see you next week. Take it easy, people.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello again, it's Aidan McGivern here from the Met Office with the GB News forecast. A sunny and hot weekend at first for some, before the inevitable thundery breakdown and much fresher conditions arrive from the Atlantic. We've got a couple of areas of low pressure spinning out to the west of the UK. They're helping to draw up this increased heat and humidity before they send some weather fronts in, and we see this thundery breakdown later Saturday and into Sunday. But before that happens, a clear and dry night for many. We will see the cloud thicken across Wales and the southwest, and some showers will push into Devon and Cornwall by dawn. But it's a muggy night wherever you are, 17, 18, 19 Celsius fairly widely. Even in the north of Scotland, mid-teens are possible. But a fine start for Scotland and for much of England first thing Saturday. Sunny skies, temperatures shooting up, but the showers in the southwest will quickly push into central areas, developing into an intense area of thundery rain by the afternoon, with the risk of localised flooding, large hail and frequent lightning, particularly towards the Midlands into northern England and southern Scotland later. But ahead of that rain, could reach the low 30s in East Anglia. Much fresher conditions arrive by the start of Sunday. Any thundery rain clearing for the north of Scotland, but further spells of wet weather likely to brush past southeast England before some heavy showers and thunderstorms develop across Northern Ireland, Wales and the southwest into the afternoon. We keep the showers and some thunderstorms into the start of next week, but it also turns cooler.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.